So we don't have anyone. Okay, oh, KT is on? Okay, thanks. Okay. So good morning, everyone. I'm going to bring this Public Education Commission into order for our work session. It is Thursday, April 18th, 2024, and it's 9:04 a.m. Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Burt, not here. Commissioner Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Armijo, not here. Commissioner Manus,
I am here.
Commissioner Brower.
Here.
By the way, welcome from Orlando. Two from Orlando. Commissioner Kloster-Sillage.
Here.
Commissioner Ingham.
Here.
Chair Gibson.
Here.
Vice Chair Carrillo.
Here.
Secretary Beck here. There is a quorum of 8.
And keep us posted, KT, on the tournament, your daughter's tournament, okay?
Will do, Steve. Thanks.
Oh. We are on to item number 2, discussion of PEC mission and vision statements as it informs PEC processes and protocols. Serena? Do we have anything for this? Right, but there was supposed to be, Naomi was looking at our processes and seeing if our processes, first and foremost, the new application, jives with our mission and vision.
I asked her and she did not have anything, and I'm checking because I don't see Naomi in the attendees list, so I'm texting her right now.
Yep, yep, all right. I wish we had known that earlier. Yep. Well, I don't know, see, I was unclear. Or actually, I thought I was clear in the fact that I thought Naomi was just sending something in writing that looked at, she was doing that comparison, and she would simply give us she was giving us a report to see where they, if they did, so that we would be able to be better informed as to any changes that needed to take place. I really wasn't anticipating her being here to go through that. I thought she was providing a document.
She just said she will join us at 9:30.
Okay. So on to number 3, debrief and assessment of recent contract negotiations process, and overview of completed work. I'm gonna let Commissioner Carrillo. Well, you led it.
Like a deer in the headlights.
Yeah.
When you get called on in class and you're daydreaming. I wasn't daydreaming, I was paying attention. Okay, debrief and assessment. Everything went great. We can move on to section 4. No, so it was quite a week. And I would say special thanks again, to Missy and Bridget and Karina and everybody that, worked on contracts in the schools, because it really was, and that was only 13 schools, and we have, 21 next year to do. I'd say just a brief overview of the work completed. There were definitely hiccups. because the performance framework, and we'll get to some of that later, was new for people, and some of the steps that needed to be taken were new. Sometimes the understanding that they had wasn't as clear. And but it was really good, because I think that what we've done over these last weeks with the help of the schools, and Julia really drove this, and thank you very much, Julia, for, I mean, I don't think all of this could have happened the way it did without you. So thank you very much. But she drove us just the little technical changes that needed to be made. You know, everyone, no matter how many times you read something, right? Somebody else catches something. And you know, and thanks to Patty Matthews for really drilling down and catching some things and making us aware. So, I mean, I would say that would be a kind of an overview of the work completed. We learned a lot, and it'll make the next negotiation sessions go better. So the prep for the negotiations, and I'm curious to see what folks think. I mean, I really felt like Julia and I sent out letters to the schools, and it was super clear, even after renewals, what was going to be expected and when it was going to be expected. Here, you know, send a letter out in January. Here are the dates. If you have challenges, we have staff that can help you with these challenges. Please don't wait till the last minute. I'm not kidding you. The letters were pretty darn clear. And somehow, not only did people want to wait till the last minute, they wanted extensions. And so we've learned from that. And I think, again, at this next renewal process in December, I think we're going to be even much more stringent in letting them know this is what's expected. And, you know, time is time. 10 o'clock means 10 o'clock. You know, the second Tuesday means the second Tuesday. There's no leeway here. These things are exact. Do your work. We're giving you plenty of time to do it. And the thing is, there's so much wonderful support staff that these schools can also draw on if they have any challenges. And so having them do that early is going to be the emphasis. Don't wait early on in December even. Just, you know what's coming up. You've been doing this for these schools. It's not their first rodeo for these schools. They know what's coming up. We'll help you. You gotta raise your hand. And
Like Commissioner Becker.
like Commissioner Beck is doing right now. Yeah.
I just wanted to add that Rachel and Missy did a tremendous job preparing those schools. I mean, this is an all-new performance framework. It was all new to everybody, and they were really on it. That was really apparent the week that we did the negotiations.
So, and I agree with everything that you've said in terms of, there was a level of support that was given schools that were negotiating this round that had never been given before, and primarily because it's a new performance framework. So there was it was a steeper learning curve to be able to do this. So, but I hope that we continue that. I'm wondering if when we're looking at 20 some odd schools, 25, let's make a round number, for next year, whether it has to go beyond just Missy and Rachel doing.
I just want to say, so there was also the addition of the transition year school list, which is new.
Right.
We've never tried to do before. So I'm using what you all have discovered through this process with the 13, and it's influencing the trainings that are happening now for the 20 plus. And so I'm hoping to get, because it's not just December, it's November and December, them more prepared ahead of time so that they aren't so crunched.
Thanks.
So, and if there's a transition school, they will be working on the checklist in the summer.
I think certainly one of the bigger challenges was the scoring templates for the schools, to be able, the reporting templates. That was a challenge because we had, what was it, 5 different assessments being used. So Naomi and Jody had to work on creating those reporting templates. And, you know, above my head with mathematical computations. So there were tweaks that were happening. And we didn't anticipate it was going to take as long as it did to get those. I think for next year, we have to be way clearer as the end date for those reporting templates, so the schools have them when we're heading into negotiations, so they have that. Because it was frustrating for schools because they had voted and then there were tweaks to the template. So they had to go back, and it was, you know, I understand there were, you know, bumps in the road because of that, but we have to be planning earlier for this. We've already indicated that we're going to ask schools when they are renewed what assessments they're using, so that we already have 5 done. That'll probably cover the vast majority, because so many schools use NWEA. But if there's, you know, an outlier there, we need to be ready for that, so that the package is ready for the school, so they can be prepared when they come to us. So that's, Julia.
I just wanted to add as well that the most challenging is the school that wanted to choose option 3. And that I anticipate will be the most challenging every single time it's done. In large part because what you want is the schools to be creative with their populations and what they do and how they're doing it. That needs time. So there's 6 more templates that still are not ready today for option 3. There's good news in that there'll be 11 when we're finished with this negotiation cycle. But I was very impressed how creative they were and how hard it was, and how we're still not there. And from a legal perspective, because you all lead these contract negotiations, any problems with the documents, any errors in the documents are going to be legally construed against you later if someone challenges it. So, and having a school adopt the contracts without the templates is ineffective. So we had one school who voted again last night. So the earlier emphasis on the templates, and then absolutely knowing who's an option 3 school, I think will help tremendously. But just as Missy was saying, I was thinking, okay, we need to know by December 31, but you just pointed out that we need to know for the November schools because they're gonna, so that's a really excellent point. And I think, Missy, you probably already put it in your training to tell them you will be asked the week afterwards, so be ready. Otherwise, I worry that you're gonna lose schools choosing option 3. People are just gonna say that's too hard. Or it's gonna be more restrictive than you want it to be. Do you know what I'm saying? But I do think that it's possible that this option 3 template being created right now could be a template for re-engagement schools potentially. So again, some of that work may already be done. But I think that was by far and away the most difficult thing I thought.
One of the challenges is that we don't have, we being the state, don't have a definition of re-engagement school. We used to have, when we were the
Oh, yeah, that's true.
PF,
Can I, so I can give you my credit card if that works.
oh, Naomi,
Give us your credit.
Don't give us your credit card number.
No, I would like to have it. There's some travel I have planned. Don't forget the 3-digit code on the back.
I'm so sorry. I put myself on mute.
Oh,
Okay.
good.
Okay. So, when we had the ABCDF report card, there was a supplemental accountability measure SAMs schools, and they got a couple little points on the report card because they had a SAMs designation. And then it disappeared. So there's no SAMs designation, there's no re-engagement definition. We have the capacity to define for our performance framework purposes what a re-engagement school is. That we can do, we haven't done. So that's something that we need to do. But when the performance framework group started and we looked at option 3, it was not in our mind that that was only going to be re-engagement schools. We anticipated that a number of re-engagement schools would most likely take option 3, but we wanted option 3, just in case someone, it's there. There's also statute that allowed for a school to replace the state accountability system that existed already. So we hardwired into the performance framework, into option 3, a number of components, but we didn't hardwire in all of the state accountability system. So one of the challenges that's been created here with the school that we negotiated this year, they were wanting to take advantage of option 3 plus the statutory. And there was a disconnect in that message. We didn't realize that. We thought they were just doing option 3, and they were doing what so templates needed to be created because of that. So there's some work that needs to be done on the performance framework, so we are clearer with what we consider a re-engagement school, but then also what option 3 looks like. But we're fine for this year, sort of.
We're fine for this year, and it's April 18. It's taken a while to get here since that week of the 12th. Before I forget, I want to thank Rachel also, because you mentioned Rachel, for the phenomenal work that she did in preparing us. Really kind of all of this blends together in section 3 here, timelines, deadlines, and things. Providing support for schools in advanced negotiations, process to get to board approvals. It was rough this year because we asked them when they were going to be, when their boards were meeting, learning that, oh yeah, we can, have them on our agenda, in time. And then we didn't, in a number of cases, we didn't have things ready for them for their board meeting that may have been happening earlier this month. And I'm going to say that leads us to really 3F. And this is where I think we can be better. And we learned from this last time. One, it's learning as far in advance as possible schools that may want to do option 3. I mean, if they know in September that they're going to be looking to do this, let us know and we can get started. And but the timelines and deadlines, I don't think we managed well as a PEC or a CSD, having documents that ready on this day, on this time, whatever someone might need. And I think we can do that better so that they feel more sure of us and of the process. And I think that's maybe where we dropped the ball and created ambiguity on their part. And maybe even not only ambiguity, but maybe they thought, well, I can probably ask more time and stretch this out. They weren't even ready. And that's not the attitude we want schools to have. Because if we are just religious about our own deadlines for ourselves, then we can have that expectation much better on schools.
Yeah, and I'd like to sort of reiterate that. And it's hard to expect our schools to follow these hard and fast deadlines if we're not doing that, you know? In my job, I expect people to be at their appointments at the right time. And if I'm running 30 minutes late, how fair is that? It just indicates that my time's more important than theirs, and we don't want to send that message, so.
You nailed it there. Preparation of ancillary documents, that speaks to the same thing, making sure that when we tell people things are going to be uploaded and available for them, that they are, and that there's just not an exception for that. I hate it when dentists and doctors make me wait. I always call and I say, how far behind are you running? So that, because I don't want to get there early, you know? Eh, you don't do what? No, I don't doubt it.
My cardiologist.
Cardiologist took them early. There you go. That's rare. So, and support for schools choosing 3. I mean, I think we went over that. I mean, unless somebody else has anything to add to this brief, the debrief and assessment, I think we covered schools choosing option 3.
Well, can I just add to that?
Of course you can.
We also, at the Charter School Conference, we've got Naomi and Jody coming in to do an option 3 workshop, which I think will be extraordinarily helpful. And hopefully schools have already kind of looked at it and can bring to that session some really quality questions to help them in the process. Because I do hope more schools take the opportunity if they really feel that it would help them. That's why option 3 is there. But, I've been working with a district charter, and they called me and they said, we think we're going to do option 3 and negotiations are 2 weeks. It's like, no, you're not. So it's, it's taking a lot, and it's all of us learning it as well. As much as we worked on it, it's actually working through it with the school that you find some of the, and fortunately, there are hiccups and not speed bumps. Karina?
Thank you, Chair Gibson. Commissioners, we're also asking schools that went through the renewal process and schools that are about to go through the renewal process if they would be interested in a panel discussion. So we actually hear from some of the schools that went through to offer tips and suggestions, sometimes hearing from a peer for the conference.
Great.
Yeah. So there's some coordination of that session and facilitation that needs to be worked out. But we thought a panel discussion where the actual schools reflecting on their experience might be helpful.
Missy, have you gotten a lot of interaction or interest from the schools that are coming up for renewal on thinking about these options?
I would say that they're a bit deer in the headlights right now about it. But
That's great, because at least they're thinking about it.
yes,
Right, right. Yeah, so that's great that they're.
I also think that it's worth us thinking about how to kind of present it. Want to go back to the way the PEC website is right now, how it's user friendly, how it's easy to navigate. And I think we can do something similar on the contracting process so that schools understand it and see how it fits in. Because I know that Vice Chair Creo even at one point said, this is so complicated, and I know it, and I think that we can do kind of a graphic or something that we put up there that takes them from the contract to the performance framework to option 2 and the choices that you make and what the decisions points are to option 3 and what the decision points are, and then the mission specific goal and the document that you have to fill out, because it is kind of a flow through that ends up in 3 to 4 documents per school that isn't always clear to them at the beginning. And then I think what's really apparent is that training someone on something and then having them do it is a very different experience. So I know that Missy has said many times, well, I've told them, I've told them, I've told them. And there's this, oh, what do you mean? And even some of the really sophisticated schools said, well, we're going to use this. And you're like, well, just saying your assessment isn't finished. There's a lot more work. And then almost all of them did. All of them worked through an innovative process, but they had 2 more weeks of work that they didn't expect. So we've got to really get that message.
And I was saying on that note, like maybe this happens at the conference, charter schools conference. These are always better when they're in person. And maybe afterward, maybe some sort of Zoom class, how to best prepare for. And it can be your renewal, your contract, all these different things. Because, you know, and let's let them know, you know, your contract, when you come up here and do all of this, it shouldn't take any more than 90 minutes. 90 minutes at the absolute most. And the way to have that be the case is for you to do this in advance. Karina.
Thank you. Yeah, I really like that a lot. How do you prepare? And that was the main question that we thought this panel, like of some of the people that went through the process could reflect on. And I just wanted to respond to something that you said earlier, like they've done this before, but in reality, if you look at the leaders who were heading up the schools up for renewal, so many of them were brand new, maybe brand new to the charter school at all. But I'm looking at the list and I think maybe 2 went through a renewal in the past. So we are dealing with a constant influx of new leaders that will need the extra support throughout the process.
So
A really good point.
what I would hope with something like that, and I don't know how difficult it is to manage, but I really would like to hear the voice of governance council members that participated, because I think, and we saw that there were some that were very actively engaged in the conversation, and there were others that came because they were told they had to be there, you know, and it wasn't. But I think it's an important message to governance council members that this is a contract not with that head administrator, but this is a contract with the governance council. And I'd like that conversation to be continued so that governance council members can hear from those that really were engaged in it. Oh, this is what this is what I really need to be doing. Because I know Missy tells them that, but that's to Julia's point. You can tell them, you know, but until they actually do it, they don't understand. So maybe if they hear it from a fellow governance council member on, you know, this is the process that worked for our school in getting to this state. You know, it may not work for another school, but at least they get pieces out of it of how another governance council was actively engaged in the process. Rena?
If you want to suggest a governing council member that you feel was very engaged and would be a good panelist, feel free to share that with us and we can try to recruit.
Missy?
I think it would be very helpful for the commissioners to have that clear, consistent message that you are contracting with them. And I would like it if we could think of some unique ways to maybe have the board chairs of maybe the 20 schools attend a meeting virtually if need be prior to the renewal hearings, just for a meet and greet kind of thing, or maybe something we do at the conference. I've had board members say, it's not our place to find a new head administrator. I'm like, it is exactly your place. It is exactly your job description. You know, it's not our place to evaluate them. I'm like, it is exactly your place to evaluate them. So there's a lot of people who still don't really understand, regardless of the training.
That's a great idea. I think the conference, because they're getting, they'll get GC training hours, correct?
That's right. And
Yeah.
our
And it's the
keynote,
new year, correct?
that they will get training hours to finish up this fiscal year, or if
Go into
the
next.
board members have completed all their hours, they can earn towards next year. And our keynote this year is someone by the name of Carrie Irvine, who really is a national expert in charter school governance. She had an organization, remind me the name of the organization, Naomi. That she. ran
Carrie
before.
Urban started Education Board Partners, originally Charter Board Partners. And she's been doing that for over a decade and recently was acquired by Bellwether and works now within Bellwether on governance, because Bellwether, which is a national research and consulting organization for charter schools and all schools, really believes in the governance, the importance of school governance for effective charter schools.
So way back in the day, I remember going to board partners to look for information when I was providing training and support for charter school governing boards. So I think her experience over the years working with charter schools, she's really zeroed in on that. And this year's conference is really going to be a lot more rigorous and specific for board members. I feel like last year's conference was amazing, but I don't know that the sessions targeted board members in the way that we are intentionally doing for this year's conference. So she'll do a keynote, but she'll also do some follow-up sessions.
If you haven't already, I imagine a lot of that agenda might be set since it's already April. But we've stressed, even during the renewals especially, and Missy kind of just alluded to it, the work of a really good board. And if you have a really great board, you'll have a really great school. And all these schools that we looked at that were really failing, they had absent boards. Boards that were not holding people accountable and stuff like that. So, I mean, I would say if that's the emphasis on this coming conference, that's fantastic. Just driving home the responsibility and the challenges of boards, if you want results. So, and then we
Welcome
can
to
move
the
on.
indicators of distress,
When is that?
May 1st.
All right, sorry.
If the trainings can be recorded on Zoom, then they could be posted to a page on contracting, and Jody and Naomi's training on the templates. Then when it's relevant to the people and they want to figure it out, then they could go and watch it again, because it was, you could just,
Good idea,
you
too.
could see when we ran into the confusion, and it's because that's when it became relevant for them. And then PSD or Missy and Rachel can say, you might go back and review this right now because it's really relevant to you now. And then I think it would help them.
Great idea. Hey, Consuela, it looks like you're taking notes on all this. Thank you. That's a great idea.
We get summary minutes of our work session.
Well, yeah, so that, you know, in September, we realized all these great ideas that we had, you know, that, yeah, we can go back and look. I think that,
Brain like a sieve.
do you?
I do.
I guess these days I do too. So, I mean, unless there's something else that somebody has for number 3 on contracting negotiations in the process, I see that Naomi is on and raring to go. And so we can move back to item 2. Does that work with you, Chair Gibson?
I'm sorry.
You were chitty chatting?
I was so.
We were just talking about catering for this afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, we
Coming in
can,
at 12:30.
He
Yeah,
decided
there you
on the
go.
menu.
so we can go back to 2 if that works for you.
I told you, if I win the lottery, I'll cater.
Okay.
And we're
But First, I
gonna,
have to buy a lottery ticket.
and we
so-
can use Naomi's credit card, is that right?
Yeah,
That's
we
right,
got
yeah, we
Naomi's
all took that
credit
down.
card.
There you go.
Okay, so we're a little bit late now, but we're now back to item number 2, which is the discussion of our mission vision and its alignment with.
Wait. Whoever put that up, take that down. I said, do not show you. I want you to not look at this document.
Okay, I did,
What document?
because we're still writing
Thank
down
you.
the credit card number.
I know the credit card really threw everyone. Sorry, that was my doctor's office where I was this morning. So, and apparently I owed money. So, yeah. But good morning. And it's really good to hear this conversation. Actually, it was nice to be a bystander to listen to you all reflecting on the process. If I may, I'd love to add a couple of things. I think everyone here knows Jody experienced a horrible tragedy earlier, right when this started on February 13th. And so that certainly impacted her ability to get templates done in the time that was required. And we appreciated your flexibility and understanding, and the schools all seem to understand too. Second, I think getting the templates done for the first time is going to be like, these templates will not be redone year over year. They're done. So hopefully that is going to make it much faster in the future. So you won't go through this again. With that said, she's working on the last one for, as Julia mentioned, you still have one school with option 3. Each of those templates is unique to the school and probably will always be that way for an option 3 school, and they will take time. And I asked you to, like, there was a very much this, I felt it, this urgency and rapid fire emails and a need for precision, because these templates go down to the 10th decimal point, and I think that's something to consider. I will say, in my work with other contracts and authorizers, templates typically are not part of the contract. They're referenced in the contract, but these templates will change. And this is my concern. I've shared this. You'll find there's an error, that there was an assumption that you hadn't thought of, that there's a student, that there's just things that happen when, or the testing company changes the way that they measure something. These things just happen all the time. And if you don't want to have to amend every charter agreement when something like that happens. Typically the business rules are determined, they're in the charter agreement or they're referenced. The templates then are the additional piece on the side. So I don't think I hadn't considered that this was on the same timeline as your contracts. I knew they needed to get done in time for schools to collect. But I also say that about the framework, and we've just witnessed that the framework had errors in the drafting, had places where we hadn't contemplated schools. And once again, I see frameworks as living documents. You are going to want to go in and say, well, we didn't think about this. We need to add, the target's too low, the target's too high. Be careful not to make it impossible for you and your successors to be able to address those and still keep the integrity of the framework. You don't want to ever, you don't want to be willy-nilly and changing it every year all the time. But I want to just be very careful that you've built that into your contracting process.
Thanks, I appreciate.
Yeah.
You, explaining that, I appreciate that.
Yeah, so for the next bit, and I'm not sure how much time I have. I had it down for an hour from 9:30 to 10:30. Is
Fine.
that still accurate, or?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
okay. So I would love to, I'm going to try and share my screen. Unfortunately, it looks like when I do it, I lose you all, which makes me sad, like I can't see you. I'm going to try again. And what I might do is just share, but not in presenter mode on the PDF, on the PowerPoint, and that way you can see it, but I can still see you. So let's see if this works. Okay, can you see the PowerPoint with the little things along, little thumbnails on the side? All right, so this is why I didn't want you to see anything. We're going to take a pop quiz. Last time I met with you was a few weeks, well, maybe a month or two ago, month and a half. I'd like you all to right now try your very best to write down your mission in the way you remember it, and no cheating, no looking at the document that apparently you already have. And then write down as many values as you can remember from our value session. I'm starting the clock now. All right. Are you guys done? I cannot hear anything if you're talking.
As ready as we'll ever be.
Okay, great. Thank you, Steve. So who wants to go and say what the mission is as best you remember it?
Tim does.
I cheated after I wrote what I wrote, but I'll tell you what I wrote before I cheated. All, all students in New Mexico have equal access to innovative and creative curriculum and content. So that's where I was. So I failed.
You didn't fail.
I got a
You didn't
semi.
fail. That was actually exceptionally good. I think that you captured the spirit of it. Anyone think you missed any pieces of it that you have listed?
I just, I just said innovative and rigorous school of choice to best prepare for a, to best prepare in a sense. I was trying to remember some of the buzzwords that we use, and there was one in particular, and I can't remember what, it's probably in there later, that I couldn't remember it, that it showed up a lot on the charts that we did, but that's thrive, that's it.
Thrive.
So,
Good. Anyone else? Anyone really struggle to remember your mission?
Sure. Absolutely.
Stuart, what'd you have for breakfast?
Yeah. But it's
Remember
important.
that?
Yeah.
All right.
And I've asked, I don't know if there's another camera angle. My angle of you all is the back of your heads. If there's any way to shift it so I
There's
get to
not.
see your faces.
They're going to be fixing
There's
that
absolutely no way for us to show the front of their heads.
yet.
There isn't, we've
Okay.
got the purchase order in to get the equipment we need to do that.
Okay, no worries. It's just I can never, it's very hard to read. So, all right. So then now let's go through the values. Let's see if we can get all of our values. Someone else other than Tim and Steve, name a value, single value.
I'm going to say accountability, equity, innovation.
All right, accountability, equity, innovation as 3 values. Any other values?
I did say transparency, just for the record.
Okay. Transparency, equity, innovation. What was the
I thought we
other
had
one?
consistency down there.
Yeah.
Didn't we?
Commissioner Brower emphasized consistency. I remember that. I remember when you did that. Yes, we did.
What did I miss? Patty, I think you said 3. What was the other one?
Consistency?
No,
But he
I-
said
I-
accountability.
accountability,
Did we have empathy in there?
empathy.
Okay.
Let's see.
All right.
Really off.
You ready? Here's the
Sure.
big reveal. This is what it is. Authorize and support public charter schools for innovative, equitable, choice-driven education where all New Mexico family students learn and thrive. There's your word, thrive.
Yeah.
Remember the word support. I think that's an important part of that we talked a lot about. Innovative, equitable, choice-driven education. These were really important words we spent a lot of time on, and I think it's important that you get this mission somewhere on your letterhead or on your document so that you start to see it all the time and the schools start to see it, because I think it'll help you in moments of decisions to remind yourselves why you're here and what the point is, especially because you see a lot of times schools that are not doing well, and this is a really good reminder. And then remember that
Naomi, to your point, if we publish this out and the schools see it, I think they're going to love the idea of support.
yes,
Because I'm sure a lot of schools kind of view us as a gotcha group in a sense. And
Yes.
the idea of supporting schools is critical to them, I'm sure.
you're right. I think you're absolutely right. And I think it's important to remember that in like even the conversation we just listened to, how are you supporting the schools through the contracting? I heard you saying you're going to be offering, trainings and reminders. However, there's a tone in there of like expectation. It's not always coming from an authentic place of supporting these people, these volunteer board members. There's sometimes we need them to. And I love for you to start thinking about like, yeah, a lot of these people are brand new in their roles, whether they're the ED or the head of their board, they don't know. And if you're coming to them with a place of support saying, we're going to put on our website these videos for you, we're here to help you because it's hard, I think the tone will be very, very different and you'll have a much more candid conversations. Any thoughts about that?
Kind of about that. And actually, this might be something we just want to do on Fridays after we recite the pledges. I think it'd be a great idea to begin our meeting with just reciting our mission and our values. Begin every Friday meeting. I am, Stuart, especially you.
9:05.
You will not. It takes a minute. No, but it's a nice way to start the meeting, and Friday typically is when more people tune in.
I think I've seen a cult movie that does something like that.
There are actually quite a few
It's going to be that kind of
authorizers.
Thursday, isn't it, Patty?
There are quite a few authorizers that do that. And I've watched it. Actually, Mississippi does it. They recite the mission before every board meeting, and it does something. It reminds you. I do for authorizing for all. We have a little mantra that we say before every meeting that kind of puts us in that mind frame. Why am I here? What am I doing? What am I planning to accomplish? Why did I volunteer for this?
Oh, I'm still asking myself why I'm volunteering for this. So.
All right. So now let's look at what we had for your values. The transparency, thank you. We got that one right away. And consistency, really important. The other ones that you mentioned were equity, innovation, accountability, and empathy. And we actually landed on something called respect. So I think that is an important one, again, to be thinking about. We said student-centered excellence, which I noticed in yours, the accountability, I think, is where is what, the student-centered excellence, and then the equity inclusion you've got. So again, like, I think it's important, like, as you're thinking through, because you've got hard decisions to make, that these are your values. And then I added in your whole value statements, because when we worked on these statements, we really explained how these show up in your work. So if this can be the one pager that was being shared a second ago, that now has all of these on there. And if that's something that you can refer to and just have, I think it'll help in those moments of what am I doing? Any questions, thoughts? Does this stir up anything for you all? And I hope that you voted and approved these. And if you haven't, please put them on an agenda item. Because
tomorrow.
Start tomorrow.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
So here's my thought.
Yeah.
I'm writing a note here. And this goes along with the starting each meeting with the mission. Stuart, no, starting each meeting with the mission. I would go on to say, foundational to our work are the following values. And not read the whole paragraph, but just state transparency, consistency, respect, student-centered excellence, equity, inclusion. I would begin our meeting with the mission and then that kind of a statement. Okay. Anyway, that's great. I like all the work we did and where it ended up.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote yes tomorrow. That's not what
I can only hear Steve talking if others are talking. It looked like Commissioner Ingram was talking.
Stuart's got to pull his mic closer.
I can't.
Sorry, it was all nonsense, so that's why you didn't hear it.
Oh, I like to hear the nonsense, but all right. All right. So this has just gotten me thinking, working together. I have been from the outside trying to figure out how you all best work together and your roles and responsibilities. So this is all coming from my brain. This is not coming from anyone else. But I've been just trying to figure out, it's really important that you've got three different voices that come together and make decisions together. And these three voices need to be aligned. Doesn't mean they are a single voice, but they need to be aligned. Starting with the PEC, and I want to add, like, I'm going to actually write onto this because I don't know that I got everything. So a typical commission does application reviews, like doesn't review the applicants themselves, but makes those decisions, does the renewal reports, in other words, makes a decision on renewals, and makes decisions on schools throughout the year. That's typically it. And meetings are pretty short, and they're focused on these, sort of big important pieces around renewal, around new school applications, and that's it. You all work a lot more, and your jobs, as commissioners, you I think if we were to do a typical board operations analysis, you would see that you do a lot more as a board than typically of a commission that I've ever worked with. And then you've got your CSD, which is your staff, right, is the organization. And then I just wrote, what I've seen them do is they do all the oversight, the academic, the financial, the operational. They write their annual report. They draft the new school approval. I think new school approval should be on this one, but I'll move it. These three items on the bottom should have been, something got messed up. These three items under CSD should be under PEC, and these three from PEC should be under CSD. So I'm going to
Okay.
move this.
We were just talking behind
Right
your
now.
back about that.
Were you? I'm not surprised. So sorry, this is what happens when annual review. There we go. I'm not sure what's happening. Emergency intervention. So sorry. And now I don't know why all right. So it's all messed up on my screen. I'm sure it's messed up for you now with the font. So I'm just going to see if I can get it down to 18 for everything. But what I'm trying to get at is that we have to get really clear on whose role is to do what, and how that these roles, how you work together. So then you also have a general counsel who does all their contracts, who drafted and seems to do the interventions for the intervention letter and writes the annual letters to schools that are based on the annual reports that are written by the CSD and on the decisions that you've made, on those reports. And so they all have to work together. And we now have a set of values by which you are working together and you're working with the schools. And so I'm bringing this up to just say hey, let's talk about this for a second, because how's it going? And I don't think it's always smooth, and I don't think it's ever smooth in any organization. So I don't pretend, but I wondered if, first of all, I got all the responsibilities right now that I've moved things around. Sorry about that. But what am I missing? And how does this actually work? And maybe, Patty, you don't talk right now because you know this the best. But I would love to hear from commissioners who are, newer or who haven't, how do you see this working? Who's responsible for what? And how does things go from idea into implementation?
I'll just say, from my year and a half here, I think it works pretty well together for sure. I'm constantly amazed at the amount of knowledge, understanding, and communication Julia has to the PEC. It's, it says contracts, intervention letter, annual letters. In my opinion, she does a lot more, a lot of advice, a lot of deeper thought in terms of that. So, I think it just appears to me there's more to her role than just those three pieces. Critical analysis, absolutely, absolutely. So that's what I view. I view ours pretty much right on, CSD pretty much right on. The only thing I think I think we also do pretty much operational oversight, academic oversight, and financial oversight. I think we do that as well. I mean, that's a lot of what our time is. Yeah, and right, in the annual report, I think we do that as well. So, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna speak. I turn on my microphone. The one thing I'm missing in both the PECs and the CSDs list of activities is supporting charter schools. And what I think happens is that we get into the oversight so much that that's why schools get the idea that all we are is the gotcha people, and that we need to, and now I know Missy supports them wonderfully, but it's not listed here. And I think that those are the things we got to really focus on personally. Thank you.
I love that addition. Thank you. What else? Anyone else have anything to say, or can I move on? So then I'd love to talk
Hold on,
about,
Pat.
yep, go ahead, Steve.
Well, Patty, you just,
And
Yeah,
Patty, you get to talk now too. I just wanted to hear from everyone else, and I forgot, you get to be, you can unmute your mic.
thanks. So I think annual review has to appear also with us, because we do, we accept them and we do communicate a letter back to the schools in terms of our expectations for the coming year. So I think that's a process that CSD is more heavily involved in, but ultimately we do have a piece in accepting them.
So I
Yeah.
guess, yeah, so annual, so there's a couple things. I'm sorry, anything else, Patty?
No, I think, you
I have something, Naomi, and that would be acknowledge successes.
Under
Again,
you
under
all?
PEC, acknowledge school successes.
And how do you find out when a school is doing good?
Well, for one, with the annual reports, we see what they're doing. Sometimes they'll report back to us on the successes that the kids might have in terms of, I don't know, number of kids going off to four-year colleges, number of kids in honors programs, number of kids, teachers that are now, national board certified. I mean, any number of things that we can call them out on for being, super duper.
And I think the commissioners really stay in close contact with their respective schools. And they find out from their schools because they're in constant contact with them.
No, I think that's the piece that's kind of missing there with the PEC, and I don't know how much it needs to be there, but it is that interaction that each commissioner has with the schools in their district, that's, and when I first came on the commission, I was basically told not to talk to you don't talk to the schools. You just come here to the meeting and, you don't talk to the schools. And it's like, what are you talking about? Of course I'm going to talk to them, and it was a struggle when I contacted the schools because they were worried, it's like, what are you doing here? And all I did was leave my card at the school and say, you know, new commissioner, just contact me. I'd like to sit down and talk with you, you know, get to know you. And it was like, they were scared because it's like, no one's ever talked to us before. So it's been a big learning curve to develop that relationship with schools, but also keeping that line that ultimately we make decisions about the school.
I want to make sure I give CSD also an opportunity to say, what did I miss in your bucket? Or did I capture everything?
So, I think when you first had it up and it said
Yeah,
making decisions
sorry.
on new applications, I was like, oh, that's not quite right.
Yeah.
We're leading the process for application review. We even rely on peer reviewers. And I don't know that, so when I first worked at the PED in the charter school division many years ago, CSD staff actually read the applications and made the recommendations. And now we use peer reviewers, so that's one thing that's different. I would say we spend quite a bit of time also serving the PEC. That's not captured here, but preparing for the PEC meetings and processing travel and requests for information, having meetings that are regular and that are called on the fly. We just did a site visit to a school who's on tomorrow's agenda, and there was a debrief meeting the next day. So I think there's more and more meetings. You're right. I think that when I first started here, the commission was far less involved in the multiple details. I really love all the tools and how thoughtful this commission is. But I do think that sometimes the lines can be blurred. So missing from this is like PEC meeting planning. And that is something that CSD does, but also the general counsel to PEC really plays a big role in that as well.
I think we have.
Julia, your
training.
turn. Anything I
Sorry.
didn't include?
So I think under CSD, we need training to be, that's an important piece of.
Training for you all or training for schools?
It's all of the above. It's governance council training, it's new schools, it's renewal applications. So it's, you know, I think we would be remiss in including that just in support because it is such a key component and they do such a, you know, a good job of that training.
Love it. These are getting too big for the screen, but that's good.
I mean, my overall comment on this document is that we've spent a tremendous amount of time in the last year and a half to draft a PEC rule that establishes a lot of how PEC and the schools and CSD interact, and actually is the primary guiding document. So for example, it's now based on the PEC establishing a record of performance for the school over the 5 years of the charter. It's actually not an annual review letter, it's an annual notice letter. So there's a lot of things that we spent just a tremendous amount of time on, and that we're really trying to follow. And then the second thing I feel like this commission has spent a tremendous amount of time on is establishing the performance framework and kind of we just were talking about it, kind of the creativity, what the schools can do. So there's part of me that's, that wants to stay true to those documents. So my mind is wondering what this page is going to be used for. So, or why, because it should be consistent with that. And then lots and lots of what went on in the conversation was what the statute says each of, particularly the PEC and CSD's role is. So for example, supporting the PEC in PEC meetings, I think that it's clear in the statute that CSD is support for the PEC. So I don't know I mean, I agree that that's a big part of the job, but I also think it's statutorily what the job of the CSD is. So I want to say that we've spent so much time on all of this that if this document is going to be used for that, then it ought to be true to those things. It's not far off, but
So I think that this gets to, and Julie, it doesn't surprise me that it comes to the statute, like your brain is going to, well, we put this on statute. And I think there's both the written and then there's there's the real world, right? So we have, and there's a couple things in here which I think are still unclear about where it is. And so, for example, I want to say, like, who's writing the letters? So if both Patty says the annual notice letters are the PEC's responsibility, and yet they're also the general counsel's responsibility, what's the difference in your role? I'm assuming, and how do you know what to draft in those letters, and where did that come from? And so it's the actual implementation. I'm not questioning that everyone's involved in it, but how does that go from a review report, I'm assuming, to a letter that goes to a school?
so it's a specific question and there's a specific answer. So let's just take the annual notice letter. So CSD provides their annual report, and that's their document. And that's their document in the rule. And so that document is accepted by the PEC as their document. So PEC has made a decision in the rule that they're not going to say change paragraph 4 unless something's wrong with it. And then they'll ask them to go do, there was one report out of 58 that they asked them to fix something, but ultimately that belongs to CSD. That's their report. It's what they are, and they provide what PEC asks. PEC then has that second role, which is to provide under the rule. And it's not just, it's not just like a coincidental rule. I mean, we talked about every sentence in that rule to give clarity to the schools about it. So the annual report notice is something, and we've got 2 of them tomorrow, that the commission will decide exactly what's going to be in there. And the motion is words, I draft a draft motion of various options, but they wordsmith it. And then that motion language is cut from the motion and dropped into the annual notice letter from the chair. And what they say in the motion goes into the letter. So I do take that motion language and I do drop it in there, and it is something, but it is not something that the chair modifies or changes, or that I modify or change, that it is the actual language from the motion of the commission. So that is a written documentation of the transcript, word for word. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
an annual notice letter.
Notice. It's an annual notice, Naomi, not annual motion. It's an annual notice based on,
No, it's not, it is absolutely informed by the CSD in their annual report, but and I guess maybe based on it or informed by it, for sure.
Well, it
Uh,
should be, right? If it's not, then why, I mean,
Oh, it
like,
is, for
how else do you
sure.
base it? Where else, what other information would come into it? So this is what I'm trying to tease out, like, for the schools and going back to your values. I know what, I've read your rule 100 times now, like, like I'm teasing this out because I want everyone on this commission to understand it, and CSD staff too, because it's really important to get to these values that you've decided on. And for the schools to understand it and for you to understand it, we also need to see, where's the student-centered excellence, where's the equity and inclusion, where's all of this. I see the consistency and the transparency very clearly. Like, that's amazing. I'm not sure I see the other things so much. So that's why I'm trying to pull it out, like tease this out, so that we're really, really clear in all of your work that this is something that's going to live long beyond us, and that it's really documented so that everyone knows their role, and that they're playing their role in their best way, and that they're bringing their best foot forward.
So I'm going to say that I think respect is driven in that annual report, because there was a time when the commission was discussing whether they were going to bring all the schools up individually and have them talk about their annual reports. And it's like, no, 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 no. This isn't something that we're going to change. We are honoring and respecting the work that the Charter School Division did. They created this annual report, and we're not opening it up and saying, oh no, I think you are wrong here, and no, I disagree with that, so that we just accept them. If a school has an issue with it, there's that option for the school to attach a narrative that they still disagree with something that CSD, reported on. But we're not engaging in the schools in this. It is CSD's process. They're reporting it to us, and that the motion is created by Julia solely based on the information that the Charter School Division has offered us and nothing else. So that I think we follow that respect of that work all the way through the process. And the letter only contains what was really in the report, those items that we're concerned with that were identified in the report.
That's what I saw too, Patty, when I looked at some of the sample letters. Like it looked to me like these letters are supporting the CSD. So that's how I saw it too. I also think it was important, though, the school's responses in there, because I think that is something that you all take into consideration. CSD may write a report. The school may say, hey, they got this wrong. And that's your job, is to listen to that and then to make a final judgment. You don't have to take everything as clear as, it's a process, and you wouldn't be here if we didn't need a process coming in, right? Yes, go ahead. Commissioner Taylor.
So, Naomi, I appreciate this process. The trouble I'm having with this particular document is I feel like it's going to be nearly impossible to make this an exhaustive list, right? So I feel like the scope of this should be more focused on what are the generalizations and not the specifics about what each entity is involved with. Because like I said, we're going to get to a point where we're like, oh, we forgot to put, oh, we forgot to, So I feel like this needs to be just pretty succinct with the general roles of each of these entities. And we've kind of gotten into the specifics more so.
So thank you. You helped me get into the next place. Some of these things, like school support, is awesome, but it's like an adjective, and we need it as an actual noun. So where does school support show up in the actual work that you do? So like school support here you mentioned it, you're training schools. That is how CSD right now is providing school support. If there's other things that they should be doing to provide support, we do it. How are you, PEC, providing school support right now? Other than bringing schools up and saying and shouting them out for things, what's a process? What's a thing you do? Go ahead, Commissioner.
So I can only say some kind of specific cases where I've had schools, like right now, Aldo Leopold's having trouble with getting maintenance done on their facility. And so we can be liaisons between, like PSCOC and PSFA and those organizations to ride herd over. Anyway, what I see is when the schools recognize you as an ally, they call you when they have issues that they need support on.
Yeah.
And so to not be specific, I just think that we are available to give them whatever support that we can. I'm really thrilled with being able to interface with schools like Bishop Beck and I went to excellent Albuquerque School of Excellence. They want to start on a new facility. They need some help. And I think we could be helpful for that kind of stuff. We can't do it for them, but we can give them guidance. Well, I'm trying to. But the reality is I got to recognize my role too. But when I say support, it's very difficult to get in the weeds with that, because it could be anything that the school is having to struggle with. And I think that we, as a commission, having a relationship with our schools is really, really important.
So, and that's absolutely true. I mean, I think, often when schools have to make a move and things like that, they contact and say, what should I do? Or do you know of any space available and things like that. I think also through our own budgeting processes, we've made monies available for mentoring and intensive governing board training, so that, we can do a way better job at it. But this is the first time that we're really looking at that. And I really appreciate that, because I think that does help to change the narrative that schools have of us, so that they can say, my board's struggling, can you help us? And it's not, no, I'll see you at a meeting. So, we're working on those processes so that, because also we want to make it available to all that need it, not just the one school that happened to call you and there's 10 others that need it but didn't know to call.
Yeah.
So that's, that's part of the process that we need to make clearer and make sure that we also have to monitor that work as well and make sure it's the quality work that we need.
So to kind of go back to Commissioner Taylor's comment of like this, how do we succinctly show the division among the three organizations and the places where you are just in the sandbox altogether and mucking around in that? Because I think there's plenty of that as well. I had started with just, sort of these academic financial oversight. That's typically the CSD's responsibility. And then that got added into PEC's responsibility. So I'd love to understand what that means. What is the difference between the CSD's academic, financial, and operational oversight of a school and PEC's? And what does that feel like for a school if there are two entities that are working on that same piece? So I don't think you're duplicating efforts, but what's the actual message to schools that helps them see the difference? So I'm looking at this line here.
Yeah,
What's the difference between
I'd
that
almost say
and
that
these?
CSD is operational, academic, and financial analysis, almost an
Okay.
oversight. Our job is oversight. So, and their job is to analyze their operations, their academics, and their financial records. And ours is the oversight of that. So they come in, I think a school views it as they come in for the nuts and bolts, in a sense, and we look at the nuts and bolts and then make decisions, or, in terms of different kinds of letters and things like that, based on those nuts and bolts, I would say. Does that make sense?
Oftentimes schools say, well, who do I have to answer to? Do I answer to CSD or do I answer to you? And I said, well, ultimately, you answer the questions that CSD is posing to you. And we make the decisions based on the information that's provided to us and the answers you've given. So
Yeah.
we're the last body you answer to, but you have to, we're not asking the questions to the schools. We're not contacting the school and say, please reply to. That's what the charter school division does. So I guess ultimately schools do get a little confused as to, well, if I've answered CSD, then that should be okay. And it might be, but ultimately the responses have to come to us and we make the final decision as to what we're going to do in regards to those responses.
Would you say, Patty, that it's more answering to CSD but accountable to us?
Yeah, I could probably,
Just
yeah.
because we don't intervene, yeah.
Well, and I do like that analysis because it does, to me, make it a little bit clearer that that CSD is doing we're not doing the analysis. And we're
Right.
just going to use that information to inform our decisions.
And you know what, yeah, and I should add in, I know that they do site visits, so I'm just gonna add that in as another as thing. So these first three, I saw them as the framework, right? This is the framework that you actually PEC developed, and I'm sorry, PEC developed and CSD's implementing. So to me, it's always like, PEC develops, you create the values, the norms, the what you want, and CSD is the implementer of those ideas. So there shouldn't be a whole lot of difference. Like you create a framework, and now CSD is implementing that framework. Part of it was through a contractor, Jody and me, to create your templates. Part of it's been, all of that is implementing this framework that then you can use to base your decisions on when a school comes up for review. And that's the way that you want to start to really think about it. Like you're the ones that create like any board, and I hope Missy's happy, but like for any board, you're the one who are setting up the actual expectations. And then but the implementation then is expected to happen based on those expectations, and that there is then, and that there's a full circle, and that the general counsel is then working to provide that critical analysis and advice and thought partnership to be able to make those critical decisions. And so that's what I was trying to get us to here, is this like, where do the decisions originate? Who does that? And then how do they get processed? Because it's hard to get things into process. Implementation's hard. I think that, I think I'm gonna move us into another place, but I keep hearing Commissioner Taylor's comment of like, how are we gonna scale this down into the pieces? And I come back to our mission. How are we gonna turn this into authorizing and supporting public charter schools for innovative, equitable, and choice-driven education. That's your mission. How do you make sure that you're making that mission happen through the tools you have in place? And you have the PEC, we've got Julia, and we've got the CSD. So like those are your tools to make this mission happen. And that's the piece that I think is a piece for the commissioners to really think that through. Yeah.
Sorry, Commissioner Carrillo has to step out for a second. Could we just take would it be too much? Could we take a 10-minute break? 'Cause
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah.
He really doesn't want to miss this, and I don't want him to miss it, so.
Yeah. Is everything okay?
Well, while you're on, can I ask you a question about, May, the convening?
The A-game one?
Right.
Mhm.
So, do you know, when I first registered, they asked about the hotel room and did I need an extra night? But I've never heard anything back. So I'm a little worried.
So
About-
you should be fine.
Okay.
You're on the list. That much I
Okay.
know. So it's fine. I sent an email yesterday saying confirm you're coming. You should have gotten that email.
I did, and I did confirm.
Okay, you're fine. And the hotels are being like that's all already, like, as long as you got an email yesterday, then you're on the list and we're reserving our hotel room for you. Somebody should have gotten an invoice for you all. I'm not sure who's handling all that.
We're paying registration for all commissioners as well as Missy and I, who are the two staff members going.
Right,
And
but right after I registered, I received a separate email that said, do you need an additional night? Because I'm coming in Wednesday, because I
Oh,
can't
okay.
for Thursday. And I'll miss most of Thursday if I travel Thursday morning. So I'm coming in Wednesday afternoon. So I need the hotel room for Wednesday night.
I'll find out. You
Okay,
should have
thanks.
gotten something, but I'll find out if you do. I mean, I know you, I can make sure right now if you want me
we
to.
are also flying in early because you're right, there's not a way to get there on
Yeah.
time. So like I booked a hotel room at the same place for the night before.
Did they
Well, we
send
will do
an
that
email
for
asking?
you if you indicated it.
Oh,
So that way you don't have to move rooms. We'll just invoice you for that extra night. I'm staying later and they're doing that for me too. And I just got an
I'm
invoice.
not leaving until Saturday, but I'm staying at the airport Friday night because I'm
Got
leaving
it.
early Saturday morning. So I'm staying by the airport Friday night.
Let me see if I can find you, Patty, and then
Is there parking available at the hotel?
there is, yeah,
Do I need to
and
make?
there are
arrangements for that?
garages around there too.
Do I need to make arrangements for that or how?
New Mexico, District 7. I've got Becca, Patty, KT, Stewart, and then Melissa and Karina confirmed at this point. And then I have add 2 nights for Commissioner Burt. I have add 1 night for Commissioner Gibson, and I have add 1 night for Commissioner Manis. And then I have that the invoices were sent to Jessica Juarez. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm staying there Wednesday and Thursday night, and then I'm gonna go to the airport.
Yeah,
Friday.
they have you down for Wednesday night
Thanks.
staying,
Great,
and but not for Friday night.
great.
And they have Becca for both nights. So you're good, and it's all fine. You're there.
sorry, Naomi, Jessica isn't working here any longer.
Well, then I need a new email because that's the email address we have to process everything.
Missy, can you give her Consuelo's email? There's, as she's walking in.
Yeah, I'll type it into the chat for you, okay?
Missy, do you mind just sending me an email with it? And because I need to forward this now too. I'm not doing
Yeah, I will.
invoicing. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So you're sending,
Back, so that's, yep.
Wonderful. All right. So I'm going to use this as an opportunity to transition to the document that you all should have in front of you. So I'm wondering if it's easier for you to pull it up on your own screen than to have me share, which will be very small print, I
Can do that.
imagine.
I think there's still a lot of chit chatting.
Can you share it, Naomi? As opposed, I only have the,
I'll work on
Okay.
it.
all right, thank you.
Um,
Can you
Right.
just repeat what you were saying, please?
Yeah. So it looked like this has been sent to you. Karina, has this been sent out yet? Or have you
Yeah,
been with
I
it?
uploaded it in the materials.
Okay, I just sent it to Karina because again, I didn't want you to, I wanted the pop quiz. Let me see if I can make it bigger.
Good way to-
There we go. Does that work for you, Commissioner Creel?
Sure, it was even fine before because that's on our general monitor. Yeah.
Okay. So what I have is created a way for you all to think through some of the bigger things that you do through a process to just like, where are the pieces like transparency, consistency, respect, student-centered excellence, and equity and inclusion, and even the mission and vision I added in at the end. Where are they showing up in your, is there evidence of these things in the work that you're doing? And if so, awesome, but then like show us where, and if not, to like ask a question or provide a suggested revision. So this would be like the next step. Where is it in your frameworks? Where is it in the annual notices? Where are these elements of your piece? Because I think this is where we're going to get to support. While that's not a value, it is part of your mission. And I think you'll start to have a place to say, I'm not sure we have it here. So I asked Karina to send me some examples of some of those things that you're doing. So from your intervention ladder letters, so I think these are this came, I think, from a notice. This is my interpretation, so I'm sort of giving an example. This is not, something that I would say, oh yeah, this is definitely true. But the transparency, there's a clearly written letter notifying the school that it may be put on an intervention ladder. I thought that was super great, right? It's very transparent. This could happen to you. And this is signed by Patty. It's very clear. There seemed to be consistency because it's linked to the rule that requires consistency. And if it's linked to the rule, I would imagine every school that's getting this letter is going to get the same link in the same language. Another really important piece. I would say all findings are tied to the statute and the legal requirements. There is not a single thing that went outside. The letters that I got to see, or this one letter, there were many, many areas that were notified that the school was out of compliance or was not doing something. So this is a Naomi recommendation. Can you narrow things down to 3 areas of growth? And the reason I don't mind notifying them of everything, but in that notification, you're also saying you've got to fix everything. And in fixing everything, that's a lot to fix and maybe an impossible task. So how are you thinking through when a school is missing a whole lot of stuff? What is your thinking about how to move forward with that? And if you want to see the sample letter, I'm happy to share sort of the samples I'm actually pulling from, or I'm sure you've signed them and seen all of them.
So Naomi, I guess my concern is, especially when we're putting a school on an intervention ladder, ultimately, we might have to revoke that school. If
Yeah.
we don't list all of the areas of concern, then in future meetings, we did not identify that as a concern. So that's kind of off the table. Maybe I missed it.
Yeah.
Is this an actual letter that was sent out that you looked at?
I believe so. Yeah.
So I'm just kind of guessing what it might have been, because we haven't sent that many out.
I have it. I can give it. I've redacted it, but I'm not sure if it's public or not. So I didn't want to share.
Yeah. Oh, well, if we sent the letter out, it's public.
Okay. So I can share that so everyone can see what I'm talking about. And you have this open. So I'm gonna share the letter, and you can go into your documents to see what I was just sharing. And now I have to figure out, here we go, share this. Okay. So share, and then it has concerns, location of information. It's very transparent, but this is a school getting all of these things. And it's just a lot. But I hear you that what I hear you, like you're documenting. And is that the point that's the point of this, is just documenting. Then is it an intervention, or is this I'm documenting letter? Like, here you are.
It's a letter.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's the letter notifying the school that they may be placed on the intervention ladder at the upcoming meeting.
Okay.
So it's listing the concerns so the school knows what it needs to address when they come before us.
Okay. So that they know what they should address, you mean talk to you about?
Correct.
And so this is a letter of notification in my, like, in my world, in my terms, this would
Correct,
be a
yes,
notification
yes,
letter saying
yes.
you are notifying you. You don't actually have, we're not expecting you to approve or anything. What we're expecting you to is we're documenting. This is around transparency.
Right.
Perfect.
So,
Then I actually have
so-
no other thoughts. What about, and maybe not all of your values are going to show up in everything, right? But this certainly is the values of transparency and respect are clearly here in that you're saying exactly what you are looking at, and you're not going to go beyond this. So I'm assuming if the schools were to show up with this and you're saying, here's what we're doing, and now a year later or 2 years later, we're still gonna, they're still with special ed, compliance is missing. This is gonna be an issue.
So when they do come up before us, we use this as our guide for the discussion and for any documents that the school was able to provide to hopefully clear it up so that it's not an issue. It's like, okay, you provided enough information, we're moving on from that. If there are still some outstanding concerns and the commission determines that they will need to be on the intervention ladder, that would be a separate letter notifying them that they have been placed on the intervention ladder from the motion. Those areas of concern would be included in that motion, and the expectation for the school with a time frame as to when they need to respond, and that they would be on presumably our next meeting, depending on the magnitude of the concern. We may move it further to give the school more time to address the concerns.
Great. Anyone else have comments or thoughts about this letter, the way your values align? Does this align well with your values? Like, take a look at your value of that, sort of the other document I had shared a minute ago, and look at this letter. Is this showing exactly who you are as the PEC? Seeing head nod. Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Perfect. So then I'm going to look at, these are a few letters, I think. This is from your annual report that you completed your annual report, and you're going to be presented with this report at the PEC, and then it went through. So this was this weird one to me. Can someone explain to me how a school can possibly have negative growth? And how that, because that's not in the framework. So I know the academic framework, but negative growth is like I used to say that as a teacher, I was sucking the knowledge out of kids. Sometimes it felt that way. It's like,
It's out of
what
the
does this mean?
vistas.
So Naomi, this is using the old performance framework, not the new one. And we took information supplied by others at the PED and put it directly into the annual report. And some of them did say negative growth.
But what does that mean? And I would love someone who is not you or Bridget to answer what you PEC who sent a letter out to a school saying negative growth. What does that mean to you?
It means
Steve,
they've gotten
you
worse.
know this answer too, probably, but go ahead.
Means they've gotten worse. Where maybe they had 8% proficiency in math. Now there's been no growth, and they've gotten a lot worse. That's what it.
But, okay, proficiency, but that's just your percent proficient has decreased. Totally different thing.
No, I
If you
understand.
have a percent proficient of 20% in year 1, and in year 2, your percent proficient is now 15%, that's not growth. That means your percent proficient has declined by 5 percentage points. And I'm being very nitpicky because this is a very high stakes comment to make to a school. So if you went 20% proficient to 15% proficient, you lost 5 percentage points in the percent of students proficient. If you happen to increase your class size during that time by 100, you actually have more kids proficient, potentially, I can't do my math in my head that fast, but the percentage overall is decreased, but there's no negative growth. Growth to me is student-centered. Remember, your values is student-centered excellence. So what is negative growth on student-centered excellence?
So from what and I struggle with vistas for a lot of reasons. But if we look at a number of the charts that is provided in vistas, you will see that there are subgroups that are falling below the line. And I believe that's what PED is reporting out as negative growth.
That's how
Right.
I interpret it
We're
as
not-
well. So you might have,
Yeah.
I mean, I think where you're coming from, at least what I'm hearing you say, Naomi, is if someone's got 10% proficiency and now they're down to 5% proficiency, I mean, obviously there's no growth, there's a decline. But I think the term negative growth more refers to incorporating all of the subgroups together. So they could still be at that 10% proficiency, which is, of course, is horrible. But we could see a decline in many of the subgroups. I think is that also kind of?
I have no idea because you don't mention student subgroups in this letter. And it could be at 90% proficient. And from what I'm understanding, if they went down to 90 to 82%, it would have been a negative growth. Right? I don't know what their start is. I don't know if they're in danger because that's not here in this letter.
No, because it references the page of the annual report that that shows the growth chart.
Yeah, I think, Naomi, kind of what you're talking about, I think the semantics are wrong, you know. I mean, obviously, growth indicates progress, getting bigger, you know, whatever. And really, negative growth is an oxymoron, you know. So we probably just need to be more sensitive to the language.
Yes. And I think that's where I'm getting at, because if you've got analysis, if you're taking a report from CSD, and then your job is to really understand what you're doing. My second point is, and this is, let me see if I have another one.
Naomi, just let me,
Yeah.
I just pulled up a school. So I pulled up, it's broken down by, this is Vistas, which is copied from Vistas and put into the CSD annual report. And so this school overall has a -5 on the academic growth calculation. Their overall score was a -6 on, I'm just reading from here, on American Indian Subcommittee, subgroup, they have -32. On
But I think,
economically disadvantaged, they have -5. On students with disabilities, they have a -32.
I just-
So
but Julia,
Photo of one of the reports so she can see what the graph looks like.
I know it. I know, I know exactly what this is. What it is the percent proficient in those student groups declined from the previous year to this year.
this is academic growth calculation, so it's not proficiency, this is growth. I think it's fine to use the right terminology,
Yeah,
but
but this is, yeah.
the intent of the commission was to show that the school needs to focus, for example, on American Indian, economically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities. And that page of the report shows this graph, which shows that this subgroup is not being well served. And the commission, in addition, said, because it's confusing what Vistas is doing, and in high school, it's 11th grade, and I don't know how you compare one student's SAT scores to another student's SAT scores the next year, but there's an opportunity for them to show growth in any way.
So Julia, you're looking at Vistas and in here, we're looking at the annual reports.
Which copies a report from Vistas, so it's the same. They have copied and pasted a report from Vistas.
Yeah, I didn't think that our growth metrics was proficiency. I thought we were trying to get away from proficiency was the whole point of why we kind of switched to growth metrics in the first place.
And that's what that piece on page 7 of the annual report, that's what it's referencing is growth. So
It's copying and pasting that chart from
Right.
Vistas. That,
I just want to
and
make sure that you all are aware when you're making a determination about a school and you're using growth, that you all really understand what that measure is. And I mean, I'm happy you're going to the framework, because the framework is going to be, you get it, you know, you can look under that rock and you know exactly that formula, that what you went in to be used to calculate. And I think it's really important when you're making decisions that you understand why, and you're very confident that a school is either performing well or performing not well because you believe in the measures that are being used. That's really, I know you're getting the information, and I know that you're relying on CSD and you're relying on PED and Vistas. I also, the whole movement to the framework is really for you to fully own all of the pieces, so that when you're making a hard decision about a school, you can stand and say, yes, I know exactly how this formula was done. And I know that your students are either extremely high performing or extremely not.
and I totally hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
The challenge is with this notice, it is solely reliant on PED's vistas. That's what they, so that's, we're limited in terms of, because we're trying not to dig into, no, this is wrong and change it. So it becomes challenging when we have to roll that piece in. I mean, that's why we're hoping to rely more on the performance framework and not vistas. I mean, if a school chooses vistas because they're doing great, then fine. I've got no problem with that. Commissioner Brower?
Thank you, Chair. I think that, Naomi, what I'm taking away from this process that we just did over the last few minutes and raising up our naming areas of either regression or lack of negative growth, I think this also speaks to the tension between our 5 different values. Because we have, on one hand, we have respect or student-centered, but we also have that important value of equity and inclusion. And Julia, to your point, in naming some of the subgroups that have gone down, like we owe it to our schools and owe it to our students to ensure that we are naming that there is whatever name we want to use, it's still like something's happening with students who are American Indian or who are further away from opportunities in some other shape or form. And so I think this just shares I think this is a good example of, we have these values that there's going to be tension in, and we have to make decisions leaning into those tensions. And I think the biggest one that I think about, and many of our a few predecessors ago in the charter school division, I remember when we had the old school report card, there was the thought around no one could really understand the equations unless you had a PhD in statistics. And even with that, it's really hard. And the answer that I received as a constituent at the time, when I asked, we need to make sure that people can access that, let's make these numbers transparent so anyone can really understand it, whether it's a student, a teacher, an educator, a bureaucrat. And the answer was, we've given up transparency for accountability. And I couldn't square that up, and it was in a public meeting, so I wasn't going to push, because it's not my style. But I use that as an example of we have transparency as one of our goals, one of our values too. And so what I'm taking away from this, we're going to have tension in these values, which I think is productive. It's helpful. It's going to help us make good decisions. We have to lean into it, not drive ourselves to a brink every time in making decisions. But we also have that transparency piece, I think, is important. So if we do, when we do make decisions, I think, as you know, being on the other side of the coin, oftentimes with charter schools, this is really important for us to make sure that we can really clarify and be transparent with our decisions as well. So I'm not as worried about like the language to what you shared, Commissioner, of the semantics, but I think I'm taking away more of this. This is a tension part of like our values that are inherently going to help us make some decisions imperfectly, but anyhow, that's some of my thoughts at this stage.
Just to add a little bit to that in terms of how we're doing the record of performance. So the annual report has the letter that you just showed as a part of that annual report. And then that annual report is posted to the school, to the small section of the website with that school. So their contract is there. And then this annual report from CSD that was accepted and that annual letter. So those things can be seen immediately. And then I'll just give an example of something that I thought worked really well. We have a school that's data looks really tough. And that head administrator several times have brought in their short cycle assessments showing their growth and very effectively. And so that is an example where the PEC has said, we're concerned this number in Vistas does not look good. And the head administrator has come in and said, here's what we're doing. Here's the growth data we're bringing to you. And that head administrator can also do it by subgroup, because that head administrator is really looking at a very deep level at how they are addressing that issue. And that's been accepted by this commission. So that's at least an example from my viewpoint of how this should work. This looks terrible. I have a good answer. I'm showing it to you. It's clear and has been accepted by this commission.
And that's what you did on the performance framework for option 2 and option 3. I mean, when you're in high school and you're doing a Vista, that's an 11th grade SAT. That's one grade and it's one test. And so, I mean, I think that we're doing exactly what we want to do with equity and inclusion. And we're respecting the school for the quality of work that they do. And we're being transparent, because I have a really hard time, especially in the high schools, that the Vista report is one test or one grade. And so I think we've accomplished that. I think we've been very equitable to the schools by offering those options of option 2 and option 3.
So I think what I want to point out, that my last point on this, and Alan, you really, brought it to the forefront of like, this is, tensions, values and tensions, like that is where you are. And it's a great place to be. If I look at it, I just pulled up an annual report from some school that I just found. It's not the same one. So we're seeing this report. We're seeing how the school did. I don't really know, based on this, like as an outside, like what is this? What is the growth? It looks to me like it's just % growth for all students from 2021 to 2020, from 21 to from the 2 school years. The schools will get this report in March of 2022 or 2023 rather, with an expectation that they will have improved it by next annual report, which will be March 2025, right? So let's say 2024, they get it for 2025. The data is going to come from the 2023-2024 school year. You're notifying them in March for something that's already halfway through the school year. So it's a little, like, I'm just, from the school's perspective, they knew ahead of time but you're notifying them when, so on the one hand, you can say, as you knew, because you got these reports back in September. So this isn't a surprise to you. We're just documenting it. And we expect 1 year improvement out there nationally is really hard to do. So I just want you to think about, like, I love everything you're doing. I love that you're putting the pressure on, but the way the frameworks were created was we had 5 years and we expected fluctuations. And just like kids learning to read, sometimes you have this huge jump and then you level off and then you have another jump again 3 years later. And sometimes schools will experience things, and to see true turnaround and change is not as fast. And we're in this consumer society where we think that kids are going to grow and schools are going to change year over year over year. So part of the framework design was that you have 5 years to get yourself going. And I just want you to think about that as you write your letters. Even the federal government, when you get a priority school, you stay in priority status for 5 years, and then you get out and you don't identify new schools. So just think about your values of support, of student-centered, excellence, and just make sure that you're giving the schools that respect and time to do their work. That's the place where I ended up sort of, I won't say worrying, but just wondering and wanting to make sure that they are capable, like your expectations are reasonable.
So a couple things. I 100% acknowledge the lateness of these letters. It was because Vistas didn't come out until like November. So the anticipation is, and we kind of looked at this and say, yeah, we have to do these letters because the rule says we have to do these letters, but we're really not. We're just getting through this year. And the anticipation is that Vistas will come out earlier in the fall, and the annual reports will be done in a far more timely fashion than they were this year, because it was embarrassing to send a letter when they're planning graduation about, hey, you sucked this year or last year. So let's try to figure this out. So that's, I'm still in that hope and anticipation that we get it in a more timely fashion. This is a 5-year piece of their record of performance, so that this all does roll up, or decisions are made so that we can look at, yeah, maybe they dipped down 1 year, but look at what they did the next year. So that's, to me, why it's so important to have these and to be able to look at them, and also offer the opportunity for the schools to offer that narrative if they did disagree with something that's in there, so that this all rolls up to. It's also why, thank you for saying it's tough to see improvement over a short time. That's why I don't support short-term contracts, because you're not going to see the growth that you need. I'm looking to my
Patty,
right.
there's a session that I
Your
want you to
love.
attend at A Game that's about that, because so many authorized are
Okay.
going to short term. So please go to that and put, yes.
Yeah.
You know what, and because we saved the 5 years, and I just, because, Chair Gibson was looking right at me for that. And no, I don't think they get 5 years. The kids need it to be 3. The kids need it to be 2 now. That's another graduating class, can't read or write. They're destined for all steps for the rest of their life. And that's on us, because I believe we don't set the expectations high enough. And I don't think we approach things with the urgency that they need.
That being said, let's move on.
So, I mean, honestly, that brings to end what I was hoping to get to today, was just sort of really help you, walk you through a place where you would struggle with your values a little, and look at them in some of the work that you're doing. I think in particular, it gets to me was the student-centered piece, the student-centered excellence, and then the equity and, you know, it was good to hear you say you're talking about student groups when you talked about growth. That wasn't evident in the letters, that you were actually referring to student growth, you know, student population. And I'm still unsure and how the growth metric is being derived. And I want to make sure that that's a student-centered growth model and not a percent proficient year over year model. Because I've never seen negative growth before in student-centered growth models. So I don't know what that actually is,
I
but I'm
envision
not.
people having their brain cells ripped out, you know, it's like, yeah, I understand it. It doesn't make any sense. But a lot of this doesn't make any sense. So I really, I appreciate this conversation. This isn't the conversation that we thought we were going to have.
Okay.
So I think that's, so we thought you were looking at our new application and a couple of our other processes and see, you know, that little exercise that you gave us, take a look at this. I thought you were especially looking at our new application and seeing if our values align, thank you, align with new application and other process, I guess renewal application. So I thought that's what I thought you were doing.
So I was given these documents to review for today. So
And when, yeah, and my understanding was the documents that you were going to be given was the new application and like the renewal application in particular to see if our processes aligned with our mission and value. But it might be, I'm just trying to think quickly. It might be worth a work session in the future for us to do that with those and maybe bring you back to, you know, as we've worked through that process a little bit.
yeah, if you'd like, I mean, that's something for yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, this wasn't what you were thinking.
That's
but,
okay. That's okay.
It's very
It was a
good.
good discussion. It was. It just took me a while to get my mind
get
into it.
around it. Yeah.
Well, in the end, you know, even this next month or whatever, it makes us all think about all the different things we ask of other people, forms and everything else. Is this aligning? Or is this really disrespectful to put something in a certain light or whatever it might be? So, no, this has been very helpful, Naomi.
Thank you, Steve. I mean, to me, this is the most urgent, right? This is the place where everything, you can go over your own like new school applications. I think like this is, so the tool that I gave you,
Right.
I thought would be really helpful for you to look at too, or at, you know, at your own pieces. I mean, I think the application was created by CSD, right? Like, so I wanted to go, I mean, part of this is a good thing to look at the PEC and where you're able to control all elements of this, you know, and that was the, you know, so, but anyway, these were the documents I was given to review.
No, I
That's-
appreciate it.
yeah,
I
yeah.
appreciate it.
So, yeah. I don't know.
We'll see you soon.
Right. Thanks, Naomi.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy. See some of you in a couple weeks.
Thanks.
Bye.
We're going to A
Oh,
game.
yeah, that thing. I'm not going.
So I have to agree with what she said. I look
Gotta
at, growth.
speak in your mic and.
Okay. I have to agree with what she said about understanding when we're holding somebody accountable to a system that we don't understand. And at least I don't. I have no clue how those assessments are made. And so it would be nice, maybe a thing to have somebody go over how those are. I know with the PSCOC, they have some, talking to the folks at PSFA, they have, when they come up with their number, when they assess a school, I talked to the deputy director and he says, yeah, we put this information in and nobody knows, doesn't really understand. Nobody knows. It comes out of the other end and it's like, to me, that's not transparent at all and very unsatisfying. I feel like it's, how many things could be wrong in that? And so for me, if we have a training session or something about how growth is assessed, proficiency seems pretty straightforward to me. But growth has so many parameters that you could use, and it's it's just difficult to like when you're looking at something and there's a whole bunch of information being dumped into a single place, all the unintended consequences that it could have from using a formula to analyze that data, and how that could be just completely off base and come up with negative growth. That to me is probably what's happening, is there's just a whole bunch of parameters that we're using, dumping them into one number, and that number comes out being negative. Well, it's like, are we dividing by zero somewhere or something? It's like, I don't know. Anyway, I would love to understand it better if there's any opportunities to do that.
It's actually, we have it penciled in for next month, a discussion on that, on growth. See, ask, and you get it.
So, and commissioners, this is exactly why we thought it was important to hire someone with real deep expertise in the assessments at PED and the statistics behind them. So we're lucky to have Dr. Faulkner on the team, and I do think that that is her role, is to help us understand, all of us really understand what data PED is collecting and reporting on. There is a new director in area who just started within the past couple weeks. And so I know they're doing a lot of work, and he's looking at things. And so I had asked the executive committee if we could postpone the discussion on growth to give that individual a little bit of time to acclimate into his position, because I think we will be relying on information that area is doing. And as the new leader of area, I think he'll probably have some valuable information that could be incorporated into what we share with you all.
I was going to say also concerning Naomi's kind of critique about the letter and how it would be pretty almost offensive when we just say you will do something by the next year. Maybe we can come up with a way of at least telling them we recognize the short time, but we need to see improvement, and we would like to see it as soon as possible, and somehow just make it not quite so blunt that we're expecting to see growth go from -32 to +6 in the next 6 months. That's just, she's right, that's never going to happen. So I think it may be a good critique of our letters back to schools.
Thanks. So item number 4, discussion of the performance framework, is lengthy, but I think we can get through the mission-specific goals discussion before a lunch break. So I think that's, so if you, I'm sorry, yes?
I was sitting quietly, and then I thought, because I was listening to what Stuart was saying, and while I understand and completely, yeah, I understand what you're saying and why everything else. I love the blunt. I love that you will do this, you'll do it by then. Because I just think sometimes we're just way too soft. Not just us, but Department of Ed in general in New Mexico. They need blunt, I think.
I'm going to say the rule on calendars was pretty damn blunt to me.
I don't necessarily agree with there, but that's, I hear what you're saying. And respectfully, yeah, right there.
If you look at item 4A, there is a chart of the mission-specific goals. So these are all the mission-specific goals that the schools that we just completed contract negotiations with. Oh, all schools, I'm sorry.
The distinction with the ones that were just renewed are highlighted in sort of a gold color.
Right.
It is, it's
Yeah.
4A in your materials, and again, it has all of the schools listed in column A. Their goals are listed in B. If they have two goals, the second goal is in E, and then we have at least one school with three goals. And we thought you might be interested in what the targets were for exceeding, meeting, not meeting, or falling far below in the example of 21st century, and with the alignment with the new performance framework, we don't use that same falling far below. We use do not meet, so that's why the acronym is exceeds, meets, working to meet, and does not meet for the second school on the list. And then we were asked to categorize the type of goals that each mission goal was. And so we came up with some categories that you see in column D. And there's tabs on this document so that the third tab sort of summarizes with a pie chart. If somebody could click on that third tab, the number of schools that have a particular category and depicted also visually. Bridget, did you want to add more?
I just had a couple of points. Part of how you have to make your decisions is that it can't be an abuse of discretion. So that means that the two schools similarly situated, you at least consider that they're similarly situated. If you later say, well, actually these are different for the following reasons, that's not an abuse of discretion. So on the annual report notices, we've tried to give you a chart of what you've said on other ones. And I've actually noticed you all thinking, well, this is different than that. And I know that part of that conversation has been there so that you can see that. This chart, one of the purposes of this chart for me is that same thing. And in fact, if you look at the second tab, which they've already done the SEL goals, because actually one of the schools being that you're going to negotiate with has an SEL goal coming up. I just think you should have a list of the categories of what's been done in the past when you're talking to that school, so you guys can make a decision about how you want to do that. I don't think you are at all obligated to follow exactly what the PEC has done in the past, but you should at least consider it. So this is an example of how this can be done. So I really appreciate them coming forward with that. I think they are also going to make it so that all of the different categories can be looked at, like this second page. We just asked for the SEL goal because that's coming up. On the conversation about the two mission-specific goals, and I don't know, Patty, if you want to talk about this, but the schools were asked to do one mission-specific goal. They could do a second goal, that one mission-specific goal for all their students. It could be assessed differently by grades, but they were asked to do one goal. They could do a second goal that could be a portion of that, and a couple schools took you up on that.
Because the commission wanted all students at the school to be covered under the mission goal. So if you think about like a K through 8 school, the kindergartners are not going to do what the eighth graders can do. So there may be different means of assessing accomplishment of the goal and even different measures. So that would be how it would be consistent across the grade levels, but different ways of looking at progress towards meeting the goals.
As an example, we've had STEM-focused schools. So that for like the K through 3, they may do some little group project that's evaluated. And then when they go to 4, 5, 6, they have to do a project for a science fair themselves. And then it goes on, so that it's still all encompassing under STEM, and they're all participating in some form of STEM-related activity through every grade, but you're not going to ask most kindergartners, you have to do a presentation. Some might do it, but it's acknowledging that schools have the flexibility to show how they're incorporating. And the instruction for kindergarten, first and second grade in terms of science is vastly different than when you get to the middle school levels. It's, when you're looking back at some of these old goals, you look at the old performance framework, we went from a system where mission goals were optional. So schools, it was only worth 10 points. So in the scheme of everything, for most schools, it wasn't worth it. I'm doing a lot of work, and what if I don't get those 10 points? Then I've kind of wasted my time. So that was, so we've got schools that are still in here, I believe, that are still under that.
That's right.
Yeah,
And the different, with the mission goals in the new performance framework is, remember that we are using the RBA framework when we're working with the schools. Now, I think, as always, we continue to improve in our process, but with the RBA framework, it's like, what did you do? How much did you do? And who's better off as a result of what you've done? And I don't know that we focused as much on that as we could have. I think this is actually Chair Gibson's reflection. And so she asked that we, again, have something at the conference to sort of refresh everyone on that framework and to have a mission goal discussion relative to that. So yeah, there will be a session at the conference to help us think through mission goals from that framework.
Hey, I got a quick favor to ask possibly, Karina. Could you put in another color the schools that are coming up for renewal this year? So I could take a deeper look at what because a lot of people repeat their mission goals and stuff like that. Then that would I could prep that a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the performance framework, we wanted to make sure that schools were serving their community, and that's the mission. And we were thought clear that there should only be one, and one school slipped by. So,
But there was I think it's just part of the conversations. I think, and maybe Missy can add in here too, I think that schools found it challenging to do one goal. And we got several requests, can't we do 2? And so, and at least one school wanted to do one thing, but they couldn't cover the whole school. So they had to throw that idea out and did another one. I still think what they chose was very aligned with their mission, but they had to do something else because I can't remember, there were certain grades that just didn't apply to. So they
SEL
couldn't.
I don't think they look, it's SEL.
Yeah, and this
Yeah.
had to do with, a specific native language way.
Yeah.
They picked an interesting other goal, but they couldn't do one and they had to actually change gears. So can there be 2? You allow other goals in addition to that mission specific goal. Let me just address the second one. at least 2 schools came forward and said, it's really hard for our students to meet this goal. It's super rigorous. It takes them all year. It's really hard. It is very, very, very rigorous. So when you have a rigorous goal, why are you holding us to these really high percentages? It's already hard to even finish. There are other goals that's taking a survey or something. So the school has to manage it, but they kind of weren't apples to apples to me. I don't know what to do about that, but I did think that was such an interesting point. You know, that it takes our kids all year to do this and 80% of them have to get an A, you know, the school felt like, I don't know, it's not quite right words, but that it was unfair to require both. Do you see what I'm saying?
What- Don't they set their parameters also? When they're saying their goal, then they can say 80%, and we negotiate with them about, well, that seems kind of lightweight, and at that point, they should say,
We did.
and we
did.
ignored them.
They did, and it was still a little bit of a struggle. I think with the third point there, required data from previous year, I think that helps. If a school could bring that forward to say, look, this is where, if we had this goal this year, this is where we would be. So that shows, because, you know, we've hardwired in the benchmarks in the growth section. To me, this is where a school has just about its only autonomy, is to take a look at this and say, this is our mission, and this is how we're going to show you how we're fulfilling that mission. And I want them to be able to show that they're doing the best they can with what they're doing. But it's tough because on the surface, one goal that a school may suggest for them that works well for them may look on the surface lightweight compared to another school that's saying our kids have to get a B on an assessment. But that's what they've chosen to show how they fulfill their mission. This is how this school feels they can best show it. And if they're working at it, that's to me, that's what I want to know. Are you fulfilling that mission?
And that's going to go to the training of the, in preparation for the renewal and the contract, is that we're expecting some kind of a data analysis when they bring that forward, so that we can make we're not stabbing in the dark.
Right.
That we have something to work from. Because I remember there was one school that we thought was like, it was so kind of lightweight. And they said, well, if based on what we did last year,
We wouldn't meet it.
yeah, we wouldn't meet it at all. So, but we don't know that, and so when we're negotiating these percentages, we don't want to be stabbing in the dark next year. We
And it
want-
is difficult if a school is proposing something brand new, then
Sure.
it's like, so you have to see how they could best show, because this is something brand new, and I don't want to stifle some innovation from a school, because
Right.
it's like, no, we want you to keep
Right,
same old, same old, same old.
right.
So, but if they can, to the best of their ability, show something.
Right. And
of
we have,
how- of
we
how
have
they
to
did it.
inherently understand the impact of each one of these categories, the exceeds, the meets, and does not meet. Because exceeds is doing an excellent job of above and beyond what your expectations would be. Meets is, as it says, it meets your expectation. So where the schools get dinged is does not meet. That's where they start to get dinged. So it's important for us to understand the impact of each one of those categories and what they really mean when we're negotiating this. Because that took me a little while this year to really get a handle on that. And so as CSD trains the schools for previous data and understanding that, we ourselves need to be trained in that as well.
Well, I hope it also refocuses the schools to some extent to truly take a look at their mission, because especially schools that have been around for a long time, they kind of start to drift away, sometimes into a different pattern, and they're really not focused as much on what they were set up to do. So hopefully it generates that conversation. And it's also, you know, as we've talked about, so many new leaders, so many new governance council members. So it's like, do you really know what your mission is? Do you know what you promised people in that community that you were going to do? So to me, a mission-specific goal, you walked into a school, you should be able to see it, feel it, and kids should be able to say, what's the school all about? You know, and they might not recite, you know, their mission like we're going to recite ours. But they should be able to tell you the purpose of this school as opposed to the school down the street. Plain and simple. This is what my school is about, and I know this, you know, and that's all we're asking from these goals.
Well, I did struggle with getting a feeling, reading some of the goals, that this is in some ways, some schools I thought took it and made their mission goals or were, they know they get dinged for it, so they make them specifically easy to achieve. And yes, it's, you know, those percentages should be, but some of the goals, to your, what you said about who's getting better for some of these goals. And some of them just felt like almost, and maybe I'm just not SEL oriented, but some of them seem just really vague and not very productive. And so do we have do we ever say to a school that seems vague and unproductive? Or do we just say that they have the autonomy to set their goals at whatever they want, and it should reflect their mission, but as long as they can make that case that it reflects their mission, it really isn't imperative on us to say that seems kind of weak. Because I think goals are really reflective of what you really want to achieve, and if they're incentivized to make them easy to achieve, then we've kind of lost the point of it, it seems to me.
Just real quickly. Yes, we've told schools that that's not something, but the guideline for this is they have to be using, well, if they're using something like an SEL, it has to be a nationally normed pool. You know, otherwise, there's a little more flexibility because it is the mission for the school. But we do have the authority to say, no, that's just not going to fly. Hopefully that gets flagged before they actually get right in front of us. That's what we're counting on CSD folks and Missy and Rachel this time around to say, you know, no, that's, you know, but if it's ultimately, if that school keeps saying that's what I'm going to do, they're going to be sitting in front of us. And they could be going back to the drawing board. That's certainly a possibility if we don't feel that it's, you know, it has any merit for showing what the true mission is. Yeah, yeah. Karina?
So I really think I agree with you, Commissioner Ingham, how important this is. And I think Commissioner Gibson articulated it well, that the mission-specific goals, and I don't know that we used to give them as much attention
Right.
as this commission is. So thank you for that, and thank you for bringing up the issue of rigor. And I actually think that there's more than one way of measuring the rigor. There is the target, 75 versus 90%, but then there's also what is being measured, right? And that's where I think the growth area for New Mexico, if you will, state authorized charter schools, us all, is to really help the schools think through how they are measuring how students are better off as a result of them going to this school and them being at a school with a particular mission, as you were saying, Commissioner Ingham. So I think that that's the area that I would love for us to dig in a little bit more about relative to rigor. Because some of the goals are how many kids took this or that, or did this or that. And I think that's kind of low bar, even if it's 90%.
And that's why Bridget just did a beautiful soft blue color on the schools that are coming up, that we can look at that and see where they're at now as a baseline for what they're going to come at us with, in November and December. And that's also why we made it such a point to have them go back and look at data previously, so that, again, we're not stabbing in the dark, that, we might perceive it as being a low bar, but it might be a high bar. And we might perceive it being a high bar, but it's really a low bar. One of the schools that we did the last time, they went exceeds blah, 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 C or better. 90, 100% C or better, 85%, C. Went, wait a minute, we're saying exceeds is a C? And so it changed mutually through our negotiation to a B, So B was a B or better. Exceeds was a B, or meets was a B or better. And then it dropped down to C for does not meet or fails. And so, but that was a stab. They don't have data. That's why it's critical that they have data.
I mean, I struggle, and it's my struggle, with schools whose missions have an assessment that's an ABC. To me, mission's different than a test that you take. It absolutely is. Because that's what we have the other part of the performance framework for. And that's what we're showing. And I want to see what the school's actually doing there, the climate that they're creating, and what they're doing and I know it's a challenge, and maybe that's something that in terms of support, we have to do in terms of, well, we keep asking folks, I want something that's more creative. I want something that's more innovative. And it's like, okay, you come up with something that's, so maybe because they've been, and this was the commission, when I first came on the commission said, mission goals, math and reading, plain and simple, plain and simple. And it's like, why? I don't understand it. But these are schools that for years, it's just math and reading. So it's a mindset change with the schools. And it's a different conversation. So maybe we have to take a look and offer support and offer workshops to say, hey, here's some ways of creating more innovative goals. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's schools all across the country that are doing something similar to your mission. So let's see what they're doing. I'm not asking them to, to reinvent something. I want them to be able to find something that adequately shows what their mission is. Missy?
Can that be a conference session?
It certainly can. Are we eating up all your conference time now?
No, no, I love it.
But I think
there's
that's
gonna be a
really,
really
you
good
know,
one.
Why, be asking them for something and we don't have even an example to offer them? So why not bring folks in and say,
Yeah, I think for
this
them
is-
to be able to understand what it is that you want to see is going to be extremely helpful. I mean, a lot of them this go round struggled with even, they kept focusing on their inputs. I'm like, no, outcomes, outcomes.
correct,
And so it's a big mind shift for them, and it has changed a lot. It hasn't changed in your time here, except for
Nope.
Commissioner Gibson's. It's changed a lot for these schools, and it's grown in what it is. And so,
yeah, from my recollection, because like Karina said, we talked about this. I think there was only one school that I recall actually answered the RBA questions in the worksheets, and we dismissed it and we didn't really focus on that. So I think if we can combine the two to focus the RBA in how to create a unique mission goal, I think that would be extraordinarily helpful.
So I completely agree. The RBA section was like copied and pasted into the narrative section of the goal and then not really discussed at all. And frankly, that box was really hard to expand so you could even read it all. So it was even technically hard. I wonder if and I wonder if CSD can do this in kind of preparing a different document on the RBA process that the school could kind of fill out. We could also ask them some questions for them to describe the rigor, because the couple of schools that felt like their goal was really rigorous, they were very articulate about it. And what is the level of effort? What's the student level of effort? Maybe there's certain questions. And Patty says this all the time. I don't want this to be cut and paste. I don't want it to be in a box. This is the goal that is outside of the box. So I don't want to lose that, but I do feel like, how does the commission and the negotiation team even know? So I think to require data from the previous year, it sounds like you want to do that and we should just require that. But on two, that assessing rigor and autonomy, I kind of feel like a standard set of questions that might go with that would be really helpful.
Yeah, but I get concerned if it's a requirement, because to Patty's point, that'll force people into what they've done, not what they want to do from an innovative standpoint. So I don't think it should be a requirement, but I think they should be doing some type of an analysis of what they believe, if it's new and unique, what they believe their outcome might be
Yeah, they
as,
have to
as
be
a
able to
roadmap.
Provide something that supports their projected targets, and if it is, because I'm concerned that, if we say it's required, then they're not going to try something new because they won't have it. And say, oh no, I can't do it because this is a brand new goal, so we don't have enough information. But if they can support, we just need supporting.
So, and I'm gonna get these questions right. On RBA, I believe, and I have it in somewhere in my notes in another binder. What did we do? How well did we do it? Who's better off?
Yeah.
Those three questions, right? That can drive so much.
Oh, my God.
Just those things. So we want to look at, we want to look at all the past stuff, going back to the previous academic year. But then what they do, what did we do? They can have, and I like, Julia, your idea of having something separate that deals with the RBA, so that what did we do? And all of these things, they can say, like, what's next, essentially. I mean, I wrote down earlier, when we were talking about contracts and how to best prepare, I don't know, I wrote down assess, learn, change, repeat. And so it's the same thing with the RBA. It's just a cycle. And they're gonna constantly be updating what they're doing based on whether they're pleased with their results from the previous years or not. But I like the idea of having that be a separate.
It feels like it needs to be in addition to the scoring sheet, because the scoring sheet drives you into 75, 80, you
Yeah.
know, it skips the RBA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that, I don't know if Missy has that comment, but Rachel had that comment to me. A lot of the schools want to talk about that, and there's not quite that opportunity. So maybe,
And we can add a tab to the existing template, and so that it's all in one place still.
yeah, I like,
Yeah.
I like that.
I'll work on it.
I mean, we did fail in not, because when we did the performance framework, RBA was that's what drove our conversations. And then, yeah, it was stuck in the worksheet there, and I don't think some schools even thought whether they needed to like really address it. And then when we did the contract negotiations, we skipped over it. We did not have a discussion with the schools about that. And so we have to do better at that. And we have to do better in helping schools understand what that is so they can have that good conversation with us when they come before us.
Okay. One thing that troubles me a little bit about this is, I know that we said something about board involvement, but it really feels like this is the school administration defining these goals and the mission goals, and that we need to, I think, really have some mechanism for assuring that the board, because it is the mission of that school, and if the board is just rubber stamping that mission statement, they're not engaged in it. And it feels like to me that really ought to there should be a meeting of the minds between the administration and the board as to what those goals are. And so we need to know that their board has thought about this, because I feel like really what happens is the boards aren't really, or some of them are, obviously, some of them are, but really and truly it's the nature of human beings. If you're not forced to consider it, it's easy to go, okay, that sounds good to me, and let it go. But I think if there's a mechanism for formalizing their engagement with that would be very helpful, and make me feel a lot better that the board's gonna have that kind of oversight. Because if they don't really understand what those goals are, then they're just gonna like ignore it.
Right. When Missy trains them with data, and at board meetings, you should be looking at data. That's one of the points that they should, so where are we with our mission goal?
There you go.
And I'm gonna say one quick thing. It shouldn't be the head administrator. It should be a conversation with the entire staff as to what is our mission goal, but I don't know whether that happens as well.
Yeah, and building on what Stuart was saying, and it's another thing to add to the conference. Taking those questions, what do we do? How well do we do it, and who's better off? Really on the board side, and even on including some staff side, what are we doing? How well are we doing it? Where they're constantly assessing, and who's better off. And they're doing this, and maybe boards can have this as a standing agenda item. Now, we can't tell them what to do, but it's,
She does.
she tells them what to do. But if it's a standing agenda item, they just, even if they don't have anything to say on it in this particular day, it's
It's an annual board calendar, which I have been flogging for years now. Like, you take your performance framework, what are you going to talk about each month of the year? And you could add RBA, you can add mission goal, but I don't have a mechanism to force them.
well, we shouldn't have to force them, and that's why, at the conference,
Get training hours.
They get
or
training hours, they
attending
do
a
all this.
Session that is specifically about this. Already
we
they're
can't force them
saying-
to do
We
anything.
can't force them to go to
But
that
what a great
session.
tool.
Yeah.
And because we have learned and we can demonstrate to them, these boards are doing this on a monthly basis and asking these questions of administration on a monthly basis. And look at this, they're knocking it out of the park. And so you can do this too, and it's not that time consuming, and it's really going to help inform staff and what they need to do. For God's sakes, be
You're on a board because you have some engagement in that.
one would
And,
hope.
well,
Yeah.
I know they get drug into it. I'm sure people get drug into it because they need people really bad. And my efforts are is to inform people, listen, find a charter school and see if they need help in their boards. Because really and truly, if you're engaged, that needs to be an opportunity for you to do. But for me, the board, they're there for a reason because they love that charter school. They shouldn't be. So the idea of it being productive to mention that at every meeting or go through that suggestion list of pick one a month or whatever is really incumbent on those boards to accept that kind of challenge. And I don't know, Missy, if they don't seem to be accepting that challenge, we got a problem. I think that's.
Well, they can do what the one school does and have a travel, they do it for the travel perks. Don't we have that one school that, the travel perks for the board?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, just that, maybe
We're
schools can.
going to go to Puerto Rico to explore service learning opportunities.
Well, I just wanted to go over what I think you're saying. So stay with one mission-specific goal with allowing varying levels within the goal. Is that kind of the consistent? So, but one mission goal with that. So keep what you did. CSD, I'm thinking, is creating a second tab under the mission-specific.
I think that what we could do, because it's an Excel spreadsheet type thing, you can just sort it so that all the SELs are next to each other.
I'm
But
talking about a different thing, the document that the schools fill out on the mission-specific goal assessment tool. I think Missy just suggested doing a second tab where the school would identify their RBA answers. They would identify why they think the goal is rigorous and why they are supporting
So there's a narrative section.
a narrative
the-
section, but what Missy's point was on the mission-specific template that you would add another page, and it sounds like the commissioners are supportive of that. And then you could see if you can at least ask for rigor. Then I'm thinking, and Tim, I'm looking at you, that provide data from the previous year if it's a new or a changed goal, but only if it's available, so we don't stifle that creativity. So if they have it, to provide it, and that there's a conference on that.
Wait, there's a conference on.
A conference session on the mission-specific goal and the RBA.
There is already in the works, but I don't understand how that relates to Tim's comment about last year's. I thought it was like.
It relates, well, or it relates to the
part
creation
that
of
is part
missions.
of the conferences,
Well-
they're reflecting on the existing goals they have in.
No, on the mission-specific goal creation.
Right, but Tim's comment was,
I'm
what-
on to a fourth point. First point, there's going to be one mission-specific goal with various levels allowed within the goal. Point number two, CSD is going to create a second tab in the mission-specific template with a narrative on the RBA and the rigor and why they did what they did for the commissioners to look at and focus on. Point number three, they should provide data from a previous year to assess a new or changed goal if it's available. Point number four,
okay, so let's pause on that one. That's the one that I'm wondering exactly how you're thinking about that, Commissioner Beck. Like, are you saying that in the renewal application, they should have a reflection on the mission goal that they currently have, if they have one, and that should inform what their goal is moving forward?
Not in the renewal.
No.
Because we're talking about the cohort that's up for renewal and setting new goals. So, why don't
No,
you
my
articulate
point
it?
was if they are setting a goal that they have previously had data on, we'd like to see that data. That's it.
Oh, I see. So like baseline data, if they
Yeah,
have,
yeah.
got it.
Yeah, yeah. And if it's there, because we don't want to inhibit their ability to do something new, unique, and creative. But if they're doing something new, unique, and creative, they should have some kind of a backup support as to how they view what they believe is exceeding that mission-specific goal, how they would meet that, and those two. Yeah,
And bring that information to the negotiation
Yeah,
session
yeah.
for the contracting
Yeah.
documents, not
Right.
the renewal stage.
Right.
Point number 4, there will be a conference session. There is a conference session on mission creation goals and the RBA. Okay.
Just one more thing for your conference. I think you should have two schools have musical performances. One be like a jazz combo, and the other can be something classical. There's so many schools with so much musical talent. We should feature them.
We are asking schools if they want to do some student showcase there and performances.
Poetry jam.
That sounds really great. NMSA has such a great jazz combo, you know? Anyway.
Patty, Julia, there was that one, I don't know if it was item number 2 or 3, but you were saying that a extra sheet was going to be, what is that sheet?
So the schools, the consultants created a template for every school to use that's the same for their mission specific goal. So every school filled out that template. Missy's point is to add another tab to that form and have a narrative about the RBA. Because what happened is that the conversation on the RBA got lost because it wasn't really highlighted very well in the template. So it's just a template improvement. So the commissioners, because in the negotiations, one of the documents the commissioner spent a long time on was that template. It's just improving the template to improve the conversation.
All right, understand, thank you.
We're just say 115.
A number of these things will go.
Good luck. Yeah. That's what I'll do if you fall asleep. I'll crush the pan. Didn't Lucy warn you? telling my dad, you don't use a clean walker. No, you don't need it. You keep falling, and you're gonna injure something else. And then yours is more dangerous. And he refused. And now he can't walk without one. So, you know, but he went to bed. He ended up having to be in a nursing home for almost a year. And he could have easily, you know, died then. Really? Yeah. We are.
Oh, adrenaline kicks in and, you know, yeah. Oh, okay. We are on to item 4B, performance framework, technical changes. So, as we have said, during the course of the negotiations, scrolling on the wrong thing. We're on, no, 4, the performance framework. So it's 4B. So we discovered a number of issues that came up during the contract negotiations and looking at the reporting templates and the performance framework subcommittee met Thursday? Was that Thursday or was it Friday? It was Friday. It was Friday. So we met Friday afternoon. Naomi and Jody were there. I was there. Becca was there. Tim and Steve were there to take a look at the performance framework. And after a very, 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 very long discussion, it was, I think, very thoughtfully decided that significant changes should not be made to this document at this moment in time. That meeting wasn't intended to open up the whole document again and let's make changes. So the agreement was that there would be technical changes made to the document. There was, and so I'll show you, if you go to page 10, I think that's where our first change is.
You want me to share it?
Where is that? Why isn't? That's not what I'm seeing now.
Okay. Right.
Oh, there, yeah. So if you look on 1A3, the school must negotiate a performance scale that is comparable to option 1. If you look at that section there that's in red, 1A3, in the box, there's a section that starts, the school must negotiate performance scale that is comparable to option 1 and based on 100 points. And then you see the exceeds, meets, workings to meet. There was a mathematical calculate. It was mathematically not correct. So the change is there. We had hardwired in the percentages to the performance framework to start with. But when they were looking at the reporting templates, the percentages were not correct. So this was the recommendation from Jody and Naomi that it should be 75.1 and so on. Not right. Not the box above. Correct. Okay? It wasn't controversial. That was an easy fix, you know? So it's like, we trust the experts on that one. You know, it's like you say that it's not gonna work, then fine, we will do that. The next change is on page 11. And if you look at the strikeouts of the exceeds, meets, workings to meet, if you look below, and I don't know why it strikes out, but there should not be hardwired percentages. The schools can negotiate that. So we're still keeping the exceeds, the meets, the workings to meets, but that's something that will be negotiated, not that's hardwired in with those percentages. Right, yeah,
B3,
1B3,
not 1A3.
correct.
Yes.
And just to be clear, also, in 1B2, we're keeping growth and just growth. And the same thing if you go to, what page is it? Page 13? Option 3 there. Participation assessments used. That's something that school can negotiate. It's not hardwired in. And also on that same, if you look on page 14, if you look in the, it's purpley, option 2, the suggestion that we accepted was that the participation rates will be based on a quarterly, a trimester, and semester. They're counting because these are schools whose enrollment fluctuates tremendously. So doing a beginning of the year and the end of the year is going to hurt them. But if they have that trimester, that mid-year, that's going to hopefully help them out in being able to report on that. And on the bottom in the footnote, it was also changed to the trimester and semester.
So they have to do the exceeds, meets, working to meet, or does not meet, but it's a shorter period of time?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. There's 3 touch points that they can use. And in 3A2, the language change is that governing board training has to take place based on what the law is, plain and simple. That's it. 2.5 hours to get to that. It was, but, you know, like I said, the intention was not to open up Pandora's box, and the meeting started like, oh my gosh, we're going to be reinventing the wheel here again, and that was never the intention. It was just to get some clarity. There were some concerns that were raised, and it was really more that percentages to make sure that schools are going to be able to meet them. Oh, I'm sorry. Does 19 start the,
Move to the
that's, yeah, that all moved to the top for the mission goals. Correct. Yeah, it's moved.
The one thing I'll say about that is that when a school that hasn't negotiated yet, they need to make a choice, and that's what they're going to let us know. once a school has made the choice, it's just a list. I chose A1. We did not have a condition and we have one mission specific goal. So it's just a list. That they're all assessed in different places. The mission specific template, the templates for option 2 or a whole nother thing for option 3. So it's just a list at the end of the day. So the contracts that you're going to look at tomorrow, it's just here's what we did. This whole conversation or the documents or the pages at the bottom can be deleted because I think that ESD is going to help the schools more because it was super complicated. We tried to give them some templates to use and no school the first time came out with the right information. So I think that the template wasn't the solution. So those bottom pages will be replaced with a better system.
Starting on page 21, where the headings are complete if the school, those are not going to be included in this because
They can be supported
outside of this. 21, where it says complete if the school has selected 1A2, 1B2. Those, they're going to be supported and be able to do it, but it's not being included in this document.
So one of the things, so you guys know that we discussed at length was adding the word "or not proficient" with growth.
So we didn't.
No, that we didn't include proficient, and that was probably easily 40 minutes, that alone. But the,
Thank you very much for that.
well, that wasn't me, actually. It was partially me. One of the things that is going to come up tomorrow, and I'm sorry that Commissioner Burt won't be here to make her case. She sent me a picture of,
It's not coming up tomorrow.
it's not?
No, because it's not in here. We
Oh, all
didn't
right.
put it in.
She sent me a picture of the beach she's looking out on.
So that's not part,
Yes, today's her birthday. Yeah.
we didn't take that suggestion.
Well, that's one of the more challenging things is those kids that are always above like the 85, 90 percentile and the growth measure. How do you deal with that? That was a long discussion and it was valuable.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's not something that we
Right.
may look at, but it's not, because we didn't include it.
Right.
So it's not part of this. That was another 45 minutes of that time. By eliminating the complete if, yes. Yes,
It won't eliminate the need for the schools to have that support. It's just,
does it need to be here?
well, it wasn't helpful to have it here. It didn't result in enough. It didn't result in enough support.
Oh, yeah. We're continuing to do deep dives into it. We are. And it's, and honestly, sometimes for me, it's like remembering, did we leave this in or did we take it out? Because we've made those changes. So it's like, didn't we take that out? And so it's challenging. I'll be happy when we're as complete as we can be. And I think that's mostly now. But then when we see the results from this year, we'll probably find some other hiccups, but once again, hopefully they're easy changes. And it's not something that, I don't anticipate it's going to be something that throws the whole thing out and says, this isn't working. But we have to, especially, I think, especially as we get more schools doing option 3. The schools that are doing option 2, I don't anticipate too many things coming up out of option 2, but out of option 3, navigating through that, we may see things that, and I do really,
It's real complex.
I do think that it would be to our schools' benefits to have a working definition of what re-engagement schools are. Our view of what a re-engagement school is. No, it's just for us. We can do it all on our own because it's for our own accountability system. It doesn't affect anything that, the school can't go to PED and say, well, I'm a re-engagement school, so on Vistas, you have to, that's, two separate entities in that case.
On option 2, when someone brings up a new indicator, so they say, I want to use AccuPlacer. There's 2 key points. One is, how do you show 1 year's growth? And they need to, so AccuPlacer's been decided right now, the next school that uses AccuPlacer will need to use that definition because it was determined and negotiated and fixed this year. So as more templates are there, those schools are going to say, oh, I use this and I see you have a template. Any new school with a new idea is going to need to answer that question with Naomi and Jody. What is 1 year's growth? And that information as to what report you're going to use that shows 1 year's growth is put into the performance framework, and then they have to use the template. So every school, there's many that are using NWEA, they all have the same language. We're going to use this report that shows 1 year's growth. And they had a really interesting conversation with Jody about how to do that. And it matters because you can do it several different ways. And they said, no, we're going to use this one this way. And then all those schools will be consistent.
And now it's transparent to the schools exactly how they're going to be evaluated on this, because we have the templates, now. So that's going to make it a lot easier for, these poor schools that were the alpha schools. It was a struggle, no doubt. But once we move forward on it, they were going to have those templates and they're going to know in advance what it's going to look like for their evaluation on growth. They're going to know it.
Yeah, we can get started on Illuminate and sounds like somebody has the list of other assessments handy, but absolutely. But I would say the thing I cannot guarantee is that there's an urgency to get it done in quite the same pace that the other ones were, because I know that Jody is still working through the things that she's working through. January.
I think it would be helpful at some point after renewal, as schools are thinking about it, if they could see that template as they're getting ready, it would be helpful for them.
Yeah, and maybe it doesn't even need to take between now and January, but I think.
Yeah, but there is no rush.
Right.
It's just, I think it would be helpful in the pre-planning for that and helpful for the schools to
Sure.
see,
Yeah, and so please
No, no.
remind me where you landed, Patty, on the language that said, because Jody was strongly suggesting that we include, and Naomi also suggested we include some language that says, here's the template, but there may be technical changes that need to be made to it. And for various reasons, like one, once you plug in the numbers, you realize there's an error in the formula. Or B, as Naomi articulated this morning, maybe the testing company from year to year changes something in the way that they produce the data. So at one point, there was some suggested language that was inserted, and
I thought the business rules allowed for that. So that if the testing company changed their parameters for calculating growth, it could affect the report. And so there was a concern that I didn't think this tied the schools to that formula if the formula changed. I thought the business rules allowed that flexibility, that we did not have to, we would not need an amendment to a contract because of that.
well, since the templates are included as part of the contract packet, and the exact template that might need a technical edit might happen later, that there was a little blurb that Jody included, and I don't know where we landed.
So the business rules and the templates live on the PEC website. They are not attached to the contract. So the exact template and the exact business rules are not attached to each contract.
But you wanted the governing board members and the schools to vote on a particular template. So when it needs a technical change, what happens?
So let me show you. So, Missy, if you'll open up 5A, the contract red line, they had to vote on, it's on page 5. This is the business rules, that it shows that it is posted to the PEC website, and they needed to know that what document was posted to the PEC website so that they acknowledge that the business rules were there. So if something changes in the business rules, it will follow the same process that we're using right now, because we're looking at the business rules as the next document. We're going to look at next, the school can provide input. So we hit upon an issue that is tricky, because we're telling the schools you have to use the specific type of tool and it might change. And the schools don't want any massive substantive thing to change. So it's presently posted here on the PEC website, which is why it needed to be posted there. Because you can't ask someone to adopt a contract with a reference that doesn't exist. So it existed, which is when we got it posted. I think that if a school came in front of the PEC and said, we think that this needs to be an amendment, then you would have to listen to that. I think that this is a tension between them. So, and this says scored using a reporting template for that assessment, which is at that link. So at the moment, I think it's fine. I think we can say potentially as may be amended. The concern that the schools have is, are you going to throw the whole thing out? And is that the kind of amendment? And that's not what's intended here. I don't think anyone is objecting to technical changes, but if a massive substantive change, there's so much that's substantive in those business rules. So where we are, and I think that, I can't remember which commissioner was telling them, but our process requires 2 months to fix any of these documents, so the schools are going to have input. I'm comfortable with it right now. It says where it's posted. You're going to use a process to change it.
You know, I told Naomi that it wasn't attached to the contract. Right. So that I didn't think it needed a change, but I will express a concern that I guess I'm a little concerned about next year. And how and when will we know that the reporting template may have to change because the assessment company made some changes? That concerns me. I don't want to be in the same spot again, telling schools, it's being worked on, it's being worked on. We don't know when it's going to get done. That, and I'm not the math person.
No, but we have two math people. We have Jody, and so the other thing that took a little time that I thought was worthwhile was to have Dr. Faulkner working with Dr. Ernst, the two mathematicians, working on your behalf to really understand what those templates and the formulas and the kinks and what needed to happen to create solid tools. They, I think, should continue throughout the rest of this fiscal year, and maybe the finance committee or the commission would like to entertain a contract again next year with Jody, if we're going to ask her to do a couple more so that they could work together. And I think, you know, we set a timeline for testing out prior to when the schools have to submit, just so that we, I don't know, maybe we're looking at beginning of the year and middle of the year results to test out to make sure they're working. But yeah, I think that's how let the mathematicians be the ones to figure out. And there's only one school that like really stepped into that space and was really digging into the details of it to understand it, of the whole group.
But-
So,
Yeah, I get that, but it shouldn't, and I appreciate the fact that they dug into it, but there were countless number of changes, little tweaks that took place on those reporting templates. They're always, no, they found another. We have to land at a time when the work is over. That we have to be able to say to schools that as of here, there's not going to be any more tweaks to this for this year. This is the template that's going to be used. Because I can't imagine that there's that massive an error that's on it at that point in time. Because we can't, you know, we can't keep telling schools, it's going to be ready, it's going to be ready, it's going to be ready. Oops, it's not ready. They found another error. That we have to have a time when we're done with this for this year, so that schools are clear when they're coming into contract negotiations. This is the template I'm using. And if there's any, and it has to, when do we communicate to schools that are already reporting that there's perhaps a change? You know, that's the pacing that worries me.
Well, the rule already says July 1, that's the cutoff. So where we are right now on the 5 templates, I think Jody has finished them, but I do not think they have been posted to the PEC website. So I'm assuming that's going to happen soon because they're finished. So the correct ones have been switched out from when Jody fixed them last week?
Yes, they are.
Perfect. So they're there. There's nothing, now would be the time, which is all the documents we're looking at right now. We're making changes for July 1. So that is fixed in time, July 1. Now, you're raising a point that says, what if an assessment company changes something in September, you have a process that you could do it then. And it's that same 2-month process.
Right.
So I think it is set in stone for July 1. So the documents that CSD just confirmed are posted are there. That's it. Until there would be an unusual and an emergency setting. And just like in the spring of next year, those could be part of the documents that could be reviewed. So I think it follows the same cycle. You have an ability in an unusual situation to address something that is unusual. You have that ability if emergency legislation is put in place,
Right.
you know, so, but that's an exception rather than the rule. So the 5 that are posted are done. They're finished. That's what's going to be used.
And I want for the schools, I think for the schools that are renewing, that are using something different, we have to create an end date for the work and say they have to be done by this time. And we really need them by January next year if there's anything new, because we've got the 2 separate groups of schools for negotiations. So it's going to be spread out for a while. So we need that. We can't, you know, I think that's the devil in the details with a mathematician, that they're going to constantly find some little, you know, nuance. And we have to make sure that we're saying you know, we need this, work stops after this point in time. Okay. Yep. So we are now on to 4C. Now on to the business rules. And these are absolutely all technical changes. There was an addition to the numerator that the number, there was a change. Number of students who score at or above grade level in winter reading plus. Further down, it's number of students who score at or above, and the number of students who score at or above grade level in winter in math. There was the discussion Thursday, and I'm trying, originally they used mode. Is that what they used?
They didn't have anything.
They didn't have anything.
Yeah, and then I had to understand what
Right.
median is, which is the middle of the road.
Right, yeah. So there is the addition of the word median.
As compared to the
Same thing
word
with-
mean.
And that follows through all the way through with all of the exceeds, meets, workings to meet. In option 3 on page 8, there is, I guess that's an addition. The enumerate, option 3, enumerator number of students, denominator number of students. Oh, because we added the trimester. So that was the change there, because we added the opportunity for the 3 touch points. I think that might be it. That's it. Bridget?
Thank you. Chair Gibson, I'm actually a little confused on the wording of the additions in option 3.
Okay, which one?
Number of students in Q1 count who are in Q2 count, number of is it just that there should be commas in there? Okay.
Yeah,
Is that what that is? Okay.
thanks for picking that up. Yeah. All right. Okay. So that we are now on to 5A contract red line.
So the same thing, is there were, some technical changes. The first one is just that we do a cover sheet that then it becomes a hyperlink to each of the things that the school has. The change on page 3 was because the contract doesn't mail anything out. We only do email. So it was confusing to some of the schools about why we were talking about 3 calendar days. So we took that out. The change on page 5 is what we just discussed, which is the document is the monitoring tools. And I'll show you the business rules are referenced in the performance framework. But those live outside on the PEC website, and they are scored according to that. And as long as the correct document is up there at that time, the school is agreeing to use that template. And the footnote on page 5 references the business rules there, but again, gives the link to it being outside of this document. So I think several of the schools weren't really following that there also were business rules. So making sure that that was referenced in here. But again, it's a technical change. I'm trying to see. We decided that what on page 9, the manner of instruction is, there was a confusion between the word remote, which is where the student is sitting, versus virtual, which could be, you can be sitting at school and doing virtual instruction. So we've used the word remote all the way through, although I feel like the schools we were able to have good conversations around that. On page 12, we just added a sentence about tribal consultation. Because they check an option here, but they may get a different designation in a different year. So we've kind of said, this is what your designation is now, but if it changes, and again, gave them a website, which is the PED website for the designations. Most schools that had a designation were very well aware of that. So I was pleased with that they knew what they knew what they were required to do. On page 15, we wanted to make it clear, this was a suggestion from Naomi, that we wanted really express permission to access the data needed from a vendor and for the performance framework and the annual report as needed. So I think that language is sufficient. I'm not sure the next one is actually changed. I don't know why it's redlined. Minor changes, and then that's it. So everything in the contract that was changed, in my view, was clarification. None of it was substantive, but they were good clarifications by the schools, in particular to kind of help them understand all of the various pieces and how the contract reflect that more specifically. Questions on the contract changes? So let me just, and I have in my mind, and I mentioned it earlier today, to have the PEC website on contract negotiations have a graphic about what shows up. So the contract only has has two attachments. One is the performance framework and the Board of Finance designation. That's it. Only two things. That creates the contract. There are several monitoring tools that we've also talked about today. The mission-specific template that we talked about, adding more about the RBA and the an additional page to that. If they choose option 2 or 3, they have required templates that are on the PEC website. And then the performance framework has business rules. So I think we can show them how that happens. But the contract and the performance framework is kind of just the end result. It says we've chosen option 2, or we've chosen option 3. That leads them to additional documents. I want to say that I found it easy to populate the contract. Once we got the information, everything's all in that section 3. And after tons of work to get the templates and everything, so after a lot of work, it then was easy because you just say option 2 NWEA or option 2 AccuPlacer. So I believe in future years when all of the templates and things are ready, it's going to be clear. And this group of schools struggled because the templates were, to go back to AccuPlacer, you know, you had to figure out how to do that.
Thank you. Julia, could you make just sort of a rough and ready hand drawing of what kind of graphic you have in mind so that I can look at it and see how we would put that together?
Also I've done a mock-up of, you guys already made some good clarifying changes on the performance framework page.
On the performance framework page, but I don't think we've touched contract yet.
Yeah, but I also have some more suggested revisions. I'll send that to you as well.
Okay. One more question, Chair Gibson. I know Julia is making the changes in the contract template, has a clean version, but there's only the marked up version of the performance framework and the business rules. Is Charter Schools Division the one who's going to clean that all up and get it into a clean copy?
I'm guessing so, because I thought that's what Naomi did. But that's obviously not what I thought what she was providing for us for this meeting, was just the actual track changes, and that could have been easier to clean up than all the noise that went with it. And that's not what we obviously got. So
What I think I'll do is I will download Naomi's track changes with comments, and in Word, accept all the changes, and then look at the clean copy against this. But we're not going to have it up on the website by Monday. I think it's going to need a few sets of eyes to make sure that we catch
It's
everything.
not going to be voted on. It has another
Right.
month of review.
Okay.
right.
So it needs to be in the PEC working session folder next month.
Oh, easily, yeah.
Yeah.
And it'll be voted on in May. We're following the same process on all of these things.
So the next item is 5B, Organizational Performance Framework, List of Annual Compliance Requirements, Indicator 3C, and the Assurance Document, which is a lot. 5B? Oh, I see, yeah, it does. There's 3B compliance. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Right.
Five B one is the compliance list for 24-25. It has not changed significantly. The only changes are the due dates. If they were listed as a due date in 23-24, it got updated to 24-25. And then the very last item on the list, which is in row 38, added the governing board meetings, webcasting, and archiving to align with the Senate Bill 137 for this legislative session that was just passed and will begin effective July 2024. And that's a link to the, actually, it's not Senate Bill, it's not 2023, it's 2024. But it begins effective July, and there's a link to that Senate bill. It hasn't yet been published in statute yet.
Right.
So that's what's there. So that just needs to be edited so it says 2024, which I can do right now.
CSD has also done another document of two other, fully outlining Senate Bill 137. That also changed governing council requirements. That lives outside of this document because it's a separate indicator, and we've already changed that to say comply with law. So I don't think you need to add that, but there are changes to the governing board requirements.
Right, we're talking about that in item 8, I thought, because there's a whole, we grouped together all the legislative and rule changes.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that there's two other rules which you either can or you don't have to add them to this compliance indicator, but you can. There's the calendaring for the calendar rule, and there's the accreditation.
Right, we're talking about that in item 8, and I,
And
on
I'm
purpose, did not add it because there's other ways, and the document I created to talk about it in item 8 talks about the other ways that that's being monitored. So if we added it to this, it would, I feel, be a duplication of effort. And we could make this list 2,000 items long, right? We've had that discussion before, and if you've gone to some sessions, Jim, who works with Naomi, has talked about this. The list of things that schools have to be compliant with goes on and on and on. And so we purposely left out anything that was tied to another indicator or that there are enough checks and balances in place to monitor that. For example, the calendar item is tied to a school's budget. It would, I think, not be something charter schools division gets involved in, nor PEC, like that's something school budget monitors.
The only thing I want to say is nothing on this list, this compliance list, is anything that PEC has anything to do with. So you may choose or not choose to do it, and Karina's suggesting not to. I just think that in a review of this document, which we're doing right now, you should look globally at what changes were made, and there were 3 major changes. one has been added in part here to the governance, makes sense to not add it to the other. The calendar rule and the accreditation, you can or you can do it or not do it. I just think it's relevant to this conversation now. What do you want on this list?
Well, my preference is to keep anything associated with accreditation out at this point in time. Because I think there's outside forces that are going to be doing some things so that it's not, I don't think at this point in time. I have a question about 6.10.5. Establishes criteria for length of school day and year, instructional hours, and professional work hours.
So we're moving to item 8, because I wanted somebody from policy
No,
to come join us.
on this form that I'm looking at now. It says 6.10.5 NMAC. It's
That's the school calendar rule.
right.
And what is the question?
Well, it just seems vague. Establishes criteria for length of school day and year. I don't even know what that means.
Okay, all right, so if we could flash up what you're looking at, Patty, that would be helpful.
I'm
So-
looking at, I think it's 5, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at 5B.2, new rules in 2024 legislation.
Okay, great. So this was the compilation of new legislation and rules. And what this has is the Senate Bill 137, which we just talked about, and the synopsis of that is that, and the implications are listed there. So there was something on the 610.5 NMAC. This is the instructional time requirements, and I linked frequently asked questions from the PED. And what this new rule does is it establishes the criteria for the length of school day, year, instructional hours, and professional work hours for establishing the annual school calendar, right? So again, as part of the school budget process, schools have to turn in their calendar and they have to assure that they meet the requirements in terms of number of hours and instructional days. And it is causing a lot of heartburn for schools because that has been difficult for them to do. So I just wrote what the implications are. Again, School Budget Bureau collects those calendars and would monitor for that. There is a waiver process, and if you have questions about the waiver process, I would want somebody from policy to come. So I just asked her if she would come join in case there's any questions commissioners have. And so what was your question?
Well, I think I'm fine. I don't think anything about the calendar or the accreditation should be in at this point in time. If a school is out of compliance with their calendar, school budget takes care of it. If it is a significant issue, they'll contact us, plain and simple, and say the school is out of compliance, and then we'll deal with it. But otherwise, we don't have any input into the waiver. We don't have any input into the calendar. We don't have within our purview to waive anything for the schools in terms of the calendar. That's a PED prerogative. So I think we just keep it completely out.
So
of it all.
there is a waiver process and some language that talks about part of a school's calendar or model being, I'm not even going to be articulate about this, but I did ask Elani from school policy to come join us so she can speak to the waiver because she's tracking it most closely. And so if you would allow, I think that maybe she could provide from policy's perspective, or Greg, who's our policy director, can talk about where a waiver might come into play for a charter school.
So, here's, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anyone, because I appreciate the fact that you created the rule, you enforce the rule. What I'm saying is, we don't have any effect on the waiver. It's not up to us to grant the waiver. It's up to you folks to grant that waiver, Cabinet Secretary or who's ever doing it. So I'm saying it's not in our compliance piece, because there are opportunities for waivers, but we're not a party of that process. One of our schools could potentially be granted a waiver. That's possible. In our contract, it simply gets checked. School needs to notify us, we received this waiver. And we simply follow that and the school has, and it's still school budget that approves the calendar based on that waiver. So, you know,
Can I just make one point?
I don't,
Let me just make one technical point. It's actually not a discretionary waiver, it's an exemption. So either the school is exempt or not exempt. So middle college is already exempt in the rule. The rule also says that if you are at certain levels of academic performance, you're exempted. So it's technically not even in your bailiwick in terms of a discretionary, non-discretionary waiver. If the school meets the criteria, they're going to be exempt. So I don't actually even think that it's going to come to you because it's not a waiver. It's an
but I
exempt.
thought there were some waivers. Am I incorrect?
Exemptions, I think.
Is it just exemption, those exemptions? Sure, I'm sorry.
Sure. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm Greg Frostad, Assistant Secretary of Education over Policy and Technology. And I am waiting on the Secretary right now, so I may need to get up at any moment, and Alani can fill in for me should I get called away. But there are both. There are the exemptions. There are also waivers that may be allowed due to, and I am so sorry.
It's okay, Greg. Thank you for popping in. You can tell we work as a team every day. So first, I do want to acknowledge that the waivers for length of day for charters are still applicable under the law. In the rule, there are waivers for hardship. Should there be a natural disaster or some other event, that's a waiver that secretary can waive the calendar according to a charter or school district's needs. And the exemption is an exemption from the 180 days if they meet certain targets or if they're a true early college, high school.
So the waiver would only come more or less as a result of an incident.
Yes.
You know, there was a natural
Yes.
you know, there was fire and.
Yes. Yes.
So,
certainly.
and then it would just be for that moment.
Yes, and then the second, exactly. Right. Not under the school instructional time rule, right? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll hang out for a little bit in case you guys have any other questions. Okay.
So we have one school whose contract you're signing that has an exemption, early college,
Right.
high school. And so I don't know if that's anything that you would want to acknowledge in any part of the contract or the performance framework. So I don't know the process. Elani, what is the process of the exemptions? Is that done on an annual basis like the calendar? Yes.
There we go. Schools who anticipate that they may want or may qualify for an exemption are submitting 2 calendars to school budget. One that meets the rule as is, and one that is their preferred calendar with less than 180 days. And when the cognitive reports are out in June, we'll have the proficiency data to tell them which calendar they can use. Yeah.
So that will be done in
Yes.
every budget. That's
Yes.
the process of
Mhm.
it.
Yep.
So, yeah, I don't think we want it in because it could change. Could change. Yeah.
Also, the law for charter schools is discretionary waivers, and this is an exemption. So I don't think it's the same thing. What she was indicating, the discretionary waivers, like the roof caved in, you get a calendar exemption for 2 weeks or something. So
Yeah.
that's not you either.
Right.
So I didn't, in reviewing it, I didn't see that it applied to any requirement you had.
Right. Okay, thanks so much.
Of course.
Maybe we'll come up with some other things.
Sure. I'll be right here.
So 5B3?
Yes, so there's a second document that is related to this indicator, which is the assurance that you are asking boards to look at and to assure that they've done that. We got some comments on it, which are, it looks like a lot, but it's actually technical. So schools already sign a contract that say they're going to comply with the law, and every board member, in order to be a Board of Finance member, already signs an assurance that they're going to comply with the law. So one of the comments we got was, why are you having to do it again? So we're just acknowledging that they already have those requirements. We moved it to the top of the document. And then the second question was, where does a school find the list, the 3C list? So the one that you just looked at, when it's finalized, where do they find it? We just put in a link because it's going to be posted on your website by July 1. The second thing they asked is, how do they find their annual report? Well, if they don't remember that the chair has emailed it to them, but that is posted on the PEC website. So we put that link in there as well. And then use the exact terminology that is used in the rule. The one thing I did want to point out to you is one of your schools, the New Mexico School for the Arts, has statutory requirements. In the negotiation, we indicated that they would make assurances about those statutory ones here. So there'll be a special form for the School for the Arts.
So we're moving on to the the renewal application, item C. Okay.
Well, yeah.
And so what was uploaded is what is currently in the renewal application. And that is Part F, which contemplates a change in authorizer. And the only schools that are transitioning from being local to being state would complete this section of the renewal application. And there is a list. I don't know if somebody could, I could share screen, I guess. Thank you, Missy. So they would complete this by providing us copies of their current contract, if it exists, performance framework and annual reports. Do you happen to have renewed schools that didn't all have these, right? Not all the authorizers are working on it. So add this to the list of training items CSD is doing. That is providing technical assistance, using you as a model authorizer when working with local districts who are also authorizers. Copies of the financial statements and audit findings, they get it from their district authorizer. Membership figures, 910B5 with the current charter contract. So that's related to the budget and site visit documents, if there's any. Copies of any corrective action plans or actions taken by the district or the PED. And we did get that information from one of the schools that you renewed. And any special ed MOE reports from within the current charter contract and a recent cash report. So that's currently what's on the list for schools that are transitioning as part of the renewal process. And the CSD believes that when schools submit the renewal application, it's a pretty big job. They're just reflecting on the past 5 years, if that was how long their contract term was. And then to come over to the PEC, they're going to have to get their ducks in order in a lot of ways that maybe they weren't being monitored for, and they don't have their ducks in order. So the next document that you have is actually mislabeled, but it's also 5C1. And this is the transition school checklist. This is the first year, 23-24 is the first year that we have used this. I say PEC, really CSD and PEC, using a transition year checklist to sort of get schools up to speed with what is what we would expect a school under CSD, under PEC to have. So those are two separate processes. One is the renewal application, and then the next is once you've approved them, they start checking things off the transition year checklist.
So if I can make a point that you made it a condition for Dream Dene and San Diego Riverside. One of the lawyers indicated to me that that is not the right tool to use. That you can't make it a condition of them coming to you to do that list. Right, that you don't authorize them yet, they don't. So the agenda item here is a discussion as to where and how that transition year checklist should be incorporated. So one of the options would be to have it be in the renewal application. In order to renew, you have to do this. Or you could put in the renewal application that they have to provide you with a schedule of how they're going to do it. You want it by July 1 when they open. So the question is how to address it. The manner in which we addressed it this time was, the comment was, that's just the wrong way to do it. We understand what you're trying to do, but it's the wrong way to do it. So the question is, do you want to put it in the renewal application? And maybe a renewal application that provides you a schedule as to when they're going to complete it would be appropriate.
I like that idea. I remember discussing this in particular when we were down in Bernalillo. And that makes the most sense because then they're going to have plenty of time to address it as well. It won't be like if we do it at contract time in March or whatever, they become under the gun. The sooner they can even look at it, if they're going to be joining us in the same way we talked earlier about, like, if someone knows they're going to be doing option 3, for God's sakes, get to work on it super early. Same thing with this. If we know there's going to be transition schools, let's just expose that to them as early as possible and have it be part of the renewal application.
So it's not due in October when the renewal application is done, and it's not due in March at contract renewal date. But should there be an end date, and if you recall this document when I first drafted it and suggested it to the PEC, so I was using the, and you guys have not been through this with, this last year, with a school that is newly approved and goes through what we call the implementation year checklist. And had you been, had you had a school that was approved and going through the implementation year checklist, they get, deadlines that are paced throughout the time that they are preparing to open up their doors, with a final deadline and a final review by the CSD and then brought to the PEC for approval. They're ready to open their doors. And I think that makes sense in terms of, you know, let's introduce the tool as early as possible. Let's give it to them to start working on once you've made a decision on their renewal. And then we start pacing the deadlines so that whenever we have someone working with them to provide technical assistance, you chunk it out. You know, like, we're educators and we know that when you chunk information, it makes it easier. So that's what I would suggest, is that there's chunked out deadlines, but that you guys say maybe by July 1, you know, when they're then under you, or maybe a couple months later, if you want to be generous, which would be great, that everything is complete.
So I'm going to ask, and I agree with pacing, because in particular, I don't see on here Board of Finance. Is it? Oh, Board of Finance, duh.
So to go back to being able to enforce it, if they provided under the charter renewal their plan for having all of these documents by July 1, you could renew them and accept their plan, but they would need to either do whatever CSD suggested for them or do their own plan or whatever, but you could, so that you have renewed them with that plan attached. So they could do whatever schedule they wanted with an end date of July 1. The Board of Finance, as we'll talk about tomorrow, needs to be finished before you can give them a contract. So one school's already been put off for a month and maybe two. I don't know if the second school got their Board of Finance documents in or not, but you cannot give them a contract until the Board of Finance is in there. So that,
And the other thing you could do is just renew them and not make it a condition of renewal, but once they're renewed, hand them this tool that has the paced out due dates and say, before PEC finally, like, I don't know, signs your contract or gives you an okay to open your door for the next fiscal year, you've completed this.
that's what the lawyer was complaining, well, that's what the lawyer was saying seems inappropriate, because it's the what if. Okay, so if you hand them that, they're not authorized by the PEC, and if they don't do it, then what? So it's a charter school with rights and they've been renewed. So I think we tried it as a condition, but the condition doesn't work. But they still need to say, we're going to do this. So to just hand it to them and say, you know, we hope you do it.
And Julia, was the attorney saying you can't provide that as a condition because technically with the two schools that you just renewed, they're in their last contract year. So you can't have them do things this year until they're under you. But you could make it a condition where it's due by September. You know, some things may be due July 1, some things may be due August, and some things September. I think that way they're under your authorization when the items are due. Again, we're chunking it out and we can start working with them as soon as possible so that they're ready to submit. And you do have the right to require things of schools that are authorized by you.
So I like that idea and the pacing of it. I think it's good. But you're exactly right. We can't tell them what to do by when until they're actually under us.
She's suggesting setting it in
Exactly.
September.
But the
By
thing,
September 30th of when we do
Right.
renew you. I also think,
oh,
and
hold on, we're not done yet. So like July 1, because their contracts begin July 1.
Right.
So this is what we're going to want, you know, upon enacting your contract. And this is what we want on August 1 and September 1. But I think an additional step can be, there's nothing that should preclude us from giving them the information super duper early.
Sure.
So they can get as much done as possible prior to those dates. And also, I would think that somebody, especially coming over as a transition school or a new school, the more they can have early, the more they can know what's going to be expected of them. You know, the sooner they can drop out if they think, you know what, we're just not up for this year, instead of wasting everybody's time.
The only thing that would have to either be noted or taken out of this list is that Board of Finance, because that has to be done
That can be a.
before we contract with them.
it doesn't, oh, right, that doesn't need to be a condition because it's
Right.
in the statute, but it
Right.
is effectively a condition. Well, so you could do it either way. You could do something with a September 30th deadline, which said you have to have this whole checklist done by that date. And then if they don't meet that condition, then you start down an intervention ladder. The other way to do it would be to put it into the renewal and approve their renewal and their plan. There's still this weird question of what if. I mean, are you going to shut a school down because they didn't do that? And I think that's a little bit about what the lawyer was worried about.
And commissioners, if I may, just say that if we say, here, give us a plan, then CSD inherits deadlines that are like all over the place. If there is a way to streamline for this cohort of schools, similar deadlines, it, I think, facilitates our ability to support and monitor more effectively.
So can we include it in the renewal application? Basically for informational purposes. Could we, and then, you know, or even identify it as, you know, this shall be completed by September 30th. But it's in the renewal application so that schools have it from whenever they download the renewal application. You know, if they should be most schools are looking at it now, you know, and Missy's starting trainings.
So I know that the commission talked about this last month and Commissioner Burt is not here. She said she didn't believe it should be part of the renewal application, and I agree with her because I think as a former teacher, again, I feel like the chunking is helpful in not overwhelming people.
Well, we're not asking them to complete it in the renewal application.
Right.
How else do they get it without?
So think about how closely you now know all of the schools that underwent renewal, including those that transitioned over. There are multiple touch points and coaching and meetings and support. And I would like to have a focused opportunity to work with the schools on this. And just providing it for informational purposes, well, we could do that at any point and say, it's on the PEC's webpage. Here it is as a standalone document.
That's fine.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Becca, not part of the renewal app, standalone document, giving them the heads up. And I wouldn't even go so strong as to say this shall be completed, but essentially it's our expectation is these documents will be completed by, and then you have the certain things by certain dates. And I mean, that'd be really awful to bring someone on board. Like, they start on July 1, and then the idea of having an intervention ladder on September 1, it's like you've already just totally blown it.
But you're doing the same thing. If you establish, these are due July 30th, August 15th, September, whatever, you're essentially doing the same thing. They're going to go on the intervention ladder if they haven't met that
No, I
deadline.
know that, but it's just like, the more, just like with everything I've said today, the more advance notice we can give people
No.
about what's expected of them, the better. And then if they don't do it, it's their own fault. What is it you like?
So what's wrong with putting due date September 30th on
There's
it?
nothing wrong with that.
That's what we said.
It's not want them getting information in advance.
Correct.
And that they're not part of the renewal.
Right.
It's a supplement.
I'd just like to remind the commissioners that everything up there, except for the Board of Finance, is in statute or rule. They should already, as an existing public school, have these policies. And since some of them do not, it makes me concerned, like that it should be, a district authorized school should just say, oh yeah, we have an nepotism policy. It's the district's policy. We're gonna, take it out, change the names and put it in there. So like, they should have these policies. It shouldn't be taking this long.
Yeah, but what's,
They should have bylaws. It should not
Yeah.
be taking this long.
what's so incredibly obvious, right? It's amazing that some people just don't. They've had such a lack of oversight for so long. They just don't have it all.
Exactly. I mean,
Even
every
though a lot of
charter
it should be a
school, it's
copy
in
and
law.
paste.
Every charter school should have a contract. They don't. So I think that this is more humane by clarifying and giving them a little bit of time to get it done.
I was just gonna say, if it, if the majority of it's in statute, then, and they don't have those policies in place, they should be on the intervention ladder right now
Right.
with their current district. I just, yeah, I just feel like, I just feel like this is something that it needs to be done at the same time that we accept them and renew them. I mean, extending a 3-month period where they can do it over. Just to me is like, okay, we're allowing you to continue to be outside the statute for 3 more months. It's sort of our stamp of approval on them being out of.
Well, then it has to be
Compliance.
part of the
I like-
renewal application.
It can be, I mean, we can figure out a way to work it out. But the notion of they need to have this stuff in place already because they're a working charter and this is statute. It would be no different than if I am going to want to do certain kinds of work within my field. I can't even solicit a client until I have all of these CEs completely finished and approved and then taken to New York Life and approved there. And I know what's expected. And so I like, it's more preemptory, what you're saying. I like that even better.
So could we?
How do we
do
incorporate it?
Could we
Yeah.
do it as an assurance with the renewal application? And ask the schools to simply provide an assurance that they're in compliance with.
Statute.
Or just like, don't listen to the other person's attorney and say, look, we just renewed you and we renew schools that are in compliance with the law. So, here's the due dates for you to submit to us, even though, we are not your current authorizer. We're preparing to be your authorizer and this is when we want things.
I think
We-
it's perfectly
we can't
reasonable
make a-
for us to ask them to do it. And I don't care who their attorney is, they're getting bad counsel in that case. It's perfectly reasonable for us to want assurances that these things are done before we bring you on. You don't get dessert until you eat your peas, until you eat your meat,
I
right?
mean,
No
we
pudding
can't
until you
ask
eat your
them
meat.
to
Come on,
submit
Kenny.
something outside of the Board of Finance because that we can't contract with them. That's the law. But outside of that, we can't ask a school that's not part of us to submit things to us. The charter renewal application. But in terms of taking that list and say, we want this February 1st,
And so,
we can't.
may
But
I-
yes, the charter renewal application, we certainly can, and we can put I mean, why can't we just make it an assurance?
So may I ask a clarifying question right now? We're reviewing this not for the renewal applications that are going to come to us October 1st, 2024, but those that come to us October 2025, correct?
If you say so.
No, I mean, is that what the rule says,
You know,
Julia? I think it is, because I thought we didn't edit documents like at this stage. I know Missy's already held renewal trainings, but I do think, when we look at what is required in F, we could do an edit to it, but I don't think at this stage in the game for the people that are doing it for October.
I don't see anything wrong with, at the very least, during training, if, you know, if they're choosing to attend, and that it goes on our website as an informational piece, that schools that are transitioning to the PEC need to have the following. Boom. And that Missy, you know, includes that in her training for this current group.
I mean, I think absolutely, like, this is what PEC expects. The question is when, for this
Yeah.
current group.
It isn't, well, the answer to that is after June 30th, because it has to be.
Oh, you're talking, I think we're talking about two different
No.
things. Because the two that you just authorized are,
And
They're
we've already acknowledged that we really didn't have the authority to do that.
right, so
So-
then the application.
We're beyond that, and no one said, no, we're not going to do that, because they were grateful that we took them.
Okay, so the next cohort,
You know, plain and simple, they weren't going to say no
Okay.
because it was precarious, but we have to do it right going forward. I
Okay.
appreciate what that list was attempting to do in terms of getting the schools ready. And I think those schools maybe appreciate it. I don't know. But I think for this coming up cohort,
the October 1 applications,
no,
Five
the applications are going in,
the October 1,
the October
2024
1 drop of
applications,
renewal applications. We don't know how many there are.
there's rumbles of at least one.
I'm not, it doesn't matter. No, no,
These are the
please.
schools that
No,
are.
I think I'm gonna offer
authorized.
bonuses for schools that want to leave. You know,
That's where we're gonna invest the charter 2%.
so,
Fine.
for the schools that will be dropping their applications in October of 2024.
Well, no, for the.
Well, no, the
those ones we'll
renewals,
do
the
October
transition
2024,
schools have to do it in October.
Right,
That it's on our website for information
yep,
purposes, and Missy includes it in her training, and it will be part of, you know, at least for this group, it'll be part of their next annual report that they're in compliance.
So the rule says that
Well-
it's that 14 months unless otherwise agreed between the renewing school and the condition. So the, so what you do now can be required in 14 months, or you can talk to those schools now and say, or talk to the schools when they renew.
yeah.
Only the transition schools. So,
That can happen now, right? Basically, we can say that those,
Who they are.
okay, whoever is going to come forward in September and October, when they do, we can pull the trigger on what Mike mentioned, right? Is there anything to prevent us from pulling the trigger on that? So meaning that they have the assurances concept. Is there anything preventing us from doing that? Legally or otherwise?
Could we put that in the renewal application as just a piece saying that we're making an assurance that we're in compliance with all statutes?
So does that mean you don't want us to collect these items?
You can't, well, you can't collect it during that year. So, and I'm wondering,
You just.
school's already in operation for 3 months. If we make it September-ish, what's the purpose of looking at it?
Well, I personally would like to see the bylaws.
But why wouldn't that happen during their site visits? And the assurances that are gonna go on to that, that data system, the schools are going to upload that into that system. So why wouldn't you be able to do a desktop monitoring of that?
Okay, so the October 2024 schools that are seeking transition to PEC will get their first site visit from CSD in the spring of 2026. I think that's too late.
Yeah, it's way too late.
So
Well, that's what I'm saying. They upload this information into that new system that we're creating that we can't talk about. And
July 2025
Your name.
is the
No.
earliest because they have not finished their contract term with their current authorizer.
I'm getting confused. It seems like we're talking about two different things kind of at the same time, and one can be resolved before the other. Hold on one second. And the thing that I can think that can be resolved one before the other is what Mike said 20 minutes ago. Having assurances just simply as they, it's confusing sometimes when we keep saying a renewal school when it's not our school, because it's really a transition school.
it's a renewal.
Because they're renewing an authorization, but I hear what you're saying, but it can be confusing to certainly anybody out there listening.
Are you confused?
Híjole, I mean, all this, like, there's 81 people on Zoom right now paying attention to our meeting, because we're so important. But it's, no, a transition school, I think it's perfectly reasonable. Ask for assurances that they're in compliance when they put in their renewal, their transition, desire to transition to PEC.
The renewal application.
There's 7
Yeah,
people
that's
listening
where-
to this meeting and only 1 is not a CSD staff member. Sorry.
Híjole, you know I was being facetious. So that piece we can finish right now. That piece we can agree on. Yes, we want assurances at the time they put the application in for a transition
Okay,
school.
so my
We
argument,
can put that baby to rest.
my pushback on that was assurances, but there are things on this list that we would like to see. And
Just say,
what
please
is,
show us.
what is the date on that under this scenario?
Please give us assurances as evidenced by.
As
Why not?
evidenced by the actual document.
No, by evidence, yeah, by evidence by, and you can say, oh, then they'll send to you their bylaws. They'll send to you.
What you're doing is expanding the renewal application to have them submit all these things along with everything in the renewal application.
That's
that-
not part of the renewal application.
Well,
I like the assurance part, but I think beyond that, they're just indicating to us at that moment in time that we're in compliance. I think, so that would be, these schools would be under our authority in July of 2025.
Correct.
So I think after July of 2025, we will have our
One thing that-
data system uploaded, so there can be a desktop monitoring to confirm that these schools uploaded their bylaws, they're this policy, they're that policy, they're this policy.
So we're creating a 2-step on this transition school expectations. 1, assurances that they have it, and two, an uploading of those documents the first year that they are authorized by you.
Well, what's the
That's what-
difference between uploading them and creating them and having them?
One is, there's a huge difference
me,
because if,
Because most
sorry
of
to
them
interrupt,
have
but
it
I'm
on their
going to this
website.
one. What?
Most of them already have it digitalized.
but the thing is, if they come to us and they assure us and they're signing in their application, we assure you in compliance, and then we start to get to that point where we need this information and they don't have it, we can say, you know something, you lied on your application, you're not getting the school open.
Oh, no, because
I would.
no,
You lied on a job application, they're gonna hire you?
where they're not providing that information until after they're under our authority. We can't ask them to upload it during the time that they're still authorized by their district.
I don't believe there's
why
anything
Wouldn't we have them uploaded by July 15th?
We could.
Why
but-
wouldn't we do
but
that?
he-
And then if they don't have it, then we put them on the intervention ladder.
Correct, but we can't say you're not opening.
No, I know that, because because we've already renewed them.
Right.
I get that. Well,
Just looking at the contract has a list of documents required to provide to CSD. The governing board, the governing bodies, all the assurances and a conflict of interest disclosure, their lottery and enrollment policies, their bylaws,
And if you're
their
looking
lease.
at the document, those are highlighted red in the transition school checklist. Those are coded with a red font.
And then we get all those things before July 1st, is that, and I haven't. followed
Those
up.
are part of contract negotiation.
Okay,
No, they're part of
So-
the contract. They don't.
Are
get
part of the
Right,
contract.
right,
whatever.
hold on, so it's like, first of all, I don't really necessarily always believe in the word can't. Sometimes it's either won't, or I don't believe and someone would have to show it to me. I don't believe there is anything that prevents us from asking a transition school that's putting in that application for assurances. And then once we receive that application, and we're not gonna wait till July, please send us please, will you send us by such and such a date, these items?
What if they don't?
That is what I originally proposed.
Well, if they don't, it means they suck and they didn't keep their word. But I mean, we're not under contract with them. Maybe it's before the contract with them. Maybe it's between this date and March of next year that they've got, would you please send us this information? There's nothing wrong with us asking that. And if they don't, they say, no, we don't have it. Well, is that not a great indicator of what it's another tiara in the making?
So what's the difference between them, I'll ask it again. What's the difference between them providing the information, sending the little file to CSD and uploading it into the data system so that it's there and we can check?
Nothing, but your tool needs to define the due dates, and that's what I think we're debating.
Yeah.
And I 100% agree with you, Commissioner Carrillo. I think that, let somebody's attorney gripe about it. I don't think that, the schools are gonna say, come on, fight so hard for me that they're not gonna go with you, they're not gonna do it. I think
it's respect and honoring a school and honoring a school district that has a contract with that school, and us interfering and saying, no, during the term of your contract with this school, we're going to be asking things of this school.
that's
I
why,
think,
that's why I was saying
I
July
think
15th date
I would be,
would be a good date because we're under our contract,
what is
And-
the date?
July 15th, because they're under our contract. And if they gave us assurances before, and they should have that in place and to us by July 15th, because it's just basically, for them theoretically, if it's done, it's just an upload, right? And you can request that they can upload that anytime before July 15th, but July 15th is a hard date. So if they have it, do it in April. If they have it, do it in March. They don't have to because they're not under our contract. But July 15th, they are under our contract. I think we're making this more complex than it needs to be. I think it's pretty simple. I think it's, they can upload it anytime between the renewal and
I'm not,
July 15th, but July 15th is a hard date because it's under our contract.
That also aligns with the first timeline that I submitted to you all. I might have said July 1, but July 15th is
Yeah,
great.
What about
Yeah.
language that
No,
says
'cause
you are encouraged to upload these documents
right,
as soon as you are able?
Yeah.
The deadline is.
Yes.
exactly. I think we're making it more difficult than it really is.
We just don't want slackers coming on board because they just make our lives miserable years later.
Well, and if they're not up by the July 15th, boom, in comes our famous little intervention ladder. Because they're under our tutelage.
me too. I'm
I
really.
do too, but they
I'm-
gave us the
I'm
assurance.
thinking about putting someone on the intervention ladder because they didn't send us their, I don't know what policy. It's not gonna happen.
Is it
No, I don't-
imperative that we have those? I mean, do we have to review those? I mean, we're trusting these schools to educate our kids and yet we're not. I mean, if they give us an assurance that they have the documents, why can't we just say, all right, good,
And
perfect?
then
that
when they are ours,
Then we
as
can,
all schools, there,
yeah,
we've
then we
got,
can be there. If it's a year later, I don't care.
You know,
They've
that's-
assured us.
That's why I said the July 15th, because they're under our tutelage.
that's a
Okay,
really
so-
good point because we've had schools assume that when they did their new applications, as an example, and they have to do all of the policies and everything. We've had schools come back to us when we've had a concern over something that was going on at the school, maybe 3 years later, 4 years later, and they're saying, oh, but you approved that policy, and that's what we said we were gonna do. And we don't actually review the policies and
Yeah.
approve them.
Right. In fact, we don't even
know?
collect the Safe Schools plan. We're just making
know?
sure that they have submitted it in accordance with
Well, we've
expectations.
had schools that have come back and said, well, we gave you that policy, so there's an assumption that by accepting it, it's been reviewed and it's appropriate. And then when the school has done something and it's like, oh, here's our policy and you approved it. And it's like, well, no, actually, we didn't approve it. We're just housing it. And
Yeah,
that's,
but we want to reference some of the items like the bylaws. We want
Why
to
is
reference
that?
that.
Why is that?
Why? Because
banned.
the only way that we know if a school is in violation of their
They're not required.
bylaw, their governance bylaws is by reading what it says. So membership, they may say that they have to have 7 members. And then if they fall below 7, they're not meeting their bylaws.
Is that read?
But Karina, in terms of the list the bylaws are required, so that's in red. It's in the contract, they have to do it. What is not in red, not required in the contract that you guys really think you want to have a copy of?
So this is what I'm going to propose, that we bring this back next month after we've reviewed it and cut out the things that maybe are overlapping with the compliance assurances, because schools by July 1 of 2025, this cohort of transition schools will now be under the performance framework, which has the indicator and the document you just looked at for compliance, right? So there's overlap between that list and this list. We had this list right here for schools because we thought at that time that this was the way we would bring them in. But I think we can take a look at it if we're not, we thought we could, like work with them while they were in their final contract term. But if the commission is clear that we don't require them to do things in their contract term except for spend hours and hours under contract negotiations, then we can look at this relative to that indicator and also relative to the renewal application and maybe move some things to the renewal application, but the school, the first cohort that will have the revised part F would be submitting their applications October 2026, right?
Unless agreed upon by
Or
the
October
renewal school and the
2020.
PEC. They can
Sorry.
agree to do it. So the PEC can ask them to do it and they can agree.
Wait, October 2025, if we're going to edit the renewal application kit, that has to not go into effect until October 2025.
I'm just going to say, the rule says unless otherwise agreed between the renewing schools and the commission. So we are also editing.
That we talked about respect, sorry, but we did talk about respect and we've been training the schools to get ready for October 1, 2024. So for us to edit and say,
You're saying there's only one that you know of?
only one what?
Transition.
Oh, well, we don't know. We don't know who is going to
Then you
turn
haven't
it
been,
in.
then you haven't been training them if you don't know who.
Well, we invite everybody, whether they're renewing with us or if they're another, we always invite them all. We say, look, we're not trying to recruit you, but as you're getting ready for renewal, here's what's in law, here's how PEC does it.
And
So
how many are not state charter schools that are coming to those trainings right now?
Hold, please.
she's going to check the attendance list.
I have a quick question. Of the two that are joining us, well, now, because we approved them, did either one of them or both not have these things in order?
Yes, both of them don't. Then we.
Exactly.
But you extended it to May 15th.
Right, I know that, but that's why I think Michael's idea and what we're discussing about having assurances beforehand is a grand idea.
The other thing I just want to raise is if there are more forms that you want, we're amending the contract right now. So you could also amend the contract. So let's say that there's a policy that you all decide is not on this list, but you really want it on the list. We're amending the contract right now, so you could add that right now.
The schools whose contracts will be in effect July 1?
Or schools that are going to sign this contract next year, so they will have renewed. I'm just saying you can add it.
I'm just trying to clarify which cohort you're speaking about.
Not
Julia.
the ones that we're approving this week, but in a year.
All right,
So
so,
renewing schools for October of next year.
okay.
There
So,
there are 11 schools that are district authorized that are up for renewal.
So a lot. then.
that have been invited to the trainings and they go, whether they come with us or not. Sometimes they go because they always learn so much from the CSD.
We should do it at a happy hour, get more people.
Okay,
Thanks for
so
We always say
Sounds
we're
like-
not trying to recruit them too, because at this point, Chair Gibson is ready to give a sign-off bonus on those that don't.
Of the 11 district authorized schools, only 5 have attended any trainings.
What have we decided?
I think we've decided that CSD is coming back with a more refined list after listening to this, and it's being discussed in May.
And with
So what
assurances.
we would be amending part F of the renewal application. We would be cross-referencing this document with the knowledge that you're not wanting to collect anything until July 1. So if we want to collect it sooner, it needs to either be in the renewal application or in the contract.
Well, no, not the contract, because contract. is out.
No, it was where I said it, you are encouraged to send us the documents as soon as possible. The deadline, however, is July 1. They've given us assurances, they have all this stuff.
Okay, so so we are in consensus around the assurances? Because that's another document.
But, so I like the assurances, because I think that's clean and simple. But when you said you're amending Part F,
Mm-hmm.
Adding an assurance.
adding the assurance, not.
Well, I think, I don't think we need to be collecting maintenance of efforts for special ed students as part of the renewal.
There, word you just said, I'm sorry.
I have it on. I don't think we should be collecting the maintenance of effort, information as part of the renewal. To me, there's things on this list that are more important than that. So I would want to just take a look at it relative to like what's important, not the full list, but also just knowing that, that we are, asking for things by July 15th. We're doing in assurances, so that might also need to be amended, whatever they're assuring they have. Like I would put Safe Schools Plan on there, right?
They're in compliance with statute.
Statute, yeah. I think
Okay, that's
it's a
like,
simple,
no, it's
simple.
not simple. Okay.
Well, I mean, a simple thing for them to sign, we are operating within statutory our statutory obligations. And
They lie.
they can't sign it.
They either don't sign it or they lie.
Or they
One,
scramble
you
to
know,
put it together and it's not done well. Yeah, we talked about that.
You get a working to meet.
I don't know, all I'm saying is, if they've been operating without a contract, with, in complete ignorance of the whole operation, okay, how can we just, they've obviously been able to operate that.
So I think, why couldn't that assurance look similar to the assurance that we already have that says, to the best of our knowledge, we are in compliance. And there's that box where schools that are not in compliance, the governance council, they list the areas that they're right now not in compliance and are working
Right.
to meet it,
So
plain and
so
simple.
that's what I'm saying. Like, let's look at that, which is new since this transition checklist was created. That process of having the assurances as part of the indicator on compliance, and that is new, right? That wasn't contemplated when this transition checklist was created. So I'd like to take a look at part F relative to the way we're handling assurances for schools that are under your performance framework, your new performance framework. And think about what might be different in part F. What, if anything, needs to be uploaded by July 15th? And what is already covered in the other assurances? And then maybe if there's an assurance, and I know you like, I still haven't heard consensus on the PEC about like I know that Commissioner Taylor and Carrillo like the assurances as part of the renewal application.
Correct.
We all
That's
just
what
said
we
yes.
So everybody, well, some people did, but there's some people who haven't spoken up at all. Okay, so then that would be the other part. It would be assurances and then some items that need to be submitted. And then the things.
No,
that-
not with the renewal application.
I thought we were revising part F4 due in October 2025, Commissioner Gibson, not 2024.
No, I don't, so what are we asking schools to submit that they're not currently submitting with their renewal? Are you saying that you're adding potentially some of these items to be submitted with the renewal application?
No.
I think if there's not another way for us to get the bylaws,
I'm going to say flat out no in the renewal application.
right, well, I don't know.
Okay.
For me, that's a flat out
I
no.
think sometimes we're conflating different things. And so we are agreed the assurance piece in. The question is the documents of assurance. No, not in the renewal application. No. But I would say as soon as you are able, because we can't tell them to do anything because they're not our school yet. And you said and somebody had said by July 1st. And where, you know, we request that these be turned in as soon as you're able and no later than, well, maybe June 30th or July 1st. And I think that covers all of our bases in terms of their assurances. And I would, the line, I don't, respectfully, Ms. Gibson, no, I don't really like the line "to the best of our knowledge." I like better, you know, the school assures the PEC that we are in compliance with all relevant statutes.
Well, we've got wording already in an assurance.
Okay, well,
So I would prefer to use the wording that's in an assurance that we already have, so we're consistent.
it says "to the best of our knowledge."
Maybe use that assurance, have them
Right.
execute that assurance. Now, just,
Is that clear, Karina? Is that more clear?
There's a ton that a school has to do with the renewal application. I don't want to have them
No.
creating these for that, so.
We're agreed.
Chair
Nobody
Gibson,
wants these.
I definitely don't want this whole list to
I don't
be
want any-
included in.
Okay,
Okay, that's where I don't see things as black and white. I see like maybe a couple, like,
No, I'm black and white. I
hear you.
assure you, I will sign an assurance
okay.
that I am clear on this, that nothing else gets submitted. If we need to take a vote sometime, we'll take a
Okay.
vote on it, but
In the spirit of compromise
I'm
is,
not compromising on that.
in the spirit of possible compromise, is it the bylaws, Karina, that are really most important that you have earlier rather than later?
So I'm on the spot and I would like some time to think about it and have a more thoughtful response for you at the next meeting.
And
But if
no,
I'm
'cause
gonna,
it's growing. I hear it being
What?
watered and the list is growing. And I'm gonna tell
and I
you,
would
I
want
am
to
adamant that
I would remove the
they should
maintenance.
not have to submit anything else with that renewal application.
Well, it's a good thing there's 10 of us.
Okay, and I
So
would
a month
remove,
from now,
Yeah.
we can,
Yeah.
Commissioner
Let's see
Cadillo,
who wins on this. Want an over under?
I fully understand that I don't make the decisions, but I have been working with charter schools for 20 years, and I've seen schools in all stages of their existence, switching authorizers, et cetera. So I would hope that any recommendations I make would be listened to. I also would like to let you know, Commissioner Carrillo, that I would remove the maintenance of effort item on Part F, because I just don't see why we are collecting it as part of the renewal application. I feel like that should be monitored by special ed, and we'll find out if there's a problem with special ed.
And
That's a throwback from the old performance framework.
And with that information, I would appreciate some information on best practices and how many other authorizers ask for. No, not, I don't care. I support the assurance. I don't want the additional documents as part of the renewal application. Any
So,
renewal application that I've seen has never asked for submissions like these.
we are pretty unique in New Mexico.
But I don't want to be unique
allowing-
in the opposite direction.
But by allowing schools to
don't.
switch authorizer, but that is, I don't think we're the only one, but it's pretty rare that schools are allowed to switch authorizer.
Well,
So-
I don't think it's that rare because I know at most NACSA conferences, there's sessions always on authorizer shopping. So if it's rare, then they wouldn't be holding, I've attended those sessions on authorizer, that it was a key item. So I don't think I think it depends on the state very much. But I don't think it's that rare. So we're gonna revisit this next month? I don't want to, but. What time are we gonna be doing that? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I won't be here.
You will too. 10:30.
See, this turned into something that never should have turned into. Tell me right now, it turned into something it never should have turned into. Okay. We are on to D, additional grade amendment. Oh, I'm sorry. Timing and identifying option 1, 2, or 3 immediately after the renewal decision.
And I think you might have already decided that,
did.
which is like very quickly, right after renewal. So within a week or so, and Missy is going to make sure they know that deadline. So,
Let's give them a deadline as opposed to a week or so.
well, it'll go in the chair's letter. You've been renewed. Please identify in a week if you are going to utilize option 1, 2, or 3. And if Missy has already said to them, just be ready, if you're renewed, you have an immediate deadline.
As long as it says something like 5 calendar days.
Yeah.
7 calendar days.
So this isn't about renewal, but the question came up about new applicants and whether they can do option 3. I thought we had decided they,
Well, they have to be-
I don't know what you've decided on that.
thought we
You could do it.
would-
I don't know about that.
that's what I thought. I thought we had, didn't we make a decision about option 3 in new schools? That they really shouldn't do it? That I thought we-
Each year.
Well, but they're contracting with us for 5 years.
Right, but I mean, you can't decide.
Yeah, so I would find it incredibly challenging for a brand-new school to want to try option 3. But, so maybe that's something that we need to look at. Bridget?
Is that something you could allow only for, say, a re-engagement school or a school like Albuquerque Sign Language? Like if there was really a special population that they served? But every other school would have to do option 1
But outside of
or 2?
1 or 2, yeah. Yeah. Right,
But I mean, because if a new school was opening and say it was a re-engagement school, option 3 might be appropriate. But I don't think that any new school that didn't serve a population like that should be able to just write their own framework.
right. Right. And I fully agree with that.
The idea of locking it in for the first year of their operation,
Here?
and then in the contract giving them then the option to change to 3 after, they've proven that they can actually operate a school efficiently. And
You're not going to have all the data to.
no,
do
we
the
won't.
Assessment in 1 year.
It's not necessarily having all the data. It's making sure that they can have teachers and kids show up on time and run a school. I mean, just kind of the basics.
You're not going to have all the information you would want after 1 year.
Okay, then maybe 2
You
years.
might after 1 contract term,
That's 5 years.
or really.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to wait that long, especially for a school that wants to do option 3, just as Bridget said, that could really benefit from that. Maybe 2 years, maybe in the first contract, we let them know that you will have the option after 2 years to switch options 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah,
Or to choose 3 if you choose to do so. You'll have that option at the end of year 2. Just let us know in advance.
well, and on that topic, we haven't made a decision on new applicants as to when they need to notify us what option they're going to take.
Somebody suggested,
Here's my concern about that. So it's not a concern. I guess it's more of a question. Because the new head administrator should be part of that conversation without a doubt. And it's unlikely. Well, I would think at least, yeah, after the hiring, if we could word it generally and say after the hiring of the head administrator to let us know, because I wouldn't want a new head administrator locked into an option that they don't think is appropriate, but,
So if you're looking at new applications, you're making a decision by August, right?
September.
September.
Well, we contract with them in the winter of that implementation year. So they need to know, they need to be, they need to be working on that because they have to be ready for contract negotiations in March.
Right.
Let's just throw March out there.
First week of August, don't they? They come here and make their final pitch to us the first week of August, and we say yay or nay.
September.
September.
We,
August.
well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
It is
late
August.
It's
It's the August
We say
meeting,
yay or nay,
because statute says that they must be approved by September
September
1st.
1.
right.
That's what I thought. That's what I said originally, but, okay. So August PEC meeting, you are making a decision, and that would be August 16th. Okay? I know that there's a little bit of concern for wanting them to make a decision as quickly as possible, and I hear, Patty, they may not have their head administrator in place yet, and you'd want them to be party to that, but we also want them to be ready for contract negotiations so it goes quickly. Are you doing contract negotiations with renewal schools and brand new schools at the same time?
We always do.
Okay, so, yeah, it's not gonna be.
I think this year you would have to start
Yeah.
at least the new
New
schools in
application.
January, because there's 20 renewal schools.
And there's only 5 new school applications.
Yeah, I think so, because
Did you say October 1st?
I think that's fair. Because by that time, hopefully they'll have, if they've got grant money.
How about
Well,
by
the
your
problem
October
is, in their
PEC?
implementation year, unless they've got grant money, they have no funding, so they can't afford to hire a head administrator just all on their own, unless they're. So as long as they get the grant money, then they can hire, but, I don't want to put August as the deadline because it's unlikely.
You want to make it November 1st?
No, I think I'm good with October.
15th? Over, under? I don't even know what that means,
Well-
over, under.
Whatever our October, by the October PEC meeting.
Okay.
And don't put a date so that
Yeah.
it changes.
October 18th, so that to prepare, they have to have it to us by October 11th, right?
Well, they can give it to us on the 17th. It's only a checkbox, but yeah.
You might.
I mean,
you
it
might change
doesn't
the
require
document.
any analysis or anything like that. It's just yeah.
Let us know.
Yeah, but it needs to be part of our meeting materials. So, yeah.
And where did you land on the 3? We're not doing 3, right? Or we are?
Well, I don't think
Unless they make a good
Make-
case for it.
we can't make that decision
Right now, we're
at
not.
this moment in time because that would require a vote. So I think we're going to have to put that on the May agenda.
So you
But
wanna
the
vote-
problem is Missy's in the last moments of her training of the new applicants.
Well, you are and just did look at the performance framework. So you could make that, you could add that to the performance framework. So you're looking at the contract, you're looking at the performance framework, so all of these documents are being looked at today and next month. So you could put it in that document.
So in the performance framework, would it be a footnote?
Yeah, it'd be option 3 and either a footnote or under that available, let's say you say no. Available for, schools in existence 2 or more years, or whatever you put. And I don't care if it's a footnote or not.
Okay.
Can I just say, that with the option 3, it would seem to me that is a very, a new school applying for that would, if under certain circumstances, I say we take it as a case-by-case basis. If somebody wants desperately to do the option 3 for specific reasons, then we can address that as a case-by-case basis, not get into the whole 2 years or whatever, because they may have an administrator who's familiar with the whole thing, can possibly do this. But they would have to be able to prove to us that they were ready to do that. Just take it by case-by-case basis. Can you do that?
And I hear what you're saying, but for me, the schools that are using option 3, they have data supporting why they need to look at things differently because their kids are here. A new school has no clue where their kids are because they don't even know who those kids are yet.
But they know they're addressing a certain population.
Not necessarily, only if,
If that's their mission, then
Well-
that's what they are doing.
The application does ask them to talk about who's your target population.
no, but what I'm saying is, outside of we're targeting, we're gonna be a re-engagement school or an Albuquerque Sign Language that was specifically set up for that, a school can't say, I only want autistic kids to come to my school. They can't. We're a public school. So that's what I'm saying, no, most schools don't. And still, even if they have that target population, you don't know where those kids are gonna score out on anything. You don't. There's no data to support it. But we don't have that many schools that are going to be applying that are re-engagement schools or so very different than an Albuquerque Sign Language. And then other than that, you can't target a group of people.
But I agree with Stuart and what he said about case-by-case basis, because somebody could be coming in and there is a school, I won't mention the school, there is a school that's going to be applying with us, we think, that's a very alternative education program as it is. So they have the experience probably already in running something like option 3 by the very nature of the school they've been running all these years. So have them demonstrate to us their capacity, when they come here in August, and also in the community hearings, but demonstrate to us your capacity to do this. And if they don't, then they don't. And if they do, I think we should.
Well, then you have to put, to me, if that's what you're going to do, then you have to change the new application because they're not going to be addressing that specifically in their capacity hearing, in their much of the new application. It's not going to be addressing that. So that information that we get in the new application isn't sufficient for me to see that applicant is going to be able to do that. That's a whole different, to me, hearing almost, review, maybe not a hearing, so that you won't get it. And because they're a new applicant, they may not have the head administrator on board yet. They may not.
It would seem to me that anybody asking for the option 3 would be already in a case where they had a head administrator that was.
Money.
Well, yeah, the grant thing, but maybe.
Well, the grant thing, you're asking someone to stand up before us and say, oh, I didn't take a job for this current school year, because I'm hoping that you're going to accept this application, and I'm hoping we get the grant, and that way I'll be okay, but otherwise, I'm screwed.
But they're already doing that. They're putting in so much time already. What, hoping.
Not,
that-
but they're keeping their current job. If we're asking them to have their head administrator already,
I'm not
that-
asking them to have their head
you
administrator.
just did.
I asked them to have. their
Yes,
head
you
administrator.
did.
I just said in this particular case, the school
In this
does,
particular case, I did.
no, but this school that I'm speaking of, that's already put in a letter of intent, likely has their head administrator, hold on, and has already done a lot of this work. I like your idea of a special hearing if someone says, hey, you know, we're considering option 3. And we say to them, you know, you're gonna have to kind of show us that you're capable of doing this in the early years before we can grant you that. I think that's a great idea, Patty.
Just add more time. So I
We're gonna
kind
go
of
off
do,
at 5 o'clock on Friday.
but I think, well, we'll have to look at that because I worry about being arbitrary with who we're saying, yes, you can do that. Yes, you can't do it. So I think that we'd have to set up guidelines for what the decision is going to be based on so that some school can't come back to us later and say, you let them do it, but you didn't let us do it. And we're pretty similar. So we have to be, we have to have a lot of clarity on that.
So that proposed language needs to be in the performance framework next month.
Right. We're on additional grade amendment and enrollment cap amendment form.
I can do those.
Okay. No.
The one thing I would be concerned about is if we put it in the performance framework or in anything that would be 1 or 2 years before they could do option 3, you might be turning off some innovative, really creative person that really wants to deal with a population that's challenging. And I'd be concerned about that.
So I thought, and maybe I misunderstood, I thought the language was going to be determined by the commission.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something nuanced like that, and then we'll work out the process for, in our spare time.
Well, so we can think about whether well, right now, the commission, it would need to be in there because right now a school tells you they want to do option 3. This would say, for a new
Right.
school, they need to follow this process. So I've just put it as a note for the performance framework. Grade.
They're not ours yet, so.
Additional grade amendment and enrollment cap. There's one change on, oh, well, actually, there's, yes, there's the same 2 changes in the same forms, which is a change, a proposed change, which you have already discussed and agreed to that didn't make it into the form, that for a grade level change or an enrollment cap change, it needs to be approved by the March PEC meeting in order to go into effect by July 1 because of budget and timing.
So as a real world current example, does this, can you go back up to where that language just was, Missy? Thank you. And I used a master's program as an example. This means by our March PEC meeting next year, right, they have to come to us with their forms or whatever they need to have. So they're ready by July 1st.
Yes, that also means.
July
no
1st,
one-
2025?
Correct.
So yes, March
is already gone
meeting,
by now.
March 2025 meeting for in effect July 2025.
So hopefully they could open in fall of 2025.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you very much.
That has to be 2 weeks before the March meeting.
Well, it has to be approved at the March meeting, which means they have to backwards plan the, 28 days out deadline.
Back map it, if I were them, beginning of January.
Hmm.
If I were them, I would back map it to January and not
Sure.
wait for
Yeah.
February.
Wouldn't we all?
Right.
All I'm saying is, wouldn't it be wise, instead of saying must be approved by the March meeting, say must be submitted for the March meeting by a month before? No?
It can be, they can do that in September if they want.
Correct. They could do it they could do it now. They could do
Yeah.
it next week.
Yeah.
As
So all
long
they
as
have
we
to
get
do-
it more than 28 days before the March meeting. And I think because all of the amendment forms have the submission deadlines right on them, I think it's cleaner just to say which PEC meeting it has to be approved at.
I think it's, the amendment must be approved by by the March PEC meeting in order to go into effect by July 1. I just
And we can add of that year or of the same year.
think that's a good idea. Then 2 of these forms, I think you recall that there is one way that schools are authorized to replicate within a school district, and it's by starting having a separate facility. And we're doing a form for that, and we're just cross-referencing that concept in both of these forms. So both of these forms have the same 2 changes, the timing change we just discussed, and just a checkbox as to whether they are proposing the separate facility amendment. With that, I think we're done with both.
This would be the same thing for that same school
Yes.
because they have to be at a separate facility.
Yes.
And I added the of the same calendar year to the other amendment form too.
So Vice Chair, I think we can go on to the next one, which is a new form. It's 5E for the separate facility.
That's right.
Yeah, 5E1. It's a new form, but I used an existing form. And this is just what would be required if you wanted to open a separate facility in the same school district operated by the same board. And
Would this be like Ames?
yes, be like Ames.
Right.
It would. That is, yeah, there's only one way that you can replicate in statute, and it's to open a separate facility in the same school district.
Question. So this just says separate facility. It doesn't say replication because there are schools that are located on 2 different campuses, that have their elementary on one campus and then their high school around the corner. That's a separate facility. But what this amendment is proposing is something, so would a school that was expanding grade levels and wanted to have a campus a block away for their high school, would they use this amendment or?
So the statute,
Because the form doesn't say replication.
well, that's right. The statute is referenced and uses the word separate facility. I would say yes, that if a school is wanting to go 3 blocks away and have another school campus there, that they could use this.
But where's the distinction in terms of location number? So take Moss. Moss is the only school that has an LEA number, the same LEA number for both campuses, and then 001 and 002 for location numbers. Schools that have 2 locations, it's just one location. It's one school number. They're the same in the accountability system, whereas Moss gets 2 Vistas reports.
Yeah, but I don't think we're going to do that moving forward. I think there's only going to be one location number no matter.
But what I'm hearing from Julia, like if I'm hearing you correctly, Julia, you're envisioning something like Moss. When you talk about replication, I hear 2 location numbers, 2 Vista
Why
scores.
2
No.
location numbers?
No, that was a mistake that was
Okay.
made by the then acting secretary that created the MAS issue. And under legal advisement, he was told not to do it, and he went ahead and did it anyway. Not our legal advisement, PED's legal advisement.
Right, so
So we're done with that, and every school is going to be one regard.
Location.
So let's say Ames does move forward, as they've indicated, it's one,
same location number.
correct?
But we have,
Board, same.
we have a
location,
school that
same
might
Vista.
want to, as somebody pointed out, because they want to expand their enrollment, move their 9 through 12 to a separate facility. This would also be utilized for that, so it could be used for both.
Yeah, because Turquoise Trail, do they still,
I don't know about Turquoise Trail, but I know.
Turquoise
Napa
Trail at
has
one time had their
elementary and
middle
in one
school
place and high school in another, same
in a separate
location.
place.
But I just want to make sure this amendment can cover both.
Yeah,
Explore Albuquerque, yeah. have
Okay.
two-
But to address Bridget's very specific question, the statute says, the separate facilities shall be treated together as one school. So there's a type.
So one school means one board, one school location code,
one
2
budget,
physical campus.
But you have 2 facilities.
correct.
Yeah, okay, great, perfect.
So if one closes, everyone closes.
I need to, there's a typo, it's not, it's 4L, I need to, the 9 is wrong. But yes, it would be used anytime they wanted to do it. And if you want to put the statutory site up in the name as well too, it's a very specific amendment form. I think those are both 2 really good suggestions, so. And we had them identify in this form kind of their capacity to do it and that kind of thing. So, and again, it cross-references these other forms. If you're going to do additional grade level, additional cap, you have to submit the separate forms as well. Any other questions? And I'll make sure that we have time to make sure that there's no other technical changes.
Okay. We are on to F, discretionary waivers amendment form.
That is a very simple,
Simple.
straightforward one. Actually, now that we kind of looked more carefully at the rule, we were thinking there would be a discretionary waiver under the calendaring. It's actually that exemption, so I'm not sure people will use that form, but I think it's fine to have it.
Conflict of interest. And I know you talked about this last week with your conversation with PSCOC.
Yes, so we have not required a specific type of conflict of interest form for schools. We've raised it a couple of times, and I was looking at it again. And in part of that thinking, I spoke with PSFA about what they do. They require a very extensive conflict of interest form, and it's right here. And they do it annually, and everybody does it because it's the only way that you get money. So they all do it. Because I said, well, we get pushback, and she said, well, we don't get any pushback. So I wanted to kind of talk to you about what I think some of the options are. One is you could request a copy of the PSFA conflict of interest form and use that as a conflict of interest form. The second thing you could do, which is in the red line, they have addressed quite a few of the conflict of interest, but not everything that we have thought of. So on page 3 and 4, primarily on 3, I just added language for things that we think about. There's 2 ways, if you like this language, first we can look at the language and wordsmith it, but if you like this language, there's 2 ways you could do it. We could ask PSFA if they would voluntarily add this to their form, and they might or might not do it. They were very interested in ensuring that there weren't conflicts of interest. So, and they are very dedicated to getting this form. If they said, no, I don't really want to do it, you could require a copy of the PSFA form and a PEC supplement, and it could be short. Always for the least
Yeah.
reimbursement. Yeah, I haven't asked them yet. They were very knowledgeable, and I want to tell you that I ended up speaking to 2 of them without they just took the call and then could talk to me right then, and man, they could talk to me. They knew this inside and out. So I haven't gone back to them. But I think there's 1 or 2 ways that you could do this. They tell me that they have never provided PED or PEC with this form that's filled out, but that's only because no one's asked them for it. What I liked about it is it felt a lot easier than arguing with the schools about why they had to do it for us, and actually stopped a replication that the school had to do 2 forms.
Are you gonna send these additional things to, is it,
If you ask me to, I will. I just was waiting.
was it Alicia?
Yeah, yes, and
Elise?
and an attorney.
Is it still Mona?
No, I
So,
don't.
and I'm sorry, I'd have to look at who I
I don't
spoke
think
to.
I've ever talked to their attorney.
I can take this to them and let you know.
I think
this
that would be
meeting?
good personally. I think letting them include it in theirs is really, to me, the right place to have that conversation. And it absolves us from being in the middle of that also, you know.
I mean, this is the path of least resistance to do this and ask them. If they say no, then we come back and maybe we ask, somehow we can ask what's in red and ask them for a copy of the other, and we just, combine both some way. But to me, the easiest thing is to ask them if they would include these questions on there. And yeah, it does seem to help to serve their purpose as well.
Also, they allow the school, which I thought was really interesting, the ability to tell them why they don't think it's conflict of interest. They let them explain.
Right.
And I thought that was a really interesting way to go forward. And they already have that, so I kept that same concept here. And we wouldn't be doing anything with their own approval. We would just be also getting the form.
Right. And I'm thinking that explanation, and I'm not sure, that because in some small areas, they have no choice.
For sure.
Everyone's related to everyone, so it's like, I'm gonna be, contracting with this person probably at some point in time, or, it's hard. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I'll take it back to them, see what they think. Thanks to them for being, it was a great
Yeah.
conversation. All right, lease and lease purchase memo?
Yep.
We also considered whether there needed to be a form to ensure that charter schools aren't paying for things that the landlords are required to pay for. Again, in the conversation with PSFA and everything that they do, I believe that it is covered by them. I don't think that you need to do any more. I think that they make sure that the language is in the lease. And in order for them to fund lease reimbursement, they need this language in the lease. And then it's between the landlord and the tenant and the landlord and the school. That's the position I think that you would take. It's not your job to enforce a lease, it's theirs to enforce the lease. And I felt like this took care of the question. I also asked them if they ran into concerns around this issue a lot, and they said no.
Oh, with the college?
College is under.
Right.
One particular thing, the elevator, that puts them in a non-compliant.
Right.
And they can't get the school to respond to the elevator. So they could be at any point tagged by paramount, forever. But they're, and so I think the issue I have is, I'm gonna speak to, PSFA about this, that they need to have to push a land, say to the landlord. They inspected look at the lease, the lease has the provisions in there that says they will maintain such and so, blah, blah, blah. Then, problem is, in reality, they just don't get to it. Well, at some point, you gotta be able to have some, the school has very little leverage, you know?
Right.
That's the place I want, is the PSFA be able to go in and say to a landlord, look, you signed this lease, this needs to be corrected. Because the school tries to do that and make it something wrong. So that's one place where if there's an enabling that we have to do
Right, right, because my understanding is with that school you were talking about, PSFA did come down and visit it. You know, so I don't know, but I don't know what the outcome of that is, but you're right. With facilities that are owned by some other educational entity, they've made good money from those lease reimbursement payments. And it's, you know, that's what well, I know in Cruces, some of the leases are written that Cruces, LCPS will take whatever the lease reimbursement is. There are other schools where it doesn't. So it's correct. The commercial ones, absolutely. I don't know of a one that just takes what the lease reimbursement is. So, okay. So there's nothing we have to do with this.
Right.
Okay. So we are on to number 6. Discussion to provide authorization to the PEC negotiation team for Cesar Chavez. And this is what we referenced earlier with the performance framework and the challenge with the templates, that they're still working on the templates. And I'm going to, I think the ask has been that the templates be done by May 1st. That all work be done. Because we have to sit down with the school and have, because if it's not done in June, the school's hurting. You know, there's no money coming in. So I did have a conversation with Dan Hill, their lawyer, just to let him know that, you know, we're working on this and give us some time. He had absolutely no problem. He was very understanding. So, but he is waiting to hear when we can all gather back together and get this finalized, because they have a board, we have a meeting, so it does have to be done. So May 1st,
Then we'll have probably a Zoom meeting in like the following 10 days to go
Yeah.
over everything so
Well,
that can be on the May agenda.
There, yes, exactly. I want to mention one more thing. But you have fixed it in the draft of the performance framework today in what you looked at, which is to allow a school to negotiate a few more things that until today you hadn't been authorized to do. So I think that the school has requested a couple of those things. We want the negotiating team to be able to discuss those with the school, and I just wanted clarification that you all will allow the negotiating team to negotiate consistent with the changes you discussed today on the performance framework. The second issue is, before we can approve them, and before they can approve, we can approve the documents, and they can approve the documents, they need those 5 templates.
Right.
So be able to have a little bit more flexibility in the negotiations. We can finish the documents. Number 2, they need the templates finished by May 1st.
We do have a meeting scheduled with Jody for Monday.
great.
And I
Thanks.
believe that the school has told us that all data has been provided to her on all of those. Great.
Item number 7, which is, and there's a memo on instructional materials. We had asked Julia a couple of months back to take a look at federal and more federal statute really than state statute, I guess. But I guess there is some state statute on a public school requiring the purchase of Chromebooks and other items that are used for instructional purposes. This isn't uniforms. You know, this is more technology pieces. You know, a Chromebook, an iPad, MacBook, whatever it might be.
And the answer is, in my view, very clearly, yes, they have to do it. Technology is required instruction at this point. The digital equity, and actually it's primarily right now, I mean, I'm sure there's also federal law, but the state law was so strong that I just kind of didn't want to spend a lot of time with too many citations because it's so clear. But the Digital Equity and Education Act requires the schools to develop, implement a technology plan, and they require the replacement and repair processes issued to students, teachers, and families. It's required educational content in many of the educational content standards. So I don't see, if you wanted to issue a guidance letter to schools, I think that I think you can just say that this is required. If a school at some point was violating that and you needed a long list of every single statute, we can go back and do more research and collect them all, but I just don't, I think the answer is a clear yes, the school should be paying for it.
When we were looking at the enrollment policy and the guidance that we were going to do with the enrollment policy, we kept using the term chilling factor. And to me, that's what this is. If a family is looking to enroll their student and their child in a school, and they see on the website that you have to purchase this expensive piece of equipment, to me, families are gonna, many families will say no, because it's also, well, if we can't afford that, what else is gonna be coming? You know, that we can't afford to do that. So it's, you know, even putting on a clause on that website that says, you know, if a family can't afford it, you know, you can fill out this form, and that's, families aren't gonna fill out that form, and there's always that concern. Well, is there gonna be like a inventory number on that so that everyone else in the school know that's not yours, it's the school's? You know, things like that, you just don't know how someone is gonna internalize that.
I just had a couple questions. I'm sure you're right. This is well established, but there's a couple things, repair and replace, process for this, you know, the problem is when you have somebody that's been woefully negligent, dropped their Chromebook 5 times, you know, how many times do you have to repair and replace? It seems to me that if there's a neglect or abuse, then you don't have to do that, and that there should be put something for that, because you know what, and the one that really concerns me is the internet service connectivity. Does that mean at home? And so that would be exceedingly difficult.
This, what you're looking at is existing statutory law, so this is already in the law.
Okay, does it?
It's already the requirement.
So does that require school districts to provide internet access at home?
I actually don't know the answer to that. It would have to, and I think that was addressed during COVID. They must have.
But the funding for that has now gone away. So
I don't know.
there was funding for it, and I know like Cuba School District purchased Tesla's satellite, which is extraordinarily expensive. They upfronted that, they're able to do that, but now but they can't afford to continue for all the families. They just can't, because the funding's going. So it's a real, and we know that during COVID, not every child got service. We know that.
Not
That's an absolute. So, you know,
we're currently in that whole broadband upgrade where not every school has
Correct.
internet access. And so the idea of providing it for somebody on the reservation who is, you know, barely has electricity, having internet access is very, very difficult. And so I'm wondering about that part. And when you put this in there, somebody's going to say, well, I need access. I need internet access at home. And
well, we wouldn't, I think what we would be providing in our guidance is, well, yeah, there would be citations to those laws, but we're not giving guidance to the schools that they have to get internet service to every student. Or this guidance is being focused solely on requiring the purchase of the electronic devices.
The bigger problem on Chromebooks that I was reading is that if you require a family to do it, those things break down all the time. So they don't last very long. And part of the kind of articles and things nationally is there's so many Chromebooks that are, you know, being thrown away that actually so it's but it was kind of the flip, that if you're looking at requiring a family to do it and the thing only lasts a year, are they going to require that family to buy it year after year after year? So I think that we can a little bit dodge this bullet by saying that they must comply with the law and that we consider that the schools should be providing Chromebooks to their students at no cost to the family.
I agree with that, and I think that the onus should be on the schools, especially after all the ESSER funds that came out, that every single school is flush with computers. And I know they only have, if a tech person was in here, I don't see any of them in here right now. They probably would say they only last for 2 years no matter what, but there's so many. I mean, I'm also skeptical about how many are out of the boxes right now in some
Yeah.
places. So I know when I was here, when we were just trying to get we bought tens of thousands of Chromebooks when I was at the PED during the initial phase of COVID. And so, yeah, so anyhow, I think that to your point, Stuart, too, like the hardship of replacement or having insurance on it to be replaced, ought to be on the school as well. So I'm in favor of this.
Yeah, I think, schools knew it was ending. So they needed to start making plans on how do we now put it in our budget so that there's a cycle of replacing. But I also hear you on, but there's gotta be some policy somewhere that talks about like the destruction and the abuse of public property,
Regular,
know,
and
reckless,
no, regular use and normal use, stuff like that.
yeah, yeah. So
Yeah, we had the same thing with textbooks.
textbooks,
Yeah,
yeah.
the same thing. So it probably covers the same aspect of that.
Well, where I was, it was very arbitrary. It was up to the teacher to make the determination as to the condition
Ours was the bookroom manager.
and go to a fancy school.
Neither did I.
And work in a
It's
fancy.
on the vote to provide guidance for the chair to issue a guidance letter is on the agenda tomorrow.
Yeah,
Number 8, we've largely done, but I just wanted to add a few things. We were looking very specifically at the rules, and the question that was asked of me is to look to see if PEC plays any role in those rules. I don't think so. PEC and PED have been working for a long time to have clear lanes of authority. These lanes of authority are very much within what PED considers. It might be challenged by people, and so I'm not speaking to that, but it's not, neither of those rules are things within what you all do. We did, and we mentioned this before, they had in the draft rule, in my view, overstepped to where they could close a state charter. Former Chair Brower submitted a letter saying, please fix that, and they did fix that. We've also discussed that it's not a discretionary waiver, it's an exemption. So, and then the last question was, well, what if a school comes to seek a waiver or something from you? I think you're going to, we would be making up whatever they would be saying. So I think you're going to consider anything that a school asks you to do, but I think it's very possible you're going to deny that. So, because I don't, I just think it's not in your lane. I think there's a lot of things that are going to happen with those. And I have a lot of questions about those, but that's outside of that. It's outside of PEC. So it's on the agenda as an agenda item tomorrow, but I don't know what you would do that we haven't already gotten. They already got out of your lane.
okay, thanks. 8C? I know.
They've already discussed.
But it's on here. Yeah, but it's on there as 8, yeah. Yeah. 9, discussion and clarification of timeline for approval process of new school applications.
There is a document, 9, the only one for 9. And this is pretty much pulled out of the new application kit. And so yesterday was the deadline for any schools to submit the checklist to PSFA. And they include what they received back from PSFA in their application. Our final notice of intent training is on the 22nd. And we've received several applications for peer reviewers. So we will select and have them trained by May. We're looking at 2, probably maybe a 3rd team, because we had 2 schools drop out. So we have 5 that are in the running right now. Could be the 6. I don't think that we have this correct then. Grants, Albuquerque, Santa Fe.
I thought one dropped out a while back.
2 of them. Yeah, Rio Rancho and one of the Albuquerque schools dropped out. So who am I missing, Missy? No, there was 2 in Albuquerque. So now there's 1. Anyway, while Missy's taking a look at that, so applications are due June 1st. We will check for completeness and only send you the ones that are ready to go by June 5th. And the reason why that looks like we're looking at it for so long is that there's some weekend in that, right? June 1st is a Saturday, so we can't take a look at it. So we're looking at it Monday and Tuesday, getting it to you by Wednesday. And then the peer reviewers start to take a look at it and read, rate, discuss, hold capacity interviews the week of June 17th, and write up the analysis and send the preliminary analysis to you and the applicant team on June 28th. And the schools have until July 8th to respond. And then we start the community input hearings. And so we had created a suggested schedule, but if there's one more school, where is that? Did you figure it out?
We have Continental Divide, which is grants, Equip Academy, I can't remember, Albuquerque, RES Academy, which is Albuquerque, Bernalillo area. Sacramento School of Engineering, Science and Engineering is Alamogordo, Sangre de Cristo is Santa Fe, and the Multilingual International School, which is Albuquerque.
So there isn't one in Bernalillo itself, because that,
No, and then there is the multilingual is in Bernalillo.
I'm not sure where RES Academy is, but I think, and I'm not sure where multilingual is.
Do we
I
need
think
to-
multilingual is Albuquerque.
Letters of intent. Multilingual is in Bernalillo. I'm sorry. I thought that this was correct and it's not. So that means July 9th is actually a Tuesday. So if we drove, if Commissioner Gibson and KT Manus and Commissioner Taylor drive from their respective homes far away, maybe we start with July 8th PM.
sure. July 8th in the afternoon.
In Grants,
Beautiful downtown Grants.
okay. AM, okay, so
Okay, wait a minute. July 8th is a Monday.
Correct.
Right. So we would do, grants in the afternoon on the 8th. And then after that was over, we would drive to Albuquerque. And we have how many in Albuquerque now?
Two.
3?
Too, because one,
So we could do,
I'm going to share screen, Missy, so I can edit.
so on the 9th. It depends on where they are. You,
It sounds like there's only Albuquerque and Bernalillo, not two in Albuquerque.
no, I think there's 2 in Albuquerque.
Okay. Says growing roots will.
No,
Multilingual.
the growing roots dropped. On the 9th, we're in Albuquerque.
For 2,
So let's just be clear.
Multilingual is in Corrales.
Oh, good. Oh, okay. So it's
well,
one in Albuquerque, one in Corrales. Okay. That makes
I think they're in Bernalillo, they're in Bernalillo.
Oh, Bernalillo, yes.
So again, all day, 2 schools in Albuquerque. Are you checking, Missy, or shall I?
Can I make a
So
little,
let's just
can I make a
be clear.
little
We're
suggestion?
not doing those 2 schools in the same location, correct?
If, like, why wouldn't we do 2 schools in the same location in Albuquerque?
I didn't think one was actually in Albuquerque.
All right, I'm gonna open up the page that has the notices of intent so we can look at it.
While you guys are doing that, can I make a suggestion? On the 8th, why wouldn't we start at Alamogordo, work our way to Grants on the 9th, Albuquerque area on the 9th and 10th, and finish up in Santa Fe?
Trying to be nice to me.
Equip and RES are in Albuquerque.
I'm driving up at the,
But you're one of 9, right?
well, we're all driving the same distance. It's just a matter of who's driving the
Okay, I
long.
was just curious of going from Santa Fe on the 10th down to Albuquerque, or down to Alamogordo. After, working our way up. Yeah, because you're gonna go from the 10th to Santa Fe at the end, and then go down to Alamogordo on the 11th.
Can you go back to that other screen you just had?
Oh, whatever.
Well, we had Santa Fe and Bernalillo on the 10th.
See the split screen? No.
First thing's classical, not continental classical.
So we have Rest Academy and Equip.
Well,
Won't it switch up?
doesn't it help you to do Alamogordo the first then? I mean, the first school?
No, it actually helps me doing it the last.
Doing it the last, okay. Well, that makes sense. But it seems like trying to do Alamogordo is like pretty much a day back and forth, isn't it?
Well, it depends on when we're starting. So if we do Santa Fe and Bernalillo on the 10th, then you would drive the morning of the 11th and do it in the afternoon.
Yeah, that would be. So we're gonna do,
Bernalillo in the early afternoon, and I can drive down to Alamogordo that night.
You could.
Have it in the morning.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering about.
That's fine.
So we're only gonna do the 2 Albuquerque schools on the 9th? That's it, just the 2?
Correct.
grants on the 8th, right?
Albuquerque, 2 schools on the 9th, and then Santa Fe, Bernalillo, and Alamogordo.
Santa Fe in the morning.
Bernalillo in the afternoon. Right. I mean, you can do 3, but it's tough to do three.
No, yeah, I would.
It really
especially if
is.
they're very far apart.
Yeah.
So back to the locations of the hearings. In the past, Consuelo, the liaison, worked closely with me to identify a location, and we made all the arrangements. Audio visual, Santa Fe Audio and Visual will come. But Chair Gibson, is there a reason why we wouldn't want to have the same location in Albuquerque?
No, I was, yeah.
That was in Rio
That's not a good spot.
I don't think
That,
so either.
that hearing room for Explore Santa Fe, Explore Rio Rancho was awful. It wasn't large enough. There, we were too up close and personal with each other
Yeah, and
at it. It just,
the
that was not a good location. That
CNN
was at the
Workforce Training.
Highlands Rio Rancho. If they had a larger room, that would be great, but that, we've used, CNM.
That's what we were just saying. I think that's,
We've used CNM a lot. We've also used the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center because they have a very large room as well. So, and a good restaurant too.
I know Equip's planning to be on the west side. I know Equip's planning to be on the west side, if that has any impact on where you want to do it.
I think we used the NMAA office too, right? We've used that building before, the NMAA for,
Yes, we have. Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty big. I mean,
It's not bigger than
They have,
PNM.
they have that one big room that
yeah,
we've used.
I would say 100 people could fit in the
Yeah.
larger room.
Yeah. Yeah, because we had some pretty big turnouts at that big meeting room that's off to the right when you go in. Not to the left, but to the right. There's a big meeting room. We have used them.
Okay, so
Um,
those are three viable locations.
I would check, NMSU has a satellite campus in Alamogordo. So I would think they should have more than enough capacity.
I'm getting it in this document.
Because I can't think of anything else in Alamogordo that wouldn't be either the school district or the municipal government if I'm guessing the school district probably wouldn't want to be cooperative. Just thinking. And I don't know what the facility is for the Alamogordo government. I don't think it's great. And then
Is there a museum in Alamogordo?
there's the Space Museum. There is a big space museum, and they did undergo they've only fairly recently reopened because they did a big renovation of it. I don't know. I know a lot of schools go there. So they might, because that would be a state facility, so we shouldn't have to pay.
Mhm. Two grants.
Wait a minute.
So
So-
if we're dry, so Monday is July 8th.
oh, you don't want to do that.
Oh, no, you can drive to Albuquerque after that. Yeah, I'm not gonna say. That's right.
No, because I cut off before I get to Albuquerque. I cut off. So I'm not going to drive all the way to Albuquerque.
Okay, no,
What-
so you're
that's-
driving from Las Cruces to Grants on Monday morning. So you're there in time for the afternoon hearing for Grants. Right, like
Wait a minute.
two-ish.
Oh, I saw PM Albuquerque. I thought we were having a hearing PM in Albuquerque.
Okay, are you looking at this one? Which one are you looking at? Because I've edited it.
I'm looking at the one that's on this.
Is it different from this?
I don't know.
Okay,
Okay.
because I've been editing.
So we're starting at what time?
So
Right after lunch.
Commissioner
Right after
Carrillo
lunch,
suggested
grants.
2.
Yeah.
One is good. Is 1 good for you?
Earlier the better, yeah.
As long
Okay.
as I don't have to physically stay in Grants. Yeah. It's about three,
70 miles, something like
it's
that.
3:45 from my house.
How long of a drive is it for you?
3 hours and 45 minutes for me, out. Because there's no, yeah.
Okay.
Or 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay.
You're assuming there's good places to eat in Grants.
So Los Poblanos has a place in Grants. We could stay there.
They do?
I'm just
I would
looking
do
at venues in Grants and Los Poblanos Historic Inn and Organic Farm. Oh, it's 66 miles from Grants. Shoot.
The last
Never mind.
hearing that we had in Grants, Alan, that was the young guy that was with you. And that was in an old Catholic church that had no air conditioning and
It's there.
cows and flies. And we had to have the windows open.
And a winery up the street that we didn't even get to visit.
I know. Yes,
Mhm.
yeah.
Okay. I'm taking suggestions for a Bernalillo location.
Leo.
I didn't care much for the.
Not the range.
No, not the range.
Santa Ana Casino?
That's a thought.
Nota Big, you could do that. You could do Nota Begay Foundation has their office on Santa Ana Pueblo. There's another one. I can't remember what it's called. There's another area. Santa Ana Casino. There's some other things there.
Del Rio Event Center?
I mean, what would be great, and I don't know if this is, if it's a campus like, say, at MSU, and they have a room that is already set up for a hybrid situation, we really wouldn't need Santa Fe Audio
My goodness, really?
to go all the way there. And I'm more than willing, because I'm closer to there, I am more than willing to go look at it and say, this is great, and it'll work.
You're talking about.
Alamogordo, because that's the furthest.
All right.
If we can get someplace, and I'm saying for all of these places, if they have a room set up and people can check it out, so we're not in the situation we were in Ruidoso.
Well, Ruidoso is that they had their equipment. We didn't bring our people. And after that, one of the commissioners said, we always have to bring Santa Fe audio and visual.
See, if that was the problem with Ruidoso. I don't think either people didn't understand that we had to bring our own equipment.
No, we thought that we could rely on theirs. And what I thought you were suggesting just now was that if NMSU
Yes.
has their own equipment, we don't have to bring our.
Exactly.
Okay.
And C&M definitely has their own equipment.
Yeah, I was gonna,
As long as we can get that room.
Well, what when we had it at CNM last time, no, rewind.
let me ask you
We
a
have
question. Why couldn't we use,
community input.
why couldn't we use CNM Workforce for Bernalillo? It's only 10 minutes up the road on I-25. I mean,
Not within the district.
it has to be within the district for the meeting? Oh.
Yeah. Hello,
look right there.
NMSU. That's what we've been talking about.
Are you looking at the screen?
Yes, there's a satellite campus of NMSU. No. Oh, I know there's a NMSU in Las Cruces.
Okay, what about grants?
Oh,
I think there's an NMSU branch there too.
there is. I
There's
don't know
also
what
the-
it looks like. It could look like the Highlands campus.
There's also the lava tubes. I'm just putting it out there. The lava tubes, we could do it there.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Never heard of
You've never seen the lava tubes?
Oh, my God, you've
National
never
Park
seen it?
there? Or
You have not
historical
lived.
state park?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. I know what a lava lamp is. I don't know what
I know what a lava tube
That's your
is.
dog? Oh, man.
Really?
Missy, can we really,
I know, thanks.
can we really have a hearing in that, or are you joking?
No. No. They are.
Okay. Are you gonna use my office?
They would, yeah. Yeah. There, you should see them, yeah. Just
There-
they'll never stay in Grants.
There's two more dates that
There's
should
a
be,
train there that all the hotels are by.
there's two more dates that should be added. So July 18th is when the input to that's when the letter will go out to the chair to the schools.
Yeah.
So July 18th at the PEC meeting, we can get the input to the chair on the new school applications, and those letters can go out that day. And then you just added, after the decision-making hearing, that by the October PEC meeting, schools that are successfully approved need to identify the performance framework option.
Are we done with this one? Okay. Number 10, discussion and calendar options for 2025 calendar to not conflict with graduation dates. Then have it.
Tuesday. I know what you want to say.
You have been driving this, so, it's a simple conversation, so have it.
Basically, for May, not having the main meeting on whatever's in 2024, it is what it is right now. But for 2025, not having the main meeting on the Thursday, Friday that we usually do, but having it on maybe a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Monday, Tuesday, so that people can attend graduations in their area. Am I attached to this?
You are.
I mean, I
You
think
are
it's important. I
with-
like to attend graduations when I can.
I
And I'm-
don't think it's likely that we're gonna have graduations on the 17th and 18th next year with our 180 days and so forth. They're all gonna be pushed back later in the month.
Actually, this year, School of Excellence graduation is Wednesday, May 8th. I'm sorry, Southwest Secondary graduation is Wednesday, May 8th.
I mean, for me, with so many schools on balanced calendars, it bounces all around.
You know
I
what?
have a lot that do
Let's just take
Saturdays.
this sucker off. What do you say?
Oh.
Ixnay on the graduation
Can we
date.
vote on that today or we have to wait till tomorrow?
We'll ixnay it tomorrow. All right.
Item number 11, reimbursements. I want to thank Consuelo
Yeah, thank you.
for,
Very fast.
getting on these. I appreciate it. My Oakland has finally started to move. Oh, please, I haven't been reimbursed yet. When I got that text message this morning that $3,000 in the account, well, maybe it's mine.
What about Austin? You been paid for Austin last year?
I got paid for Austin
Okay,
last
good.
year. I
Okay,
did,
good.
but don't ask me when. But, Oakland, is moving, so I appreciate that. Yeah.
And I want to thank Samantha for her job too.
two of
She
them.
did a really good job while she was doing it.
And, I was telling Karina, I thought Consuelo thought she was doing the little project, that we had her do when she was interviewing, because she found a 1 cent error on my mileage
Ron,
reimbursement. So, she's, I, I appreciate your thoroughness. I do. And I'm really hoping, I'm very hopeful that, we're moving forward, because I've just had to make another plane reservation.
I believe that you'll get your reimbursement at the beginning next week for Oklahoma.
Thanks.
There was
Um,
one issue that they wanted a sign-in sheet and an attendance list, and I said, it's a conference. So I printed out the full agenda and handed it to them, so. But it's DFA that was making that call, not our team.
Thanks. Yeah, I sent them a picture one time of my ID tag from a conference I went to, and they said, no, we want the sign-in sheet. And it was actually a PED conference, so I said, well, I don't have it, but you do. So why are you asking for, it's like,
And
and
even
I
that-
could have signed in and then gone to the golf course. I mean, that's the reality of it. So, but and you get stuck in the middle of that.
The thing is though, when we submit for PED staff, they just ask for an agenda.
Right.
So I told them you need to be the same.
Yeah. Okay, so I
And
really
like
do
we said in the meeting, whatever, if when you're going to Chicago, right? Don't order the bourbon glazed salmon. Because then they'll think you're drinking and they won't pay for it. Yeah, there was someone at PED had a great story about that she relayed to me.
Okay. So school grant funds, I had a conversation with Val about this, and I'm sorry Alan had to leave. But, in addition to the actual disbursement of the money, Val brought up that an equal or maybe even bigger concern is the grant award letters are late. So that was a whole new piece that, I'm glad she brought up, so that they're going to, make that a part of their call, so we can, get eyes on that.
What is late, the grant award letters?
Grant awards letters.
For, so for the expansion schools, you're saying? Oh, the federal government? I'm lost.
Could you just come a little closer?
Waiting for my signal to head off the light.
Valerie, do you have can you tell us which grant specifically? No, there's a lot of them? Okay.
The schools aren't concerned about the RFRs that they have submitted. They're still waiting on their award letters from PED. So if they're still waiting for the award letters and they haven't released the money, then they can't even begin the RFR process.
So PED could look like they've cleared out all the RFRs.
Correct.
But there's an unaccounted RFRs that haven't been able to be submitted yet because they haven't sent out the awards letters, which, I'm glad we had that conversation, because that was something that
But I
know.
could find out.
So,
Which one? was the-
yeah, it really would. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
I mean, honestly, we need to know which grant, which school, all of the details, if there's any way that we run interference, and there could be a million places where it's stuck.
just like our reimbursements. Thanks.
Yeah, that's-
Okay, subcommittee updates. Performance framework, I don't need to say anymore. It's, you know,
Enough said.
we killed that several hours ago. So, budget, we did not meet. The executive committee met with the cabinet secretary, about the 2%. Have not heard back. He said he would actually get back to us within the couple of days.
Yeah, so it's
Um,
been a couple days.
And I ran into him this morning. And I also, in an email that I sent him, I reminded him that we were waiting and that we would actually be here Thursday and Friday, so we'd be happy to have a conversation with him about that we're waiting. So I did remind him, that we're waiting, a continued talk. One of the, suggestions that the cabinet secretary had for using that money was to help the CSI schools and to offer support to the CSI schools. And my response was, let's see the dollar amount. What are you looking at and what is this? And also a reminder to him that many of our CSI schools are there only for grad rate. So it's really not schools that need comprehensive support. So I don't see that $800,000 is going to go into spending that. So, and he was more than willing to hear that, for sure. So.
And we reassured him that we're on it, on those schools, that,
Yeah.
you know, that's what the annual reports are for. That's what the annual notices are for. We reminded him of all that.
And,
doing
you
that.
know, that we're driving this on an equity issue. We want to be equitable to the schools and make sure that, and that's why the audit was the suggestion, because every school pays for an audit. So, we'll see where that goes. Hopefully we have clarity. No. Policy subcommittee, did you guys meet? Have you met? Nope. I think I'm on that too. Yeah, sorry. I was hoping you met without me. So, food service.
We haven't met. I've gone to a bunch of schools, almost all the schools I've gone to or talked to, which is a fair amount. They're all jumping in on that $5 million grant money for upgrading kitchen facilities and things like that. So that's good. One of the schools brought up an interesting piece to this is, you know, they have to pay for the lunches on their budgets. And he did just a random interview to some of the parents. How many parents, when we serve lunches, how many parents are going to do lunches? He said almost half of them said, we're not going to do that. We're going to still pack our lunch, even if you serve lunch to us. So it's an interesting thing to bring forward to the rural situation if, you know, because they pay for it and it gets thrown out because they still have to allocate those number of lunches. I don't know if there's anything that they can do about that. I don't know if schools can opt out of, so, you know, some of the lunches because their parents say they're still going to pack the lunches. So I don't know, because that impacts their budget. And this one head administrator was really concerned about the impact on his budget, having to provide all those lunches. So something to think about.
Couldn't you ask for a sign-up sheet on school, kids that want?
I don't know. We're waiting on them to put forth the rule, which they said is coming in either June or July. You know, and this all takes place July 1st of 2025. That's when it's mandated. So I'm wondering if when the rule comes out, if we can put forth that
Some comment.
concern, yeah, some comment on that.
And they did do,
And
uh,
PCSNM might be interested in
for the,
checking that
for
out.
the creation of the rule. So I hope
Yeah.
folks participated,
Yeah.
you know, in those regional
Mm-hmm.
hearings and, you know, expressed their concern. But there is also the comment period when the rule is proposed.
And as I kind of nodded to Valerie, maybe PCSNM can kind of get a handle on that situation. Might be worthwhile.
And I guess if you're a school that qualifies for free and reduced, well, because reduced, you're still paying out for the reduced.
But
That's it.
it puts a specific burden on rural schools.
Yeah, it does.
It's really.
And smaller schools,
it-
yeah, and
yeah.
smaller schools, yeah, for
So
sure.
the rural schools that have no district or that no district support puts I think that would require an extra funding request to me or ability to make an extra funding request.
I thought there was funding in the legislation for that.
I'm not sure.
I thought there wasn't funding in the legislation. I thought there was.
This head administrator didn't know about it if there
I
was.
think what I heard was there is some funding, but it's inadequate.
There's not enough money in it.
Yeah.
So
I know,
So have they explained in any way how, I guess they haven't yet, how they're going to, because if it's not enough, how are they going to allocate the funds to the schools? How do they decide who gets? So maybe that's, well, at least maybe that's something that we need to look at, is advocating for,
Legislation, yeah, for legislation in January. Absolutely,
it's only a partially funded mandate.
right, yeah,
Instead of an unfunded,
Right.
it's partially.
right.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Review of the RFP for authorizer software. Do we have a date for when the contract's going to be signed?
We do not have, well, it's routing right now. I anticipated any
Okay.
day.
As I understand it,
It's been resolved.
I'm sorry?
It's been resolved.
And just so all commissioners know, until the contract is signed, nobody can mention the names of any offerers.
So we're not using Acme method, I'm just kidding.
That's in the Roadrunner and
Yeah.
Coyote and Roadrunner.
So, 1 minute, please, Acme.
After as many hours as I've spent, if somebody blows up this procurement, I cannot be responsible.
Before we go on to the next thing,
Okay, I'm not sure what indicators of success is.
I think
Yeah, but I think there was a conversation though, that it should be indicators of success and indicators of distress. That it sounds like such a negative frame.
This is why we have a meeting scheduled in May to have the agenda edited in real time.
Okay. No, number 13, none of the legislative interims are meeting yet. So I don't have anything to say. Commissioner Costello. Okay. Okay, Commissioner Ingham?
We are having an AMS meeting on Monday and then, PSCOC meeting on the next, Wednesday, I think. And, so we'll discuss some of the stuff. There hasn't been anything recent, so I'll just leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Manus isn't here. Commissioner Carrillo?
Nothing at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Beck?
I haven't bumped into Mr.
Wait.
Rounds.
I
so-
even skipped over Commissioner Taylor. It's like, oh,
The library maven?
You-
Go ahead, I thought that was.
appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And you don't have anything?
No, I haven't bumped into Mr. Rounds.
We are adjourned till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. See you tomorrow. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
I sent you, the EC, an email.
I haven't looked at any emails today. I'm not,
All right, have a nice safe drive home.
Maybe we can finalize it tomorrow. Okay, thanks.
what?
When did you send us a thing?
Changing.
Because you're going to be in Chicago, Patty.
I just figured I'd do it. We need to Tuesday.
I think she means April.
Yeah.
I'm on a plane. I'm on a plane to a nicer place than you are.
That's not true. My son